Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. Aneke has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Sports Rap here on Aneke TV. I am your one and only Sports Oracle, and I'm doing this morning, bring you the best of sports, what's happening in the world of sports across and beyond and below, wherever you are, both in the local and in the international sites or sets where it is. Well, I'm talking about sports and I'm talking about what we are going to be having just in the week. But before we go into what we have in the week, I am not doing this alone. I'm doing this with Worldwide. Hello, Worldwide. Good morning.
Good morning.
Today I decided to pronounce your name very well.
No,
I think I need a handshake first of all.
No worry, after the show, I will have something for you.
Yeah. All right. So you saw the matches over the weekend. You saw Arsenal. You saw Barcelona. Then Chelsea. Then Real Madrid. Of course, Chelsea was more of a predictable game because Burnley was really on them. But before we talk about that, let's see what the newspaper of sports, what the Post newspaper has for today. Let's see what is actually happening in the world of sports from the newspaper. Now, looking at what is going on, you will see that a lot of things, especially that from the Premier League side, we have the games that we would say that has done or that would have been a decider for the league. Yes. Yep. And that was Arsenal's game. I think the whole world was focused on Arsenal just that evening yesterday.
Of course, everybody wanted to see what they will come out with against the Tottenham side that is, not in their best form, and they just signed an interim coach. Of course, I expected Arsenal to win, but I thought it was going to be a difficult game. I never expected that they were going to trash Tottenham 4-1. It was surprising to me. I was expecting 2-1, honestly, or 1-0. But coming for 4-1, it seems Tottenham, they still have a lot to do beyond the sacking coach and bringing in new coach. I think this has to do with the players. This has to do with the team, because how many coach are you going to change? I think Tottenham are used to changing coach almost every season. They will switch from one person to another, and these players I think it's time for them to look at the players. I don't think it's a coach issue. Thomas Frank was a great coach at Brentford. Coming to Tottenham, you saw his performance. So for me, I don't even think he's coach anymore. I think those players have a lot to do on their own selves. They should, it's either they are signing more players or the players need to improve on their own selves.
Yeah, and let's talk about you understanding what it means yesterday to have Tottenham lose that game. Talking about Tottenham as a team, do you think Tottenham will ever have a great coach that will change those players?
Of course, they will have a great coach if they sign the right coach. But those players, I'm particular about the players, because in the space of how many years, let's say 4 or 5 years, Tottenham have gotten up to 5 coaches. So it's something I think maybe when they have the right coach, let's say someone like Guardiola comes to Tottenham, I believe almost all those players, if not, let's say just about 3 or 4 that will remain in that team. Though I don't think they have the winning mentality, they don't have the character, they are just there to just play and earn their weekly salary and go. I'm not seeing any passion in those players anymore. I think they are tired of the team. Okay. I believe some of them want to leave.
All right. Thank you, Fabrizio Romano, for that graphics. Thank you very much. Now, I want to make it very... I want to ask another question. Looking at that match yesterday, there was this thing that happened. Eberechi and Victor Gyökeres, they were the goal scorers.
Yeah.
And Eberechi started the goal scoring in the first half. Of course, Arsenal scored 2 in the first half and scored another 2 in the second half. Now, Mikel Arteta has come out to say that he actually, Eberechi was angry with him. He's seeing now why he was not featured in the other match, that he would do his best to keep bringing Eberechi back to the team. Do you think that Arsenal, the way they are now, that they can deal with any team in the world?
Oh, right. Even before now, apart from was it 2-2 they drew against the Wolves? If you have been watching Arsenal, you've seen that their football, it's not that they are playing bad. They are playing very well, both in Champions League, in Premier League, in FA Cup. Almost all the competition, they are playing well. But just after they got that draw, then they lost against Man U, things were like, are they going to bottle the league? But you saw yesterday's match, you saw character. They are willing to play, and they have been playing well. Eberechi being angry with the Arteta, of course, I expected it. You can't have someone like Eze in your team and you say you want to be benching him. He's coming from Crystal Palace. I believe part of the things he will have asked for is playing time when he comes to Arsenal. And now he's at the club and you don't want to play him. You know, of course, a player like that will not be happy. So, but Arsenal, for now, they can come up against any team and they will play very well, even against Real Madrid, against Man City. They have played against Man City, they got a 1-1 draw. They've played in the Champions League, they've played PSG. So they are one team that we will say this season they are in a good form. So I don't see any team that you say Arsenal cannot play. Is it Bayern? I think they've played Bayern in the Champions League also. So
No, they played
Bayern. I think they won Bayern still. They were the one that handed Bayern their first loss. So they have the players, they have the depth. Their first team is qualified to play anybody. They still have second team. So I think they are one of the top teams right now.
Yeah,
play against anybody.
Yeah, Arsenal is actually one of the top teams right now. But I am also seeing Arsenal as a team that is, you know, they have done this before. They have given out the league before.
Of course,
the league they should have won. They have given it out. Don't you think it's a danger for them to be just? You know, they have not played Man City. They have not played. They still have Chelsea.
I think they still have Chelsea.
Yes, they have not played some of the they have not played some teams that would give them problem.
Funny enough, all these other people have other opponents to
yes,
play.
And it's just 5 points.
5 points clear.
Clear.
Of course, the Man City have a standing match.
Yes,
they
of
have
course.
played one more match
Yes,
ahead of
yes.
the rest.
So don't you think this will actually be that maybe at the course of this whole playing, the Arsenal will have their own problem?
No, anyway, for me, they are trailing in the right path. You know, I expected Tottenham, like I said before, I expected this match to end as a draw, but you have seen the mentality that they possess. They did not let that 2-2 draw against Wolves to set them back. You know, they bounced right back to the game, played against Tottenham side that we were expecting, oh, these people have changed their coach. So we are expecting something different from Tottenham. But coming to Tottenham's house to beat them, they are showing that they are ready to win this league this time around. It's not the one we are saying they used to bottle league.
It's not Botros.
They are ready to win the league and they are going for it. Of course, they have tough opponents to play. They still have Man City to play. But at the end of the day, you might see that match will end up as a draw. Because I'm not expecting Man City to just come and beat Arsenal. Neither Chelsea serve Arsenal. They have not beaten Arsenal for more than, let's say, a decade now. I can't remember when last Chelsea beat Arsenal. So I'm not seeing that as a tough fixture for them.
Okay. Now, while we're talking about Arsenal and we're talking about the league contenders, let's also talk about Manchester City.
Yeah.
You know, on Saturday by 9 p.m., they started their game.
Of course.
And against Newcastle. When Pep Guardiola was asked about him having the league in mind, he said no, that he was not having anything about league in mind.
How will he say such a thing? He just don't want to focus the attention should be on it.
He said no.
It's just a strategy. You cannot say you don't have the league in mind.
No, what he actually said was very, was very on point. You know, these guys are kind of, they know how to put their words together.
Of course.
One thing I've learned about coaches across football entirely, is that they learn how to put their words together. Not like boxing. I won't say boxing guys. Coaches, football, once a player starts learning, one of the things you learn in football is how to put your words together. How not to talk down or how not to build up.
You have to be professional.
You have to be professional. Professionalism that they exhibit when they talk about these teams are very class. Now, when I talk about this, I'm asking many other questions. When you talk about Manchester City, they won against Newcastle.
Yeah.
That they are winning against Newcastle. Imagine that Arsenal lost their game yesterday, or they had another
against the Tottenham.
Against the Tottenham, it would just be 3 points, just ahead. Now, what I'm saying is that the gap that Arsenal has below Manchester City is not a lot.
It's not, of course, it's not a lot.
It's not a lot. It's something can just happen.
Yeah.
So, but what we're talking about is that Manchester City currently, they are also picking up their pieces from wherever they kept it.
That's why I'm saying Guardiola cannot say he does not have the league in mind. If you don't have the league in mind, see that Newcastle game, maybe you'll have ended it as a draw, so that we'll know you don't have the league in mind. Imagine they scored 1-0 and Newcastle
And it was
replied. They went to look for two.
yes,
two
it was
goals.
Nico O'Reilly.
So yeah, so you
Nico
can
O'Reilly
say you don't have the. Anyway, he's
scored
just
that
being
goal.
professional. Like he doesn't want the focus on him. But of course, we know he's chasing. Apart from Premier League, what else is he chasing? This is his major focus now? You can't say Champions League is his major focus.
No, Champions League.
Premier League is his major focus for now. He wants to get that title.
Yeah.
But if it's possible to take it from Arsenal, he needs it.
I think, this season, from rumors and whatever it is, Pep Guardiola is meant to leave Manchester City.
From rumors.
From rumors.
But we know him. He might at the end of the day, he will still be
of course,
there.
he wants to go and he wants to go on a holiday. He wants to go and rest and refresh. And he said that match on Saturday that for him, Erling Haaland was the man of the match because of how hard he worked.
Yeah, he worked hard.
And how much he had to give for the game.
Despite he did not score. But
yes, of course.
So his influence
in the game. Unlike Erling Haaland that we normally know.
Yeah.
That would ghost till he scores.
But
that game was something
that's a good character.
That's actually good character.
Even though you are not scoring, you should be helping the team. 3 points is what matters first before you start accumulating goals for maybe highest goal scorer in the league and all those things.
Yeah.
But he was working. I think he got an assist also.
Yeah, the thing is that whether he gets an assist or not, the coach is the one who sees the game and knows what to bring into the game.
He worked very hard.
Yes, he really, really worked very hard, and I think that will make a lot of sense. So now let's move over to Chelsea, because I have a very interesting fact about João Pedro.
Okay.
So what do you think about that striker who just switched? This is 6 games unbeaten.
Oh, well,
this is 6 games unbeaten from Chelsea.
When
we can say it's 7 games. But we actually know it's 6 games unbeaten.
It's 6 games now.
Because they have also played FA Cup.
Okay, if you're adding that to it.
If you're adding that to it, yes.
Anyway, Chelsea, when they scored that first goal, I remember my friend chatted me up like, you can see we are leading. I said, okay, no problem. Now let's watch the match. Let's see 90 minutes. Of course, when ball equalized 90 minutes plus, I had to be the one to call him like, can you see? But nevertheless, Chelsea fans are angry with the match. Yes, I expect them to be angry with their performance. Coming to play 1-1 against Burnley.
No, the thing is that I don't think they should really get angry about the match.
They should, because they missed a lot of chances. They were causing, what's his name? Palmer. They criticized Palmer.
They were causing Palmer.
They criticized him a lot.
Palmer, right?
Yeah. Said he missed a lot of chances.
If he missed a lot of chances, of course he did. And even Chelsea as a team.
Yeah, Chelsea as a
team. They were so desperate to score. That one thing about football is that when you are so desperate to score, you will be under pressure.
Get it wrong, yeah.
You get it.
That's what happened to Arsenal against the Wolves when they were trying to defend that ball and
I do get. Now,
almost the same
thing. let's look at it from this aspect that I wanted us to drive it. João Pedro, he has scored 6 goals. Like, he has scored in every Chelsea's game. Since
this coach?
Yes. Has scored in every of Chelsea's game. He has scored in every of Chelsea's game. Apart from his inability to really grasp and understand himself early in the games, he has scored. He has been scoring. And looking at Chelsea not being so successful with their strikers since the likes of Didier Drogba left, do you think that this guy has the potential to keep on with this run till the end of the season, both in Champions League, FA Cup, and English football? Do you think he has?
I think he. Funny enough, he's not the actual number 9 for Chelsea. We know he's what's his name?
Delap. No, Delap is not. Delap is.
He has been delayed, so he's not. He's not
that one has been delapsed because Delap is not.
I don't think they're even. Whether he has an injury, I don't know.
No, he had an injury that lasted for about 6 weeks.
But he's back now.
He's back, and he played the last match. He missed a chance.
That's crazy.
That's how he is.
That's how he is. He's nothing about Pedro is trying, of course. 6 games, 6 goals. It's something. It's like the coach revived him, sort of. Will I say? Let me use that word. The coach revived him, and he's been almost at his peak right now. But of course, I'm expecting him to, live up to the expectation. He might not get to the likes of Drogba them, but of course he's trying. So far so good. He's trying. He's putting his best, and he has the potential. You see him when he plays. He's hungry for goals. Even when he does not get the goals, he's just active, very agile. When you see João Pedro playing, but you see that agility that I want to get a goal. But nevertheless, if he does not get, he's contented with it. But one problem I'm having with Chelsea is this: their problem of red card. How we for Fana, you know you're on a yellow card, you're going to commit a silly blunder to get a second. They are getting this red card and it's getting too much. They are now being tagged as a red card team. As a red, you will be performing well.
Not red flag, red
card FC. You just be performing well. Then all of a sudden, someone will go and commit a silly foul. Then your 1-0 lead. When you are playing 10 against 11, you know the pressure is much. 11, the pressure is much already. Then you are coming down to 10 against 11. So wasting the effort of the young man that has gotten the first goal. So, but nevertheless, João Pedro is a striker that we should watch out for, and he's living up to expectations so far.
Yeah, he has scored. He has scored and assisted. He has scored and assisted. He keeps scoring and keeps assisting. This guy,
5 goals, 4 assists.
Yes,
so
5
far.
goals, 4 assists. He has been so consistent with his performance. Now, I want us to look at the newspaper headlines. What actually is happening just around the world of sports. Now, you see that let's start with the major headline. Iwobi scores, assists as Fulham end winless run.
That's why the coach said he cannot rest him.
Yes,
he cannot bench
you know, we talked about this
the
other day.
He said
because he knows the capacity Iwobi has.
Iwobi coming to score, then having an assist. He needs Zimo.
Now, going down, you say Ndidi on target as Onuachu scores 17 Super League goal. You know, Onuachu is really topping the Turkish league goal scoring. He's really doing well.
He's topping Osimhen.
Yes.
Wow.
He's topping Osimhen
wow.
in the Turkish league. Now, also Kane dismisses Bayern exit by just the left down corner. Up it, we have Aguero slams Haaland critics. You know one thing about Manchester City, I was watching a lot of matches that was played many years ago, and I was seeing the likes of, in Manchester City, I was seeing the likes of Fernandinho, the likes of Yaya Toure, the likes of Aguero,
even Vincent
Kompany. I was seeing the likes of men. When you hear about Manchester City, then
their team was
what's
it called? Silva, the two Silva.
Yes, they have Bernardo Silva and David Silva.
Yeah.
They had
Gundogan was still
Gundogan.
there. De Bruyne was still
men. They had
they had players.
João Cancelo.
Yeah.
They had men.
They had
now,
players.
when you talk about Manchester, when you compare the team now then and compare the team now, they are not the same.
They are not
the same.
The level is not there yet.
But do you know what keeps these guys going? Because everybody in Manchester City is an average player right now.
Of course.
I don't know if you believe me.
Just a few.
No. Just a few. Like Haaland.
I will not rate Haaland as an average.
No, Haaland is not an average player.
Rodri, apart from injury that he has.
Rodri, yes.
Rodri
is not an average.
What's his name?
Donnarumma, yeah. He's not. Okay, let's count it. People in Manchester City who are not.
You count more than 5.
No, I'm just telling you that the team is 11. But when we see up to 6,
yeah, count.
Okay, let's talk about.
I've not mentioned Silva.
Yeah, but the thing is
still there. Foden, of course, Foden is still there.
Foden is still there.
So they have great players.
See what I'm saying here. When you compare them now with the other team, the players now are average compared to the other team.
Yes.
Because the players then, they had this aura they bring to the pitch. And I wanted to say something. That is actually why Manchester City is winning now. Because of mentality.
Yeah,
they have been winning. Yeah. They have been, you know, when you have that winning mentality.
Guardiola will not let you rest if you're not winning.
And he's an elite coach. So he knows how to get his onions very, very well. Yeah. So let's continue with the newspaper review as we look at what is happening in the world of sport. Osimhen to make Juve trip despite injury. Yes, that's the Champions League playoff.
He wants to play with injury.
Yes, he did that with the Super Eagles. So the guy is used to sacrifice. He's Kanayo. Resenio rages over poor display.
Of course.
Yes.
I expected him to rage.
Then Liverpool plot 83 million Gordon move. Now we are seeing just at the top of the newspaper this morning, we see I belong to Saudi Arabia. Ronaldo. Yeah. then Gunners get title race back on track. That's what
With the win against Tottenham.
yes. Now, Barcelona, Catalans regain La Liga lead. Now, coming down now, you see Lukman equals Suarez record. Let's see the results of the Premier League just over the weekend. Crystal Palace won Wolves. One goes to by a goal, and Nottingham Forest lost to Liverpool at home. Sunderland lost to Fulham at home. That's 3-1. Now Spurs, that's away people actually had to, deliver this time for the moment. Away people had their stuff. Now let's see League One. You see Rennes won their game, and going to Benfica, you will see that Freiburg also won their game, and Saint Polo also won their game. Now going down, I want us to talk about MPFL just a little. Let me just reach out call out the scores. What happened over the weekend? Because there's this match I was anticipating. Castina and Rangers, they had a 0-0 game. Yes, actually, that was actually
the match you want to talk about.
Yes, that was actually because there's this my very good friend. He comes around, and I always look forward to having. He plays for Rangers. I always look forward to hearing him and having him talk about Rangers, and also he plays very well. He plays number 10, so he's the Manchester United fan. So his role model are the likes of Bruno Fernandes, Cole Palmer, and the rest of them. So Abia Warriors won 1 United by 1 goal, and Ikorodu and Bayelsa United had a 1-1 draw. Now let's see as it is in the EPL table. You will see that Arsenal is still topping in the EPL table. Manchester City are just behind with 56 points. Arsenal is now 61. Is now on the 61 points, and Aston Villa said they will not allow anyone to do anything.
They will soon leave that spot.
Of course they will, because Chelsea and Manchester United are
Chelsea, Manchester, Liverpool.
Everybody, all of them are on that, or are just pursuing that particular position. So I think this week's Premier League, the only match that is remaining is Manchester United that we'll be having tonight against Everton by 9 p.m. That match is one of the matches that everyone is looking up to, because when you look at what the match will bring, how everyone has been expecting Manchester United to maintain their winning and their unbeaten spree. It's actually something that I would love to see. So what's your prediction about the match this evening?
Well, Everton is a defensive side.
Yes, Everton is.
And they won Manchester United there. I think first leg they won.
Yes, 0-1.
So for me, I would just say, for my prediction, I will give Man U to win by a goal. Just 1 goal.
1 goal?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 goal. Well, for me, I will give Man U to win 2 goals. 2-1.
Okay.
2-1,
because I win Everton with
Everton is a block. They
will defend.
Yes,
with
they know how to defend very, and with their coach David Moyes, they are very good with what they are going to play.
And if they should score you first,
that's all. that's just what it is for you. Well, I think this is where we are gonna draw the curtain for today's sports analysis. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much, Worldwide, for doing this with me this morning. Thank you very much. I appreciate. And you that have been watching, you that has just keep looking at your screen to see and to know what is happening. Yes, I appreciate you so much, and I am your biggest fan. I'm your sports oracle. There's no other sports oracle anywhere, and I thank you for doing this with me. I will see you same time, same station tomorrow morning, 8:30 in the morning. We have started here on Aneke TV. I hope to see you. Have a wonderful morning. Keep sporting. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of a yellow sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Deborah Wakuba. Glad to have you join us. Here are the headlines for today. Senate leadership dismisses concerns over zero allocation. And on the foreign scene, Kim Jong-un re-elected as leader of North Korea's Workers' Party. And on business, Tijani, Swedish envoy among key speakers at Enugu Tech Festival 2026. And now the news in details. The Nigerian Senate has rejected claims of financial incapacity following complaints from several oversight committees. The Senate spokesperson Yemi Adaramodu described reports suggesting the upper chamber is broke as inaccurate, attributing current funding limitations to wider national fiscal pressures. According to the Senate leadership, many of the affected committees are linked to zonal development. Commissions are established after the passage of the 2025 budget. As a result, these bodies are yet to receive statutory allocations and are expected to secure funding within the 2026 budget framework.
Concerns were raised by lawmakers including Anthony Ani, who disclosed that his committee had received 0 allocations since inauguration. Titus Zam also warned that the absence of operational funds could stall the commission's takeoff. Despite the complaint, Senate authorities maintain that basic overhead obligations, including staffing and office operators, are being met. The development comes amid ongoing efforts to manage overlapping budget cycles ahead of the proposed 58.47 trillion naira 2026 budget. The Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria has criticized the National Assembly over provisions of the Electoral Act 2026, questioning what it described as inconsistencies in the adoption of technology within Nigeria's governance systems. Speaking at the Bishops' plenary in Abuja, Archbishop Lucius Ugoji highlighted the contrast between the government's push for digital tax administration and the absence of mandatory real-time electronic transmission of election results. The Archbishop cited declining voter participation as a major threat to democratic legitimacy. Referencing data from the 2023 general elections, where turnout stood at 23% of registered voters. The bishops also expressed concern over national security, urging authorities to strengthen digital intelligence capabilities. Ugoji emphasized that governance must reflect transparency, accountability, and service to the common good. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has confirmed plans to revise the timetable for the 2027 general elections. The Commission says the adjustment is necessary to ensure compliance with the Electoral Act 2026. INEC spokesperson Adedayo Oketola stated that the Commission remains committed to aligning its processes with the new legal framework, although a specific date for the revised schedule has not been announced. Political parties had raised concerns that the earlier timetable did not provide sufficient time for primary elections and internal activities. Religious stakeholders also noted potential conflicts with Ramadan observances. INEC says the forthcoming revision will address legal, administrative, and logistical considerations. The Commission reaffirmed its readiness to deliver a credible and constitutionally compliant electoral calendar. The Electoral Act 2026 introduces stricter penalties aimed at addressing electoral misconduct by officials and institutions. Senate leader Mayemi Bamidele says the reforms are designed to enhance transparency and accountability. Under the law, resident electoral commissioners face a mandatory 2-year prison sentence for withholding election documents. Presiding officers may also face sanction for obstructing electronic transmission of results. The legislation mandates electronic transmission of results to the IREF portal and establishes a dedicated fund to guarantee INEC's financial autonomy, with election funding expected to at least 6 months before polls. The Act also eliminates indirect primaries, limiting political parties to direct and consensus method. Campaign spending limits have been revised upward, with the presidential cap set at 10 billion naira. The New Nigerian People's Party (NNPP) in Kano State has accused the state government of political persecution following a fallout between the party and the current administration. NNPP Publicity Secretary Ibrahim Karaye alleged that seats previously allocated to party members, including former officials, have been withdrawn. The party described the action as discriminatory. The NNPP also claimed that former government officials are being pressured to return vehicles received as part of the benefits while in office. The party called for restraint, urging the government to uphold democratic norms and ensure equal treatment of citizens irrespective of political affiliation. The All Progressive Congress (APC) says its preparation for the 2027 general elections have intensified following the conclusion of local government congresses across multiple states. Senate President Godswill Akpabio expressed confidence in the party's prospect, projecting strong grassroots support for President Bola Tinubu. Party officials in Akwa Ibom, Sokoto, and Delta State described the congresses as peaceful, emphasizing unity, consensus, and internal democracy. Despite reports of parallel structures in some areas, APC leadership maintains that internal processes remain credible and focused on strengthening grassroots mobilization. Nigeria's Chief of Defense Staff, Olufemi Oluyede, has defended the Operation Safe Corridor program, describing it as a strategic pillar of the country's counter-insurgency efforts. He said the initiative remains critical to weakening armed groups through structured rehabilitation and reintegration. General Oluyede stated that the program is designed to encourage defections, dismantle insurgent cohesion, and generate actionable intelligence. According to him, the framework complements ongoing military operations rather than replacing kinetic engagements. Meanwhile, Niger State Governor Muhammad Bago has raised concerns over increasing displacement linked to banditry and terrorism. The governor called for intensified security measures to enable affected communities to return to their homes. Security analysts have also warned of evolving regional threats, including cross-border militant activity. Defense authorities maintain that a coordinated multi-agency security strategy remains central to national stability. Lagos mainland local government has pledged institutional support for a child diversion program aimed at addressing juvenile offences outside the formal criminal justice system. The initiative, supported by the Lagos State Bureau of Public Defender and UNICEF, prioritizes rehabilitation over punitive measures. Council Chairman Jubril Emilaba confirmed that resources will be mobilized to sustain the program and expand awareness at the grassroots level. Stakeholders say the intervention seeks to break cycles of youth criminalization by promoting child-friendly justice mechanisms and supporting social structures. Troops of the Joint Task Force Southeast Operation Udo KA have foiled a kidnap attempt along the 9 Mile axis in Enugu State. Military authorities say soldiers responded to a distress call reporting an ambush on commuters, leading to an exchange of gunfire with the attackers. 5 victims were rescued without injuries, while the affected vehicles was recovered. Security forces have since intensified patrols in the area. The 82 Division Nigerian Army says surveillance and area domination operations have been reinforced, urging residents to remain vigilant and provide timely intelligence. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Senate leadership downplays concerns over zero allocation. And coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, Kim Jong-un re-elected as leader of North Korea's Workers' Party. Tijani Swedish envoy to headline Enugu Tech Festival 2026. We'll be right back.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Still on the news, Greenland's Prime Minister has publicly rejected a medical aid offer from U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump posted on Truth Social that he would send a U.S. military hospital vessel, claiming Greenlanders were not being taken care of. Greenland's government responded that the offer was unnecessary. Prime Minister Jens Frederick Nielsen called the announcement a random outburst and all direct diplomatic engagement rather than social media statements. He emphasized that Greenland already provides universal, free healthcare for its residents. The dispute highlights differing views on social services and sovereignty. Greenland, an autonomous territory within the Kingdom of Denmark, made clear it does not want or need U.S. medical assistance. U.S. messaging also referenced ongoing discussions about a future agreement on Greenland status. Greenland and Denmark have consistently rejected any suggestion of a sale or transfer of authority over the island. Mexican authorities say Nemesio Oseguera Calvates, known as El Mencho, has been killed in an operation by Mexican Special Forces. Officials report the 59-year-old leader of the Jalisco New General Cartel was wounded during a firefight and later died from his injuries. The military offensive combined ground units and air support with reported assistance from U.S. intelligence. El Mencho led one of Mexico's most powerful cartels linked to large-scale drug trafficking into the United States. Following the announcement, violent retaliation broke out across several states. Security forces reported buses burnt, roadblocks erected, and clashes with cartel supporters in at least 8 regions, including Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta. Mexican authorities have placed heightened security forces on alert to prevent further destabilization. President Claudia Sheinbaum has called for calm as emergency responses continue. Oman's foreign ministry says the United States and Iran are scheduled to hold direct talks in Geneva this Thursday. Oman is acting as the intermediary, and both sides reportedly agreed to engage at the ministerial level. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and senior Iranian officials have already participated in preparatory meetings. Sources indicate both governments are seeking progress toward resolving long-standing disputes. Iran has signaled openness to discussing nuclear matters if its core demands are addressed. Washington has said the discussion will focus on sanctions relief and nuclear activity limits. Diplomats describe this as the most substantive direct engagement in recent years. The global community is watching for possible shifts in Middle East policy and international security as negotiations begin. North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un has been officially re-elected General Secretary of the ruling Workers' Party. State media reported the decision during the 9th Party Congress in Pyongyang. Officials emphasized Kim's role in strengthening the country's nuclear capabilities and military posture. Analysts note that the re-election consolidates his authority and signals continuity in leadership strategy. The Congress also featured changes in senior party posts, with several long-standing officials reportedly replaced. Observers say the reshuffle could reflect on effort to tighten internal control. Kim's daughter, widely speculated as a potential future successor, was absent from public proceedings. South Korean officials continue monitoring Pyongyang for possible policy shifts. A powerful winter storm is impacting the U.S. Northeast with heavy snow and strong winds. Governors in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Massachusetts declared state of emergency as the region braces for up to 2 feet of snowfall. Officials have instituted travel bans on non-essential roads in New York City. All vehicles, including cars and bicycles, were barred from city streets to allow crews to manage snow accumulation. Air travel has been severely disrupted. More than 15,000 flights across the region's airports have been delayed and over 3,500 cancelled, leaving mainly travelers stranded. National Guard units have been deployed to assist with emergency operations. Authorities are urging residents to stay indoors and prepare for potential power outage as conditions worsens. Nigeria successfully defeated a $6.2 million claim by European Dynamics UK Limited at an international tribunal. The ruling, which is final and unappealable, dismissed the contractor's demand for payment related to a stalled national e-procurement project. The dispute centered on a disputed user acceptance test, with Nigerian officials arguing that software did not meet functional requirements. The tribunal sided with Nigeria, holding that payment is due only when deliverables work as agreed. Attorney General Lateef Fagbemi described the outcome as a landmark defense of Nigeria's legal and contractual standards. The government said the case sets an important precedent for accountability in tech contracts. Analysts say the decision could influence how international vendors structure future agreements with Nigeria. Officials hailed the ruling as protecting national interest and public funds. Leaders from 25 African countries are seeking $3.9 billion in funding for green economy projects. The initiative will be a key focus at the Africa's Green Economy Summit in Cape Town. The pipeline includes projects in renewable energy, waste management, and sustainable agriculture. Organizers aim to attract development, financing, commercial investment, and catalytic capital to advance these plans. Financial tools such as blended finance are expected to play a role in reducing risk for investors. Summit organizers are promoting the event as a platform to move projects from pilot stages into broader markets. Stakeholders say Africa's climate-focused ventures now offer tangible economic opportunities. The summit highlights growing interest in sustainable development across the continent. Nigeria's Minister Bosu Tijani, Kingsley Ude and Ayodele Olawande are among the keynote participants of the Enugu Tech Festival 2026. The event opens on February 24th at the Enugu International Conference Center. Governor Peter Mbah will formally launch the festival, which is expected to draw more than 50,000 participants. Delegations from across Nigeria and other countries are confirmed to attend. Scheduled activities include speeches, panel discussions, workshops, and masterclass covering AI, fintech, cybersecurity, agritech, and more. Organizers emphasize digital innovation and youth empowerment. Free digital skills training will be provided to over 67,000 participants with certifications offered in areas like data analytics and software development. The theme, Code to Code, reflects Enugu's transition to a tech-driven economy. The college Jami Schluter has changed his sporting allegiance from Great Britain to Nigeria, boosting the country's multi-event athletics program. Schluter, 22, recently set a new Nigerian heptathlon record with 5,789 points. A University of Washington graduate, the key competes alongside elite combined event athletes and is preparing for the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Schluter also recorded a long jump best of 7.39 meters this season. Nigeria has faced a trend of athlete departures, making Schluter's commitment significant for the federation. Officials say his presence could strengthen combined events beyond traditional sprint success. Schluter aims to challenge Nigeria's decathlon record of 8,048 points. Coaches express optimism about his impact on the country's track and field profile. 60-year-old Jad Ejesian has set a new world under-18 best in the 60-meter hurdles. Competing at the French Championship in Valderou, he ran 7.43 seconds, surpassing the previous global mark. Ejesian declined to focus on fame, instead stating he plans to improve his stats and refine his performance. He also competed in the long jump at the meets. Born in France to Nigerian parents, he has chosen to represent Nigeria internationally. The performance continued a trend of dual national athletes boosting Nigeria's athletics prospects. Federation officials say the achievement highlights Nigeria's emerging depth in track and field across multiple events, not only sprints. At the 2026 BAFTA Film Awards in London, Nigerian actress Wunmi Mosaku won Best Supporting Actress of the role in Sinners. This marks the second BAFTA, having previously won in 2017. The film My Father's Shadow by Nigerian filmmaker Akinola and Wale Davies won outstanding debuts by a British writer, director or producer. The drama explores events around Nigeria's 1993 election crisis. The movie had already made history as the first Nigerian selection at the Cannes Film Festival. Its BAFTA wins further cement its global critical impact. International awards also included Best Film and Best Director from one portal after another, but the night was notable for strong Nigerian representation. Nollywood actress Doris Simon has purchased a home in the United States. She shared photos on social media marking the completion of the transaction. Industry peers including Funke Akindele, Nkechi Blessing, and Yomi Fabiyi congratulated her publicly. Simeon described the milestone as a hard-earned achievement. Her U.S. property acquisition adds to a wave of Nigerian entertainers securing real estate abroad. The news highlights continued success and global mobility for Nigeria's film stars. Simeon said the home represents a new chapter in her personal and professional life overseas. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. The Senate leadership has downplayed concerns surrounding reports of a zero allocation, describing the situation as a procedural matter rather than a governance issue. Lawmakers clarified that the development does not indicate a funding crisis within the National Assembly. Senate officials emphasized that budgetary adjustments and allocations often undergo technical reconciliations during the fiscal cycle. They assured the public that legislative activities remain unaffected. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has been re-elected as General Secretary of the ruling Workers' Party, consolidating his position at the apex of the country's political structure. State media described the decision as a reaffirmation of leadership continuity. The re-election took place during a party congress in Pyongyang, where officials credited Kim with strengthening national defense and economic policies. Nigeria's Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Mr. Bosun Tijani, alongside the Ambassador of Sweden to Nigeria, is expected to headline the Enugu Tech Festival 2026. Organizers say the event will bring together policymakers, investors, and technology stakeholders. The festival is designed to promote innovation, digital skill development, and technology-driven entrepreneurship. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakuba. Thank you for watching.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Nigeria's southeast has taken a significant step towards long-term economic transformation with the unveiling of the Southeast Vision 2050 framework, a regional development blueprint aimed at driving industrialization, integration, and investment across the 5 states. The framework emerged from a 4-day regional stakeholders forum held in Enugu, convened by the Southeast Development Commission with support from the Office of the Vice President and state governments. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who formally launched the initiative, described Vision 2050 as a strategic turning point designed to institutionalize development planning beyond electoral cycles. He emphasized the need for continuity, policy, coordination, and infrastructure-led growth, noting that sustainable regional prosperity requires deliberate long-term strategy rather than short-term interventions. A central pillar of the Vision 2050 agenda is regional integration, positioning the Southeast as a unified economic bloc rather than 5 independent markets. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State called for a borderless regional economic model capable of achieving scale, competitiveness, and stronger investor appeal. For too long, we have operated in silos, the governor said, stressing that economic integration is essential for infrastructure efficiency, industrial expansion, and shared growth. Stakeholders at the forum underscored infrastructure and energy as critical enablers of the region's economic ambitions. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State highlighted the importance of coordinated power systems and logistical networks, arguing that shared energy solutions could significantly reduce industrial cost and improve productivity. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State emphasized the role of the SEDC in advancing interstate projects, including transport corridors, rail links, and security frameworks, all seen as vital to unlocking regional value chains. Industry leaders welcomed the initiative but stressed the need for implementation discipline. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria called for prioritization of renewable energy, shared industrial infrastructure, and access to long-term financing. Manufacturers noted that investor confidence would depend largely on bankable projects, infrastructure reliability, and policy stability. Analysts say Vision 2050 represents a notable advancement in regional planning, reflecting broad political alignment, federal linkage, and institutional coordination. However, they caution that the blueprint's success will ultimately be measured by tangible outcomes, including infrastructure delivery, increased investment flows, and job creation. Security, workforce development, and access to capital remain key structural challenges that the framework must address to achieve its objectives. The Southeast Vision 2050 initiative signals a strategic recalibration in regional development thinking, embedding long-term planning, economic integration, and coordinated investment priorities. With stakeholders' consensus now established, attention shifts to execution, accountability, and measurable impact, the decisive factors that will shape the initiative's legacy.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, they want to use kinetic. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Ofortu, and thank you for watching Sunrise. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness. And bringing you today's daily dose of brightness, I am Deborah Wakuba, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful Monday morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and today is 23rd February 2026, and of course we've got a power-packed morning for you here today on Sunrise, where we've got our latest news, what's trending, and of course that special Sunrise vibe to help us start our day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is set sail.
Yes, and on Sunrise today, we'll be kicking things off with our quote of the day with words that are thoughtful, words that are inspiring, words that shift our perspective to help us stay focused, stay well-driven, and be motivated.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headline. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
Yeah, and after that, we'll be giving you our quote of the day and also our weather reports, covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you'd know what to expect before stepping out, or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And of course, we will bring to you our business news update to guide you with your investments, and we won't let you go without wrapping things up by bringing the man of many parts, the sports oracle, the commissioner of enjoyment, the mental mechanic himself, man of many parts.
All right, now moving over to our morning show inspiration segment, which is our quote for today, coming from Zain Akbar. And in his quote, he says, treating people right is better than posting religious verses that you don't even practice. I'm going to take that quote again, coming from Zain Akbar, that says, treating people right is better than posting religious verses that you don't even practice. Now, this quote means that how you treat people in real life is more important than sharing religious verses online. It emphasizes that action matters more than words, especially when those words are about faith, morality, or righteousness. It also warns against hypocrisy, posting spiritual or moral message while failing to practice those same values. So true faith and goodness are shown through kindness, respect, and integrity, not just through what someone shares publicly. Mr. Ouch, I would like to know your take on this quote.
All right, this is straightforward and to the point, and it comes to a time and the right time where both the major religious sect that we have in the country is embarking on a religious practice that allows them to purge themselves of their ill will, their ill being. Is a period of repentance for both religion. So you bringing this quote from Zain Akbar is quite timely, that treating people right is better than posting religious verses that you don't even practice. So what is it really talking about here? We are very religious people, and when you go to churches on Sundays, you see that the church is full. Then you ask yourself, is it not the same people who are in church who are committing the whole atrocities that we have in Nigeria?
Yeah.
Who are those looting the treasury? Are they not found in the churches and in the mosque?
Yeah.
Who are these people who treat other people wrongly? Are they not same people who occupy the pews in the church on Sundays? Are they not those who are in front of the mosque on Fridays? So you ask yourself, is it about religion or about being human in how we treat other people? And I tell you, there's no religion bigger, better than humanity. And the essence of it is, how do you treat the person nearest to you? That's what matters. Treating people right is what matters. I remember as we enter into the begin to observe the Lenten period and Ramadan, that if you go through the ways of Muhammad, peace be unto him, what he said, that it's time for us not just to fast for people to say that we are fasting, but to repent. Live up to it. That fasting shouldn't be for the sake of fasting, avoiding food and all that. And I'm so happy that the Pope too echoed the same thing. That away from fasting is not by punishing your body by sleeping on hard surfaces. That what matters is the inward manner, how you treat people around you. That's what the essence of Christianity. Those in Antioch who were called Christians were looked at how they lived their life. They treated people right. They cared. They hold people, they held people so high. And what do we have in our world today? People have no swords in their hands. They hold no guns in their hands, but they slander and murder with their tongue. So treating people better is far, far more important than carrying the holy books in your hand, pretending to be the righteous or the holiest when you don't treat those around you right. And I talk, we have a lot of entrepreneurs around us who own their business. How do you treat those who work for you? Do you pay them as a own due?
That's true.
Do you treat them with human dignity? This is the essence of what Zain Akbar is talking about this morning. So treating people right cannot be overemphasized. It doesn't matter your religious acclamation. It doesn't matter where you sit or stand in the church. It doesn't matter if you're the deacon. It doesn't matter if you're an imam. And you do not treat people right. Your religion is nothing. It's nothing. You are still primitive. And I'm sorry, I may not be a judge, but without repentance on how you treat people, then at the end of the day, if there's heaven, I am sure we may not be sitting there with you if you treated people less, if you do not treat them better. So I commend you for getting these very quotes that tells us to treat people right, which is better than our religious posturing, our religious pandering. When you open the social media, you see a lot of religious talks. People post memes, religious memes. And I so wish that This is how our heart is. We don't have a lot of looting going on. We don't have misapplication of fund. We don't have diversion of fund meant to build hospital for the masses. You wouldn't see potholes on the road. The street owners, the landlord will know that at least they should fill the potholes before the government comes in. And the contractor wouldn't want to do a shabby job in order to pocket more money. No. If we value one another, things will work for us. When people are commissioned to do things, they will do it. And in office where people work, nobody begins to fight for superiority or anything. You would know that you love your neighbor as yourself. That's where you start from. And that's what thing the whole religion of the world talk. When I study religion, I see that they all speak about love. Then I ask myself, where is the violence coming from? Why do we have acrimonies? Why do we have wars all over the world? If both religion and all the religions I've studied say they are religions of peace and they preach love, then we should treat people right. We should know that the biggest religion is humanity, and treating people right matters more.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much. So in simple terms, what this quote is also telling us is that we should practice what we preach and not just preaching it. And also, when you're trying to remove something from a speck from someone's eye, you should first of all remove yours. That is what this quote is also simply telling us. And while we're doing so, please let us keep in mind that each new sunrise is a platform, is an opportunity for us to grow. It is where we learn something new or simply stay more present in whatever we do. Now you can let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on our social media handles across Instagram, TikTok, X, YouTube, Facebook, or at Aneke TV. And also call our phone number 070-30437110. And up next is our weather report for today.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
I'll be starting off with Oka. Good morning, Oka. Expect a warm and bright start with temperatures climbing into the low 30 degrees Celsius by afternoon. You'll feel that dry season sunshine, so keep that water bottle close.
And good morning, the coast city. Welcome to Enugu. The coast city wakes up to a calm and slightly hazy morning. Afternoon heat will build up nicely, peaking around the low 30s degrees Celsius. Light breeze, but still warm overall.
And in Abakaliki, it's sunshine dominant here. Temperatures will rise steadily into the mid 30 degrees Celsius, which is quite hot in the afternoon, so try to schedule outdoor activities earlier in the day.
And good morning, Imo State. Welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Morning looks bright and pleasant. As we head into late afternoon, expect warm conditions with possible light cloud cover. Highs around the low 30 degrees Celsius.
And lastly in Omar here, it's a mix of sun and thin clouds through the day. Warm afternoon temperatures reaching the low 30 degrees Celsius with mild evening relief.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do keep an umbrella handy. And also remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise at Aneke TV. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now over to our newspaper review for today. Our newspapers will be coming from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard and The Guardian newspapers.
And joining us this morning is our in-house analyst, Mr. Res Arun. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to see you this Monday morning.
Good morning, Uche.
You're looking all good.
Thank God for everything.
Yes, thank God for everything. And how is Nigeria treating you?
Well, Nigeria is happening the way it is happening, and fair in all respects. I hope, Avia, you had a very wonderful weekend.
All right, fair. That's good to hear that Nigeria is fair, and I will know that the country should be fair to all. And also with us this morning is the man of many parts, the mental mechanic, the sports oracle, and the commissioner of enjoyment. Mr. Goodhope, how was your weekend?
Thank you very much. Good morning. It was awesome.
It was awesome. Yeah. And how is Nigeria treating you?
Nigeria is treating me good.
Yeah. Without you saying that, I can see that on your forehead, how your forehead is shining and all that. So I can tell that Nigeria is really treating you right. Yeah. And it's a pleasure to have you both on Sunrise this morning.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Never ask me how Nigeria is treating you.
I will do that.
All right. Now moving over to our newspapers for today. From The Nation newspaper, where the major headline says APC victory in FCT, Rivers, Kano, a referendum on Tinubu's government. And now from the Punch newspaper, the Punch news headline says NNPC, NUPRC fear financial squeeze after Tinubu's order. Still on the Punch paper, it says Indian deports 2,356 Nigerians in 5 years. And on the Vanguard paper, the Vanguard headline there says APC, 4 other parties ready. And on the Guardian paper, the Guardian says uncertainty throws future of share not export as 6-month ban ends. I will start in our first paper from today, coming from the Punch newspaper that says NNPC, NUPRC fear financial squeeze after Tinubu's order. According to the report, concerns are mounting within the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC, and the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, following a new presidential directive aimed at tightening financial controls and revenue remittances. Insiders suggest the order could reduce operational liquidity and affect project timelines. However, government sources insist the move is designed to boost transparency, increase remittances, and strengthen fiscal discipline in the oil and gas sector. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your take.
All right. This is coming as a result of a presidential directive, or is it the new executive order from Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu geared towards generating more revenue into the Federation account. Be that as it may, there has been various opposing school of thought. But one thing that Nigerians love about this is that it will make more funds available to the tiers of government. However, Mr. Res is here. Mr. Res, let me get your opinion on this directive from Mr. President, given that the NNPC and the other agencies of the oil and gas sector are most likely going to feel the squeeze from this directive.
It's not going to just be a squeeze. It is going to, cut short their funding, especially like frontier research funding and all that, trying to make available more reserves for Nigeria and all that. But let me start from the fact that the presidency's executive order is at opposite direction with the Petroleum Industry Act. The Petroleum Industry Act provided that these funds, which are being managed by NNPC and other related agencies like the Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, these funds were made for them to manage these funds and be able to use that for optimum production of petroleum products and all the allied products associated with petroleum. When I say optimum, optimization of their services, this money, some of this money are meant to, they do not need to consult the revenue office for the fixing of salaries of specialists or experts that are working in the oil sector. They are supposed to be paid at a level that is at par with international oil firms, so that their salaries will not deter them from giving optimum service. So, and the PIA, that's Petroleum Industry Act, provided for such things. Now the executive order has come, and these monies are going to be paid into the federation account, which means it exposes both NNPC and all the other agencies around it to now begin to go to the National Assembly to defend budgets and get budget, and sometimes the Ministry of Finance releases are not forthcoming as and when due. So that will lower their job in such a way that it might affect the petroleum industry negatively. And if it does, then there will be dwindling revenues for Nigeria. But the fears are that when you make an act that gives a blank check to a commission, it means you have created a way, a conduit pipe for whatever money that is accrued to the country, to be siphoned ordinarily. They will have a lot of surplus, and out of the surplus, they are certainly going to write off some without actually using same to ensure services for the Nigerian government. So that is exactly the danger of making a law that has a blank check for a commission. You see, the law should have had, ways of actually curtailing whatever decision they are going to take, even if it comprises of trying to lean on another agency or another tier of government, like the legislature, for certain approvals of certain sums of money. That will be a better way to checkmate the excesses of this commission, because these commissions are led by Nigerians, and the inherent factors that prevail in Nigeria will certainly rear its head up in those commissions, in those agencies. The NNPC, you have seen that they are crying because they are now being stripped because of the way they have been managing the NNPC. And now it is a limited liability company. It is supposed to make profit and all that. So our expectation is that the government will look at both the executive order, which is a law on its own, and because the president is empowered to do the executive order and it becomes a law, then the act on its own is a law, and then the law is at conflict. Then they would now know how to resolve such law so that it will have any negative effect in the running of Nigeria, because of the fact that we are getting most of our revenues from oil. If anything happens in that sector, it might affect the money that comes into the federation account, the money which the federation units want to Abuja to share, because most often or most of the states are incapable of sustaining themselves. Most of the states are incapable of sustaining themselves because they do not have a very strong, development, such as industries that will pay taxes and all that. And then the tax drive in many of the states are not very effective. That is why there's been reformations about taxation in Nigeria, including the newly signed into law Tax Reform Act. Then you look at some of the states are also into serious taxation. so as to beef up revenue. There are just a few states that can sustain themselves without running to Abuja to share in the federation account. There are just a few states, and I do not think we have more than 4 or 5 states. But if we do, well, that would be fine. But a few states, like in Enugu State, the taxation, although the people are crying foul, the government has, after looking at the feelings and the pulse of the people, reduced their taxes from certain level, from about 36 to 30,000, and about 60% in terms of property and all that. So taxation has been high in some states, and although with the government, putting taxation at a lowering taxation in Enugu State, people are still crying foul. But I wonder, the only thing is that somehow majority of the people see government of the state as performing, because if you look at the way the investments in infrastructure, that of roads, and investment in roads, education, and healthcare, one that's a respite for the people of the state, except that in the health sector, a few other things has to be done to ensure that it becomes very effective. But I know that child maternal death rate has lowered in Enugu State and of course in Nigeria, and that shows that somehow certain level of achievement is being made at the health sector. So the petroleum bill being at opposite direction should be resolved by government. Well, it is the same Alhaji that all these people are rearing their his nama. Therefore, they should all come together and see what they can do about ensuring that there will be no problem with the emergence of the executive order by the president.
All right. Again, looking at this directive, does this gear towards, increasing revenue, not just for the government, but for the various tiers of government? The other time we saw a 15 trillion naira available for the tiers of government to share in. But what I'm asking is, what sort of impact are we going to witness as a result of this executive order that will increase allocation that will be shared by the various tiers of government?
Yeah, that is exactly why the executive order came into being. And that is to say that the presidency has viewed what is going on with the use of the Act, the PI Act, the Petroleum Industry Act, viewed it with some kind of skepticism, believing that monies that are retained at these agencies, the NNPC and NUPRIC, upstream, and the other relevant agencies associated with petroleum, are unnecessary. And that's why it came out with an executive order, because it takes a whole lot of time, time to actually amend that act. So the presidency thought that it could, take a shortcut towards achieving what the government intended to achieve by boosting the revenue and withdrawing these monies that are retained in these agencies to be paid into the federation account. And the purpose is for more money to be available for the running of government. So for more money to be available for all the tiers, the first, second, and the third tier of government. That is federal, state, and local government. And as this money comes, the expectation of Nigerians, the expectation is that these monies must be made to change the lives of Nigerians at every level of their lives should be changed. That is to say that healthcare will be attended to effectively, that education should be attended to effectively. Remember, it is only in the recent years that we have started seeing states in Nigeria making budgets up to the United Nations standard. It is most recent. We start from a state like Enugu, where we are domiciled, that have done such a thing. Outside that, education budgets has been low, and beyond that, realization of budgets both at the federal, state, and the local government level has not been very realistic, because most often they just achieve some percentage and sometimes some of these tiers, some of these governments at these tiers do not even achieve up to 50-60% of their budget. Like the federal government, what has they been able to? Federal government has not been able to achieve the budget in the past 2 years. We have had less than 20, we have had less than 40, and this time we're expecting to have at least 60 to 70%. And if we do with this money, so that, and the only way the federal government, that is the government at the center, will achieve its budget is by reducing the burden of debt servicing. The burden of debt servicing in its coffers. That is, they are servicing debt so much, so greater percentage of the money they budget or the money realized, are used in debt servicing. So that's why they don't most often achieve, especially in the area of capital projects, area of capital budgets. That is exactly where these achievements are not done. Most often, the recurrent spendings are made and paid. The government of the day is owing domestic debts of over 3 trillion and about 3 trillion, let me say that, and they have not been able to pay because of scarcity of funds. So with this money being pushed into the revenue account, they might have more money to begin to pay for these debts. And when you pay for these debts, you begin to now lower the burden of debts. And of course, the capital projects will begin to receive a boost in terms of funding. And there will be effective funding for that. So that is the expectation of Nigerians. The expectation is that it will better the law. The expectation is that the local government that is the last with the people, that is the closest to the people, will begin to do things that will, that will push up the lives of the citizens and the local government areas. So that agriculture, because that is the mainstay of those in the rural areas, agriculture could go further, to be pushed up, to be improved upon, especially when greater percentage of the populace are into subsistence farming. With technologies coming on board, especially from Asia, we have small tractors, small, ridge makers, small equipment that could be used for agriculture, no longer to be involved in subsistency, but in subsistence farming, but make, agriculture, boost agriculture in such a way that we begin to have export products. Boost agriculture in such a way that some of these products will be processed and become, exportable. If it is exportable, Nigeria will begin to have revenues and foreign exchange, and of course, that will, push up the GDP of the country and push up the revenue of the country, and of course, lower the way we are borrowing.
All right, that's quite interesting. However, before I let go of this issue, I want to know, is it possible that this executive order, the Nigerians complain about the corruption in the oil sector? And I ask, yes, you've rightly said that the general expectation of Nigerians is that this new executive order that will ensure that there is more, finance available to the tiers of government would in any way change their life for good. But I ask, would this direct executive order in itself go a long way in curbing corruption in that very sector?
I said earlier, that the presidency must have viewed the blank check given to some of these organizations, agencies, viewed it with some skepticism. And after thinking of the fact that it becomes very, very, not very difficult, it becomes difficult and time wasting. Of course, the administration will wind up before the bill will be amended. So it came out with an alternative, which is an executive order. Although the order is at loggerheads, sort of, with the PI, Petroleum Industry Act, some of the sections that empowered the agencies to retain funds and use them the way they like, the way they deem expedient. The presidency saw that as so much a blank check that could open up corruption, that could be a conduit pipe, because when you retain these things, so the government will just wait for you to say, this is what we have used and this is what we have realized. You see it. So there's no way they are going to be checked on what excesses they have. That is why the presidency had to come with that bill and come with that executive order. Sorry. So that executive order now moves all the money, so that if there are money these agencies will want to use, they will come to the executives or through the National Assembly for an appropriation. Whether it is appropriation after appropriation, fine and good. They will call for an appropriation. But what they are complaining about is that when you go through appropriation, sometimes releases of money are not easy to come by. Secondly, it becomes cumbersome on them to meet up with their own obligations, waiting for appropriation to be done, defense, and then wait for the monies to come to the Ministry of Finance, to release monies. And of course, sometimes there's always a problem with the release of funds from the Ministry of Finance. So that is what these, the NUPRC complained, and the NNPC too. So these agencies are complaining that it will be cumbersome for them to achieve their mandates, because the PIB gave them a mandate to do these things, and now they have been stripped of it. So we are watching, and we believe that government with this agency will be able to do some reconciliation to make things work. Then about corruption, now I've always spoken on that corruption is in this country. The corruption has permeated into all the spheres of our national life, and that those people who are working in these establishments are not from the moon. They are not, or beyond the moon. They are not angels. They are not even from the advanced world where corruption is at the lowest ebb. So our expectation is that corruptive tendencies will always prevail, and as such, government and revenue sources will suffer as a result. It has happened with NNPC managing our fuel, managing our refineries. The refineries are not working. It is not because the refineries cannot work, but because some persons are right there to sabotage the workings of the refineries. And that is corruption.
All right, that is corruption indeed. Thank you very much for that in-depth analysis on this very issue.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now moving over to our next paper, still on the Punch newspaper, where it says India deports 2,356 Nigerians in 5 years. Reports indicate that Indian authorities have deported a total of 2,356 Nigerians over the past 5 years due to various immigration-related offences. These include visa overstays, alleged cyber-related crimes, and violations of residency regulations. The figures were reportedly compiled from official immigration and foreign affairs data covering the period under review. Diplomatic sources say both Nigerian and Indian authorities have continued to engage through consular channels to address migration concerns and ensure proper documentation for citizens traveling between both countries. Mr. Uche, I would like to hear your thoughts on this.
All right. When you hear stories like this coming up, it begins to speak to you about a lot of things that's gone wrong with this nation. Yeah. You know, this is a country who started very well. I remember there was a time when a certain head of state did mention that the problem for Nigeria is not the money, but how to spend that money. And one begins to ask, a nation that was, that had surplus, that everything seemed to be working, there was infrastructure, the system did work. One now begins to ask, what happened? And over the years, in as much as we begin to decree, the degeneration that we're witnessing in this nation, it seems that we do not have a handle on how to, handle the situation. Things are gotten up for the worse. I was conversing with somebody yesterday, for example, and we were talking about Vision 2050 for Southeast. And then this person called my attention. Have you not noticed that every time there's one vision, we'll have Vision 2010, we'll have Vision 2020, and we'll keep having vision. Yeah. Any of those visions, were they realized? These are the questions. And in as much as we do not realize these visions, what has happened to our nation is that we've not been able to salvage this nation such that things have become so worrisome, so bad, that Nigerians are beginning to leave the country. Some are living through the desert where people trek for months. People look for every means to go to nearest countries. And I now become even more worried when I hear about India. We are going anywhere that things seem to work better. This is a country where we have the opportunity to be with an Indian who happens to be, in one of the private industries, in manufacturing industries. And at one point, he received a letter coming back from India. And when he opened that letter, he started, laughing, and we were asking, what's wrong? He said, no, that this is a bicycle approval, a loan he requested for while he was in India, asking for a loan to be able to buy bicycle. This individual in Nigeria had a cook, a driver, and access to many things. And that was in India then. And this is a nation where, as at this moment, Nigerians are being deported for various reasons. And amidst these reasons, these are the official reasons. When you go in depth and study, you will see and become more worried for our country, Nigeria, that Nigerians are all over the world because our system seems not to work for them. However, Mr. Rice, who keep speaking to this issue, speak to the governments of United States that are deporting Nigeria and others from their country. But wherever you go in the world, you hear Singapore, many countries, Nigerians are being deported. But this is a country that is dwelling on abundance. The way we are situated, we are living in abundance, where the sand from this nation can be turned to gold. What's wrong with Nigeria?
We are living in abundance in Nigeria, while the greatest percentage of the people are dying in penury. You see, Nigerians, when in the early 70s, and of course early 80s, the naira to dollar exchange was about 75 kobo of 75 kobo, that is 1 naira, less than it is 75 kobo, is for $1. Today, $1 is, like you have always painted the picture, I don't know, for today, about 1,400 naira a dollar. We are talking about $1 being less than 1 naira. In the 70s and early 80s, we are talking about cars being at the price of maybe 6,000 naira, 3,000 naira, Volkswagen, you know, Volkswagen, the manufacturer is being assembled in Lagos, and the people were buying Volkswagen for 3,000 naira. So, at the end of the day, when the economy started nosediving, when the economy started going down, when Nigeria, you know, left what they were doing, Nigeria abdicated in what they had been in, because agriculture was the mainstay of their economy, because the granite pyramids were there in Kano, and they were being exported, and foreign, revenues were coming. The cocoa is being exported from Ibadan, which is a cocoa center. And of course, in the southeast, we had the palm produce. We had the rubber plantations. We had the cashew plantations. These were export products that are being, exported in this country. Where are they? So at the end of the day, the economy nosedived, and the people started suffering. And then we leaned on oil as a major source of revenue. And from leaning on oil, some people came and hijacked the oil revenues. So as the oil revenues come, there was a fund. So the populace now became so badly put in a very bad shape, squeezed into a corner of poverty. And then you now see Nigerians wanting to leave the country for greener pastures. Of course, Nigerians are one of the most traveled countries in the whole world. Name them, wherever, which country in the world that you might go and not see in Nigeria. They are the most traveled. So in the course of that travel, of course, Nigerians are Nigeria. Most recently, the permeation of corruption. So people travel with the corruption tendencies inherent in them. When you go out to this country of the world, you want to make ends meet. You might want to circumvent, you want to go through the shortcuts to make the ends meet. That is crime. When you are caught, of course, they are going to deport you. When you overstay, you're welcome. When you go to a country and you have a visa to stay for 6 months and you have stayed about 2 years, of course, the moment they catch you, they deport you. The moment you have, tenancy problems wherever you are, you're going to have the same problem, and so on and so forth. Then plus some other persons who are outrightly involved in crime in terms of drug peddling and all that. And those who are not doing legitimate businesses in those countries. After all, we started with India. We were almost at the same level with India. But today, India is far much ahead of Nigeria. You cannot compare India with Nigeria. India is already going to the moon. We are not. And you see, so these things, we have a problem. And certainly, except our people who are in various parts of the world begin to align themselves and when you are in Rome, you do as the Romans. If they begin to do as Romans in the various countries where they are domiciled, I don't think they will have any problem in terms of deportation.
All right, thank you very much for that.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now moving over to our next paper coming from The Nation, where major headline from The Nation paper says, APC victory in FCT reversed Kano, a referendum on Tinubu's government. Now the paper says the recent victories recorded by the All Progressive Congress, APC, in key political strongholds, including the Federal Capital Territory, Rivers and Kano are being interpreted by party leaders as a strong vote of confidence in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Party stakeholders describe the wins as a political endorsement of ongoing reforms, while opposition figures argue that local dynamics, not federal performance, determine the outcomes. Political analysts say the results could shape momentum heading into 2027. Mr. Ochel, I'd like to know your take.
All right. Looking at that very headline from The Nation, I would say that I do not expect anything less from The Nation newspaper, and not that I have any issue with the headline, but there are other statements for me that is attached, and one would, even in my dreams, expect to see such headlines from the Nation.
Yeah.
If I'd seen such headline from other news media, then I may be more worrisome as to that interpretation and why things are this way.
Yeah.
However, we did see the election, the uncycled election that did happen, especially on Saturday. That's not to say that I want to water down the victory of APC in this very election, but be as if we know that elections are, as they happen, there are other factors that determine what happens. At times, when you see a vote going to a particular party, sometimes these are protest votes, not because people love the party, but at times again, it has to do with the individual who is being fielded in that very election. So one may not begin to attribute such victory as an endorsement for APC. When I look at it, when the Nation is talking about this being an endorsement of the APC, APC government, I beg to differ, because I am quite aware that other parties who participated in this election, some are going to court. A lot of issues are being raised as to regards the freeness, the fairness, and the credibility of that process. But one thing that worries me most when I read the report from Aneke is speaking to voter apathy in this very election, and that's quite worrisome. What I expected Nation this morning to dwell on is how do we get people out and not to begin to celebrate what we saw, for example, in Abuja, Rivers State, as a victory for APC. What we should be looking at is celebrating a victory for democracy, thinking that with our experience coming forward from 2023, and with all the protests that we witnessed to seeing that the electoral amendment is such that will bequeath to Nigerians an election that is very credible. We saw those things that were wrong with our election. And I asked the question, which is why I will go to Mr. Rex, for example. I raised the question, were there vote buy-ins? The answer is affirmative. Were thugs empowered in this very election? The answer is in the affirmative. Were party officials interfering with the process? The answer would equally be in the affirmative. And these are the things that are wrong with our election. So giving credence to this election as an endorsement for the ruling APC, I'm not entirely, for example, I'm no longer entirely affiliated to parties, but I'm affiliated to various individuals. If President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing well, I would commend him as an individual, not as a party. This is where we are in Nigeria, where we want to deal with the various individuals and not give to party supremacy. For us, democracy is such that all political parties should thrive. If you go forward to reading other news, you will be quite, it will be quite disenchanted with the fact that as at this point in time, if we were to go into a general election, we are being told that only APC and perhaps 4 other political parties may be able to field a candidate or be prepared for the next general election. It becomes worrisome. Then you now begin to ask questions. What happened to the rest of them? Over 10 political parties. What happened to them? Remember, there's been a lot of accusation pointing fingers towards the ruling political party as to, causing chaos in other political parties to ensure that they are not stable enough to challenge them in the next election. People call it politics. Me, I call it a danger to our democracy. So when the Nation writes and eulogizing and saying that this is an endorsement of the ruling APC, I take exception, not because I do not agree with them or I do not agree with APC entirely. There are policies of APC that I am quite attracted to. But be that as it may, what we request and what we want is a very fair free, fair, credible election. And for me, this very election did not pass that test. And those are the things I was expecting the nation to speak to keep INEC on their toes, to better the process. But however, is a marathon. You understand? We won't get there in a day. There are improvements, but we expect more. However, what do I know? I do not know much. But Mr. Rez, let me get you into the conversation. You follow the process. And here is the Nation newspaper telling us that, yes, the APC did sweep the election in Abuja, and likewise in other areas, the unsettled election that witnessed in Kano, Rivers, and Abuja. And they are saying that this an endorsement of the workings of this government and APC as a political party.
Well, let me even start from the fact. Your position is an indictment to the Nation newspapers. You are probably portraying that because it is somehow related to the ruling party, that is exactly why they had to come out with such a news. They call it news. Possibly you think it is an opinion or, you know, an editorial kind of formed into news. So, but then it depends on the perspective that a newspaper editorial board wants to go. They felt that winning elections at the Federal Capital Territory, Rivers State, and of course at Kano, the House of Assembly seats in Kano, comes a complete endorsement. Well, for a party that has 29 governors and counting, because they have been able to woo even those who are, brought into power by other various political parties. And then you ask yourself, what were these political parties doing when their governors and members in the National Assembly and people at home in the state assemblies were wooed into joining the APC? What is the magic? Were they sharing money? We ask ourselves that question. If there's any sort of thing like that, then we owe that to corruption. If they do not share money, then it means the persons who have joined the APC are interested in joining the APC. So with that supporter base, which I believe there is a huge supporter base for the APC, where some of these political parties, especially the then main opposition party, the PDP, went into turmoil. People are accusing Wike as being the log in the wheel of progress in PDP. That is why he is in PDP, both in the PDP and of course in spirit in APC, because he's serving an APC government. And of course the election which nation is applauding as an endorsement is an election which Wike, as the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, sat on as the de facto governor of the Federal Capital Territory. That is where he put to play, we all know him, he put to play what he knows to do best. After all, we know Wike and what he can do. Yeah. And those things he can do, he did in Abuja. And that's exactly why it is so. We know that the members of other political parties are not happy with what transpired. We will see how they will react to it, because it is important that when things like that happens, like you said, that there were certain things that we did not get to the standard. Of course, the demands of the people of Nigeria, and that could be why they were, demonstrating against the just amended Electoral Act because it did not meet with the aspiration of Nigerians, that those things were seen in the elections, which were irregularities. Those things are the things that the people must continue to make a demand on, to interrogate. And I expect that the other political parties will have to stand up to the occasion and see if there are irregularities in the elections at these various places where elections held last Saturday. They should be able to challenge the outcome of those elections. That's my expectation. And if it is challenged, we believe that the courts will not fold their hands, and that's to the tune of the APC. If the courts have ever done that, we're expecting that it will no longer do it, because Nigerians are now alert to seek for their rights.
All right, thank you very much. But for clarity, looking at the Nation newspaper, I am not indicting them for any, for any other relationship they may have. But for me, I felt that what we needed from the Nation newspaper is an exposition of the election proper, not fronting for us the opinion of APC members who, in the euphoria of victory, will tell you that, yes, this is an endorsement of Mr. President. But for me, I expected that the Nation newspaper would be, being a reputable media agency, will give us detailed information of what we saw so that the nation would learn lessons from this, especially moving into 2027, that would be the general election proper. I'm not saying that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not doing well, but I'm saying that there were a lot of things in this election that does not speak to democracy. Democracy is enriched by participation and healthy competition. And my question is, was the competition healthy? Was there popular participation? Were there underhand dealings in this election? These are, for me, the questions that we will have to deal with going forward into 2027 general election. Were there underhand dealings? Were there interference? Was the process, will the process be said to be free, fair, and credible overall? At the end of the day, these are the things that matter in an election. And this is what one expects that the media agencies should highlight so that we'll learn lessons from there. And that's my position on that.
All right, thank you very much for that. And this is where we call it a day on our newspaper review. Please do not forget that you can grab physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the paper online for more broader information. And up next, we'll be going over or moving over to our sports oracle, Good Hope, the man himself. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for that sport newspaper analysis. So here in the world of sports, what we are going to have today, we are going to see what is happening from the newspaper headline in the world of sports. What is, I think that's a very good place to start, basically, because a lot of things happened just over the weekend. There were Premier League matches, there were La Liga, there were La Liga matches, then the German Bundesliga, where Bayern Munich trashed Eintracht Frankfurt 3-2. But let's see what's happening with the newspaper headlines. And just in the very first stage, the very first thing we're having there is the Iwobi scores assists as Fulham and Witness run. You know that just last week I told you guys that the Fulham's coach Fabio Silva said that he's not going to rest Iwobi for anything, for any reason, that he actually wants to continue playing Iwobi, even though he just came back from AFCON. So he is going to keep playing him. And being a Nigerian, he has the strength of his motherland. So you are just seeing what happened. That thing he said, he was actually expecting Iwobi to do something, and that has been done by Iwobi. So kudos to our very own Iwobi. And just going through the whole newspaper headlines, there are news about Nigerians just down in the on target as Onwatu scored 17 Super League goals. league on target as Onacho scores the Super League 17th goal. He is the highest goal scorer in the Super League, so he is doing so well. This is Paul Onacho, the one who played for Super Eagles, just concluded AFCON 2025. And still talking about Nigerians, so we have Lukman. It was Suarez's record in Atletico Madrid. Lukman he has played just not up to 7 matches, but he is just smashing records in Atletico Madrid. That is making a lot of sense. And I think there is this thing about Nigerians in the world of football making it so big. Ademola Lukman, congratulations to you for the records. There's no match he does not contribute a goal or he does not contribute an assist. He is super good right now, and I think he is the right man that Atletico needs for the game that they have been playing. Still moving on, we have Adebayo, that's up in left section. Adebayo slams Aroko Dare over penalty miss. This is Wolves player. This is also Nigerian. He missed the penalty in their game just in the Premier League, and Adebayo had to just finish this guy. Of course, people miss penalties, so we will see what happens at the end of the day as we move on. Now, coming down just under it, you have Rosenord rages over poor display. Chelsea's game on Saturday was a poor display from what the coach said, that he was not expecting his team to play such a game. But we are going to see what happens, even though they had a 1-1 draw, which some people were happy, some people were not happy. Chelsea is now just 40. It's the same point with Manchester United. And in the league table, they are topping Manchester United because Manchester United are going to play tonight against Everton. The blockers, I call them the blockers because they play a lot of defense. And if they ever score you first, you will not score, or you may score very late, and that will be a problem for Manchester United. Now let's just go to the results. Just in the Nigerian Professional Football League, what happened over the weekend? Our very own Rangers International of Enugu, they had a 0-0 draw with Castina United, and Abia Warriors had a 1-goal win against Kwara United, and Ikorodu with Bayelsa United had a 1-1 draw. Kano Pillars with El Kanemi Warriors, they had a 3 Kano Pillars won El Kanemi Warriors by 3-0. Then Kaji Rot won Niger Tornadoes 2-0, and Nasarawa United won Dendel Insurance 1-0. Plateau United won 3SC by 4-1, and Rivers United versus Enima Football Club of Aba had a 1-1 draw. So that is how it happened over the weekend. And tonight we're expecting the game. Like I told you, by 9 p.m. Manchester United is going to face Everton, and it's going to be one of the matches that will determine the fate of Manchester United in their top 4 pursuits. Yes, that is something we are expecting. Of course, Arsenal won their game, and Arsenal has been on the lookout as people who were expecting to have the trophy. Now they are 5 points clear of Manchester City. Even at that, they are not so clear of having their hopes all on the trophy. We're going to see what happens at the end of the whole thing. So yes, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for those in-depth analysis on the sports world, and kudos to Arsenal for being able to win the match at the end of the day. I'm moving up to the business update, starting from the Nigerian stock market, which closed the week on a positive note on Friday, February 20th, 2026. The market remained in green territory as investor sentiment stayed strong, particularly in the insurance and banking sector. The all-share index ASI rose by 0.99% to close at 194,989.77 points, up from the previous day's 193,073.57 points. Market capitalization also saw a significant boost, closing at approximately 125.16 trillion naira. The top 5 gainers, we know that the gainers chance was led by healthcare and financial stocks, with several hitting the maximum daily limit. Starting from fixing healthcare, which closed trading at a 6 naira 90 kobo, making a positive plus 10% adjustment. They are followed by Jaiz Bank, which closed at 11 naira, making equally a positive adjustment in the plus 10. And then we have MPF Microfinance Bank, which closes trading at 6 naira 27 kobo, equally in the positive plus 10%. And here is Deep Capital Management closing its trading at 7 naira 62 kobo in the positive plus 9.96%. And we have Custodian and Allied Insurance, which closes book at 70 naira 25 kobo, making a plus 9.94% positive adjustment. And looking at the loser side was dominated by the technology and insurance sectors, which faced some profit taking. And here we are seeing Secure Electronic Tech closing trading at 1 naira 62 kobo in the negative of 10% negative adjustments. They are followed by Sovereign Trust Insurance, which closed this book at 2 naira 32 kobo, equaling the negative 9.73% adjustment. And we saw Ella Lex closing trading at 12 naira 80 kobo in the negative of 7.91%. International Energy Insurance followed suit, closing trading at 3 naira 40 kobo in the negative of 5.56%. And we are seeing ABC Transport in the league of losers, closing trading at 9 naira as at that date, a negative minus 5.76%. And looking at the market summary, we saw that the total volume traded was 820.5 million units of shares, valued at 28.32 billion naira. And we'll tell you that the market breadth is positive, as we had 53 gainers versus 23 losers. And the top traded stock was by volume Japol Gold. And moving on to the Naira performance, we'll tell you that the Naira delivered a standard performance, particularly in the parallel market, making it strongest showing in nearly 2 years. As at Friday, February 20th, 2026, the currency benefited from increased foreign exchange liquidity and the continued impact of the Central Bank of Nigeria's reform strategies. And when we look at the market observation, we saw that the gap between the official and parallel market rates has shrunk to just 6 naira 32 kobo. This convergence is a major milestone for the CBN, as it reduces the incentive for currency speculation and round tripping. Then at the other end is the foreign reserve boost. As of mid-February, Nigeria's foreign reserve rose to 48.5 billion US dollars, providing the cushion necessary to defend the Naira's value. And again, when we look at the market sentiments, analysts point to the full-scale operation of the Dangote refinery as a major factor reducing the demand for dollars, as Nigerians rely less on imported petroleum. Yes, and then we can tell you that as at Friday, that at the parallel market, the Naira closed at 1,340 Naira as against the dollar. And while at the official window, we will tell you that the Naira closed at 1,346 Naira 32 kobo against the dollar. And that is it for the business update. But please, while we let you know that the market is already open and trading has commenced, we plead with you to, before you make any financial investment in the Nigerian stock market, please do consult a certified financial expert due to the volatility of the market. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. And also, we call it a day here on Sunrise. It's always a pleasure having you here on our show every morning. Please do not forget to follow us all across our social media platforms, across Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, X, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. And I'm Deborah Wakaba.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Res Arum, for those in-depth analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, for having me.
It's always a pleasure to have you. And to you, Mr. Goodhope, the man of many parts, mental mechanic, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us on Sunrise here at Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way. Same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, to a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that will charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I will put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. They are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm, because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, you know, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, you know, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable, but it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, or fail, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting, because, you know, when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, you know, and many persons live with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might use electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the electricity system in our society will now begin to understand that they are serving people, and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way. Because, you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry or whatever I should call it, understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed, but they collect money on a regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should like reduce it a little. The amount for buying unit of light, they should like bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below, let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Nigeria's southeast has taken a significant step towards long-term economic transformation with the unveiling of the Southeast Vision 2050 framework, a regional development blueprint aimed at driving industrialization, integration, and investment across the 5 states. The framework emerged from a 4-day regional stakeholders forum held in Enugu, convened by the Southeast Development Commission with support from the Office of the Vice President and state governments. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who formally launched the initiative, described Vision 2050 as a strategic turning point designed to institutionalize development planning beyond electoral cycles. He emphasized the need for continuity, policy, coordination, and infrastructure-led growth, noting that sustainable regional prosperity requires deliberate long-term strategy rather than short-term interventions. A central pillar of the Vision 2050 agenda is regional integration, positioning the Southeast as a unified economic bloc rather than 5 independent markets. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State called for a borderless regional economic model capable of achieving scale, competitiveness, and stronger investor appeal. For too long, we have operated in silos, the governor said, stressing that economic integration is essential for infrastructure efficiency, industrial expansion, and shared growth. Stakeholders at the forum underscored infrastructure and energy as critical enablers of the region's economic ambitions. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State highlighted the importance of coordinated power systems and logistical networks, arguing that shared energy solutions could significantly reduce industrial costs and improve productivity. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State emphasized the role of the SEDC in advancing interstate projects, including transport corridors, rail links, and security frameworks, all seen as vital to unlocking regional value chains. Industry leaders welcomed the initiative but stressed the need for implementation discipline. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria called for prioritization of renewable energy, shared industrial infrastructure, and access to long-term financing. Manufacturers noted that investor confidence would depend largely on bankable projects, infrastructure reliability, and policy stability. Analysts say Vision 2050 represents a notable advancement in regional planning, reflecting broad political alignment, federal linkage, and institutional coordination. However, they caution that the blueprint success will ultimately be measured by tangible outcomes, including infrastructure delivery, increased investment flows, and job creation. Security, workforce development, and access to capital remain key structural challenges that the framework must address to achieve its objectives. The Southeast Vision 2050 initiative signals a strategic recalibration in regional development thinking, embedding long-term planning, economic integration, and coordinated investment priorities. With stakeholders' consensus now established, attention shifts to execution, accountability, and measurable impact. The
the decisive factors that will shape the initiative's legacy.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you a bit of issues, topical headlines, policies shaping our nation. Today is no exception as we look at Nigeria, the naked truth. They call it the giant of Africa, a nation of boundless spirit and untapped potential. But beneath those patriotic anthems and the resilient smiles of over 250 million people lies a jeering paradox. We aren't here to polish the image or offer comfortable cliches. Tonight, we're here for Nigeria, the naked truth. Welcome to a no-holds-barred conversation where we strip away the propaganda, the excuses, the elite illusions. Streets are starving, and Naira is struggling for stability. Bandits own the highways while billions vanish into security budgets. Trust in Aneke, courts, and political elites dead on arrival, I hear you say. As 2027 looms, incumbents grip power and opposition fractures, tonight we confront it raw. No miracle saviors, no level playing fields, no fairy tales. Will leaders face this brutal reality or keep Nigerians in the dark? We are here asking the questions that keep citizens awake and the powerful on edge. Is the system broken, or was it designed this way? And more importantly, can the truth actually set us free? Joining us to navigate this complex political landscape is a man who doesn't shy away from the hard facts, a scholar and a visionary voice for reform. Please welcome to The Insight, Dr. Gossin Eze. It's a pleasure to have you on The Insight one more time.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, viewers.
You're welcome, Doc. Doc, we're looking at Nigeria, the naked truth. Here, we'll confront the political reality facing us, staring us in the face. And yes, before we start talking about the nitty-gritty, and I want to bring you into the conversation with the popular balance when you hear Nigerians say, nothing did this country again. I don't know if you've heard people say that. Nothing did this country again. Speaking to the economy, what comes to your mind, Doc?
It's unfortunate that people will have that line of thought. There's no country in the world where everything is good and everything is smooth. No country in the world. If you narrow it down to families, there's no family where you don't have a leaking roof. No matter the type of family. So when people are looking for, I'm a realist. I'm not an idealist. Idealist will tell you that things are supposed to be like this. But realist will say things are never equal. It's a common balance in economics. All things being normal. There's never a time everything is normal. But in any case, what you may ask is, do we make progress? What is the pace of the progress being made? What impact is it having on the generality? I'm one of those Nigerians who believe that Our problem is that we know our problem, but we don't want to tackle it headlong.
Sorry, let me interject a bit. You're not saying that there's an absence of a problem, but like every other country in the world will feel the same way, the same problems. Every family has a leaking roof. But here again, you say the problem with us is that not that we don't know that we have a problem. We know what our problems are, but we are refusing to confront them.
Yes.
Doc.
Genuinely. Of course, we may not confront all of them. You understand what I mean? We have somebody, if somebody tells you your problem is that you don't know your problem, what does it mean? What is it saying? You have a problem, you don't know your. If you are going to a medical doctor, you go to the doctor will tell you what is wrong with you. You say, I have this. It's what you tell the doctor that he bases his prescription. Okay? But if you come to a doctor and say, what's the problem? You say, I don't know. So it's a problem on your side that you don't know your problem. There are classes of Nigerians who never will, there are people who will never see anything good in any administration. And it is a common saying in psychology that there are people who will always hate you, no matter what you do for them. You may have that example in your homes. People you help, people you try to touch their lives, they still hate you. So it is the same with all these our leaders. It's a dilemma they are all passing through. The same people who are praising you today, if you go out tomorrow, they are the people that will pull you down, who write and give information, leak some official information to the agencies for your persecution. The people you helped. But the problem with Nigeria particularly is the political equation, which some people have not understood. Some of these political aspirants do not understand the political equation of Nigeria.
And that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
All right.
And you see some part of the country crying more than others because they don't understand the terrain.
Okay.
Especially those who are projecting themselves as political torch bearers.
Okay.
If, for example, in the southeast, there are people who believe that they are the only people that can speak for the Igbo man.
All right. Doc, I'll come to that, but let me still get your opinion on another issue before we delve into that terrain. And that's, you've spoken to the economy and you made us aware that the challenge here is not the absence of the problem. We know what the problem is, but we are refusing to confront it. Good.
Even though we are confronting them gradually. And you see the impact.
Okay. Doc.
You can never get, it's a process.
Doc, let me ask.
It's a journey, it's not a destination.
I agree it's a process. But let me ask. I want to bring it home to where we are today. To give it pass mark, would you say that this government has met a pass mark?
I will give this government 60%.
60%?
For the period they have been in
That's
power.
a pass mark. 60 is a pass mark. Why would you give them 60%?
There are so many indices. There are so many indices. Let me mention one or two.
Okay.
As at the time this government came into power, what was the value of Naira per dollar? What is it today?
Okay.
I was watching television yesterday, one of the institutions in the southwest, I can't remember. During their convocation, the vice chancellor said that the students who benefited from the NEL fund is about 4,000. We never had something like that. As at last week, Nigerian Foreign Reserve has risen to almost $49 billion. Highest in the past 13 years. Let me just stop there.
But
look at all the go throughout this country today. You see the infrastructural development taking place.
Granted.
Even if you narrow it to Enugu State.
Granted.
People who have ambition will never see anything good. They will always tell something that is bad.
Okay.
It's not bad to mention it, but their vision is beclouded from seeing the good aspect of a government, and they'll continue to say the other side of it. It's not patriotic.
Okay.
Because even if they go into power, those who are saying that if they get there, by the time they will leave so many things undone.
Right.
So it has become our habit to criticize especially those who don't like the government.
Okay.
Especially those who failed the election.
Especially those who failed election.
Failed the election. They will never see anything good in the person who won the election.
Okay.
They always get up and say, government is not doing this. Government is not doing this. Even in his hometown, he will see what government has done. People whose life have been touched will tell you. But they won't see it. And when they say it to some people, they swallow it hook, line, and sinker.
Okay.
So I'm only trying to say that sometimes, if you look dispassionately from somebody who has been described as a bad man, if you look at that person dispassionately from head to toe, you see some good attributes in him.
Okay.
The same thing with the reverse case.
Okay. All right. Doc, you've painted a very vivid picture of where we are and the progress we've made. But, you know, some, like you rightly pointed out, would argue that despite this change, yes, we'll have the best in our reserve in years, but when you reconcile that against the debt profile as well, it gives, you know, room for worry as well.
If you compare the whole debt profile of Nigeria today, there were some debts before this present administration came to power. So many state governments inherited debts. Those I should say all the state governments today in Nigeria inherited debts incurred by their predecessors. And they come in here, they come and they all are accumulated, and you count it as a person who did it. And the question is, when these loans are brought, are there indices of what have been used, what the loan has been used for? Because if I want to get a loan now, I may have a project at hand. As soon as I get the loan, I plunge it, I put it into the project. But the question is, most of these loans people get, state governments and federal government get, are there projects that are attached to?
Okay.
If you must have been in L by last week or so, L5 was being, the state government, the state House of Assembly, indicted him of almost $143 billion. Loans he got and other things. What did he do with it? So the only problem we have is that we don't even ask questions. If we make our leaders to be accountable, at least it will caution their edge from being excessive. But when you make noise too much in the television, they call you. They give you appointment or give you a contract. You shut up. The common man will believe that things will be better tomorrow, and the person will look forward to a better future. But at least we are not worse off. I have a record of so many countries. Let me use even West Africa countries. Even in Europe, the 7 countries in Europe, if you go to their prisons, many Nigerians are there. And if you profile them further, you see that they come from a particular region, majority of them. You have experience of where you come to streets, you see some street boys, urchins. Tomorrow you say he has gone to Malaysia. What has he gone there to do? To hustle. I had an experience of somebody who wanted to marry my niece. When I interviewed him, he said he's in Spain. I asked him what he's doing in Spain. He said he's hustling. I asked him what hustling meant. He said, I will not understand. Well, it's just to give you an idea.
It is what it is.
It is never rule anywhere in the world. Let it take it from me. Some of these Nigerians who have left this country are stranded abroad, and they don't know how to come home. You think that if you just move from here to London, you push all of them aside and carry their money and come back. For every kobo you earn, you pay tax.
For every kobo you earn, you pay tax.
Pay tax. But here, how many persons pay tax? When Enugu State introduced tax, it was strange for people because they are not being paying tax. They don't know that the value of tax paying, the benefit of tax paying. They stay hitting the roofs. From the record last week, they generated about 400 and something, about 409 billion tax. We can see it. We can see certain things that are being done. that have never been there before. Even those that were there before were moribund have been reactivated. So people don't know that paying tax is a civic responsibility. In Europe, if you evade tax, it's a criminal offense. You'll be treated that way.
Okay. Doc, I'm veering off the script, but listening to you, and that makes me to want to ask, there are a lot of persons, because you've cited Enugu State as an example,
yes.
There are a lot of people who are of the view that Enugu State, people are being overtaxed. Despite the fact that, yes, we are seeing developmental strides, but people complain that they are overtaxed when compared to previous administration.
That's why I said, let me take UK for instance, United Kingdom. More than 70% of their income is through tax. Why shouldn't, when we were small, my father had a bicycle, and that bicycle has a tax, it has a small plate,
tax plate
to show. 80% of the vehicles on the road, as I speak to you today, don't have expired documents and licenses. I was with because sometimes I used to join public transport. One driver was telling, I was sitting in front with him, he was telling somebody, one of the passengers, that we came to a point where there were policemen, the checkpoint. He gave them 200 naira. I asked him why. He said, okay, they waste my time. I asked him, I calculated before him, I said, if you are giving 200 naira a day for 365 days, how much did you give? You calculate it. And then how much are you supposed to pay for your documents, your vehicle particulars, and your, you see, it will triple it. But he doesn't see it that way. If you tell him to pay tax, income tax of maybe 10,000, he will say why. But that road he is flying is built by government. The security, sometimes I used to, praise our security agencies. At night, everybody will go to sleep. And if there's any noise anywhere, you phone the police. They are awake when we are sleeping. People don't see it as a service that government has to. Police doesn't generate money. It is from these taxes that they are paid. There are so many other things government does, which is possible because of tax paid. Why are people complaining? Okay, if you say, if for example you pay 100 naira or 500 naira a day as the commercial vehicles, as it is. 500 naira is paid by how many passengers? Check what you get in a day, and you paid 500 naira daily tax. You have the rest, and you are complaining. How much do you give the security agency on the road? You don't calculate it. And you expect government to do everything for you. So what I'm trying to say, government has a lot of services they have to do, they have to carry out. And they don't have to generate money from air. As it is today, the federal allocation is huge because of the removal of fuel subsidy. People didn't see it. Many people will say, why did you remove it? But this was an era where 3 individuals were milking this country without anybody knowing. And somebody come and say, no. And you can see go check the allocation of states and local governments since the removal of fuel subsidy. It's an economic policy that is paying off. The previous administration in Enugu, for instance, how much were they getting from federal allocation? How much were they generating internally? Because people will say, if people pay tax, they won't vote for me. It's arrant nonsense. People should know that the paying tax is a civic responsibility. Government is not using it. And when you are seeing what government is doing with it, you will say, oh, what does most of this structural activities taking place in Enugu State, for instance. Sometimes I personally wonder how the money is coming from. But we had previous administrations that left without anything as legacy left behind. I'm emotional about this. People should pay tax. People shouldn't complain.
People shouldn't complain?
Yes. It's a civic responsibility. It's a civic. If you are told to pay tax, you should pay it.
All right. I've getting your perspective on the Nigerian economy and why we need to pay tax. But let's look at security. And when you move from Abuja to Zamfara, people now talk of no road safe again. You know, and I ask, given these huge security budgets that we have, our collaboration with the United States government, why are we not seeing the requisite change? Just the other day, 50 persons were killed in cold blood in Zamfara.
That's a problem. That's a perspective people don't understand about security and the nature of security challenges we have in this country.
Okay.
There's a difference between a war where you have a red line. Assuming the insurgents in this country, there's a red line. They are this side. We are this side. Nigeria is this side. You will see them. Like during the war, Nigerian Biafra war. There was a red line. You see the enemy coming. But in this, the insecurity we have in this country is a situation where you don't know who the enemy is. There's no red line. The insurgents can infiltrate a community without anybody knowing that. Before they even come, they will go carry out intelligence about the community. And when they strike and go. So it is a security challenge that there's nothing we can do. There's no way you can say we wait for them here. When they come here, we shoot them. They are mobile. And again, the communities to themselves, they should realize that they should equally play a very important role in profiling people they see in their community. So the insecurity, so far, I should say we have tried even to contain them. Otherwise, they would have overrun this country.
All right, Doc, let me interject a bit. You know, when I listen to your analysis, and I realize, okay, perhaps this is in the form of a guerrilla
warfare. Yes.
But again, there are two issues here. One, the government keep telling us that we are not at war, that they are on top of the situation.
Yes.
Secondly, when we look at what happened in Zamfara just on Saturday, we were told that over 150 motorbikes were deployed by the insurgents. 150 bikes is so noticeable that they can't traverse from one community to another community without the security network being able to detect that movement. And again, one may want to say that there's a failure of intelligence for these insurgents to continue to operate till this time in Nigeria.
Let me give you an example with Mexico. The FARC was there for more than 25 years, insurgents. The same thing in Sri Lanka. The Tamil Tigers, that operated for more than 25 years. The problem is that when there are new security challenges, the security agencies will introduce another system or another method to contain the new and the emerging situations. This guerrilla warfare and the method these insurgents are using is a new challenge. There was a time when in your house at night, the chief knocks at the door. You say, who is that? The chief will run away. But if you say it now, if they say we are armed robbers, open the door, what do? Another is an emerging security challenge. There was a time the armed robbers were waiting for passengers on the highway, collecting their money raw, because they are going to market. With the introduction of transfer of money, they no longer carry cash. They went to the bush and started kidnapping people. And it's a new security challenge. And the security agencies are devising counter, method to counter the emerging and the new security challenges. It's the same thing with this. It will take time. But if not because of the activities of the activities of the security agencies at combating them, they would have overrun us. It may take some time, but there is the security agencies are making some progress.
They are making some progress.
Yes. And like I said, it's a process.
It's a process.
It's not yet the destination.
Okay.
But we must get there with time.
All right. Hopefully, every Nigerian wants to get
like
there.
you rightly said, intelligence gathering is very important. But the communities themselves will equally be involved in the intelligence gathering. Okay, sometimes you hear they feed the people there. If I take, for example, the kidnappers, they feed their victims. Where do they buy the food? They go to the market, mix with the people, buy the food, and go back to the bush. These are all security challenges which the security agencies are trying to contain it by intelligence gathering. A lot of them are being massacred. Most of them are being. They can come with any system, but you don't know where they plan it, how they plan it. You will see the execution. And by the time, most times, when they must have operated and gone, the security people will come, say we deploy troops to, cordon the area when the damage has already been done. Yeah, but at least no government would wish this kind of thing happening to us. But we are not running away from it. There must always be victims. There must always be victims in any insurgent, move. Insurgent move.
Yeah, but Doc, let's take another approach to this. And I want to ask, given the position of the United States Congress on this issue, where they said the will and the courage of our government to confront this challenge, and I ask, given that at the convergence of the Northern Governors meeting or forum, they did canvass for suspension of mining in northern states, at least for 6 months. And I dare ask, does our government lack the will to implement such? And is it possible that this whole insecurity is tied around economics and economic prosperity of few individuals?
Why not? Why not? If you go to the north, there are so many mineral, very costly and valuable mineral resources there. These insurgents also mine to get money to effect their dubious acts. I think last week or 2 weeks ago, the Minister for Solid Mineral gave an order that there should be no mining in Wase, one of the towns in Plateau State. Why did he give such directive? There must have been a reason. So if in DR Congo, there's a conflict there. It is the mining, the mineral-rich areas that is being, you have the war. Because as soon as, when they get this mineral, they use it to buy arms and then carry out their nefarious activities.
So, in other words, Doc, will one not be right to say that government is prioritizing finance in terms of revenue to confronting this challenge, the clean of people in Nigeria? They could have the courage, the boldness to suspend mining activity in Nigeria, at least for 6 months, as the northern governors did canvass. So we'll stem the tide of insecurity.
What I'm trying to tell you, the type of insecurity we have is not the type that there's a red line. Insurgents, you don't know where they are. You don't know the number of them. You don't know when they plan for any activity, any attack. You are not there. But if there's a red line, you know these people, you are at the other side, you are in the northern part of this country, we are in the southern part of this country, the middle belt becomes the red line. Then you know whom you are pursuing. This is a war that you don't know who the enemy is. And there's no way you can identify, it's not written in their face. So how do you know who is? Do you know if you're an insurgent? Even though I come to this studio. I may come here, you may know that I've come here to gather information about everywhere, and when I strike, you will say it was a precise strike.
It was a precise strike?
Yes.
All right.
But I can assure you, the government is not holding its arms. It's doing something. As new challenges emerge, the new counter challenge emerges also.
Right.
Even the training, most of our security agencies are undergoing now. One of them is on intelligence gathering. You know, there's one plane we have. I don't know how it operates now, the Super Tucano. It can stay in the air for 31 hours, carrying out intelligence and surveillance activity to identify where they are, where the insurgents are, and gather all the information. Recently, the America has sent in some non-combatant soldiers. The activity is more of surveillance and intelligence gathering. Where are they? How many are they? If you say the insurgents are in this bush, what is their number? What type of arms and ammunition do they have? Before you can confront them, so that you go with a more superior, firepower.
All right.
If you are able to identify. And again, one other problem our security agencies are having, when these criminals kidnap people and they are staying with their victims, they use them as shield. And if Nigerian Air Force will come to bomb them, you bomb also the victims. So it's a challenge. So as much as possible, they are taking time not to bomb everybody. It happened in Morocco. When there was intelligence, they kidnapped a lot of people. The president said, I give you 6 hours to release those people. Otherwise, all of you will become smoldering heap of wreckage. They refused. After 6 hours, they bombed the whole place, even the victims and their captors. It ended. But we don't want to do it this way. Not that we don't know most times where they are and how many. You may not know how many they are and number of camps they have. It's unfortunate that youths will have to relocate to the bush to carry out such nefarious activities against their own people.
All right. On that note, Doc, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll look at election issues.
Okay.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and if you're just joining us, we're looking at Nigeria, the naked truth, and with us in the studio to dissect these whole issues is Dr. Gosn Eze, a scholar and a visionary voice, a national affairs analyst. Dr. Gosn, it's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Yeah.
Let's go into the election on trust and institutions, and I ask, we look at the fact that on incumbency and the 2027 election battlefield, we can see that the ruling party is holding the presidency, most states, and the security structure. Now I ask, 2027, realistically, will it be a contest or more like a coronation?
Before I go to 2027, let's flash our mind back to 2023.
Okay.
By the time Tinubu won the election, he wasn't an incumbent.
But there was a contest.
Yeah, let's take. You mentioned the word incumbent.
Yes.
So he had no incumbency advantage.
Then.
Yet he was able to win the election.
He was in the ruling party.
Yes, but he wasn't the incumbent.
But that counts for something.
So what I'm only trying to say is that Jonathan was an incumbent. Buhari came and dislodged him.
Okay.
I'm only trying to tell you that if you have a good candidate and who has been able to convince people about his ability to give better leadership. Incumbency may not be a factor.
May not be a factor?
Yes.
So you don't see that as a factor going into 2027?
Why are you talking about 2027? The question is how many political parties are showing commitment and mobilizing? Okay? How many political parties are mobilizing?
And that's part of the accusation, Doc. If one begins to look at it, the opposition are fragmented. We're looking at a PDP that is fighting itself. We look at a Labour Party that's been struggling, with the structure, and in practical terms, it will, in a long way, shape 2027 race.
When we get to the bridge, we cross. If the opposition can come together, okay, with a credible arrowhead.
With a credible arrowhead.
Let me tell you, before APC came dislodged PDP, there was a credible arrowhead, which is Buhari.
Okay.
Buhari was sure of 12 million votes from the north. In the present coalition, for instance, who is the arrowhead?
Okay.
And they will shout and say that the election, in fact, at the end of the day, they will say that the election had been rigged because of the power of incumbency. It's not always. That's why I said earlier that there's nothing you can ever do in this country that everybody will say yes, no matter how good it is.
Okay.
There are people who have even concluded that the election will be a formality, that the ruling party has already finished everything, that the ruling party appointed the Aneke chairman and the state rec and all those things. There are things they are telling people to make them believe that the election must be rigged. Election was conducted in Abuja over the weekend. Out of the 6 council areas, APC won 5, PDP won 1. Other political parties are already saying they rigged the election. There was low turnout of voters. If there is low turnout of voters, those who didn't come, are they only for opposition? If there is low turnout, it affects everybody. If there is a infrastructure problem in an area, it affects every candidate. So why do you say already people believe that APC will win? And when the result is mentioned, they say they rigged it. And when they win, they will not say, like most of the judicial pronouncements, whenever the judiciary pronounces victory for any candidate, you say this is justice for the common man. But when he loses, he said that that's injustice.
Okay.
It's a common.
All right. I understand you quite well, but let's look at the coalition. Do you believe what's your view on the coalition, first of all?
It's already collapsed. As far as I think.
Why would you say that?
Who is the arrowhead?
Perhaps it's part of the gimmicks for nobody to know who the arrowhead is until it's time.
No, but there must be somebody who the coalition is fronting to be the arrowhead. Who is the coalition fronting now as the arrowhead?
Okay.
Peter Obi is running for the party, ticket. Atiku is running for the party ticket. Amechi and others. Who amongst them do you think should be the arrowhead? Assuming Peter Obi wins the primaries, but he's more of pressing for consensus.
Okay.
Atiku said there must be primary. Whoever wins in the primary will go. Who amongst them will win that primary and other members of that coalition will give him support, unflinching support? That's none of them. They're already discordant tones. And again, the political equation in Nigeria does not favor any one of them.
How do you mean?
Let me use what happened in Enugu State during the contest between Ayogeze and Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi.
Okay.
If I go is from Sokas in Enugu North Senatorial Zone.
Sokas is Oba, yes.
Ayogu came in. From all indications, Ayogu was in APC. There was that fear that APC is going to rig the election in favor of Ayogu. Then we went to Nkanu, now there's Enugu East Senatorial Zone, telling them that he has served 1 year, that if they vote for him, he will serve 1 more year, and then it will go to Enugu East.
Yeah.
But if Ayogu wins, he's going to serve 8 years. And when he serves 8 years, it means Nkanu people have to wait for 12 years.
Okay.
The same scenario will play out now.
The same scenario will play out.
Yes.
But we've seen
look,
we've seen these men.
Let me anchor it on what you asked me.
Okay.
The North will not like somebody who will tell them that he will only he will only be the president for 4 years and give handover to them. It's a story that none of them will believe. And it is better for them for Tinubu to complete 8 years. That's 4 more years before the power is shifted to them, than somebody who will come and then stay 8 years again, and they have to stay for 12 years. I'm trying to tell you this is what will play out in that election.
Okay.
From my experience. And again, what is the political bloc that can dislodge Southwest and North? During Buhari coalition with Tinubu, Buhari was sure of Northwest. Any presidential candidate in Nigeria that does not have majority of the vote in Northwest and Southwest, the person will never win the presidency, based on number of registered voters and their voting attitude. So what I'm trying to say, the coalition, to me, is a good idea, but it's not going to work.
It's not going to work?
Yes.
So you do not see these men coming to work together?
They can't. They can't.
Okay.
Because all of them have voting ambition. And what you notice is that whenever some of them lose the primaries, they will jump into another political party.
Okay.
Where they can always get consensus, opportunity without passing through voting. You remember Peter Obi was in PDP. When he saw he wouldn't get the ticket in PDP, he jumped to Labour Party. He didn't undergo any primaries. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is that, and these are, most Nigerians are saying, all these people being mentioned have been there before in one way or the other. What else are they coming to introduce new? They are preparing their manifesto now. And by the time they release their manifesto, we'll see if it is what they are going to write there in their manifesto is different from what they have been saying.
It will be different from what they've been saying.
We shall see when the manifesto comes out, whether they are going to share something that is different from what they have been doing and saying when they were even vice president or governors or whatever.
All right. But let me track back a bit. Looking at the coalition, who would you say is more potent to challenge the APC should that person get the ticket? Your friend Peter Obi?
I don't see any one of them.
Even your friend?
My friend.
Peter Obi?
Yes. Can't.
You don't see him as...
Yeah, Atiku can't. Amechi can't.
So...
Erufai can't. Who again? You see, challenging somebody is that if you want to challenge an enemy in warfare, if you are planning war, if you get intelligence, you look for intelligence of your opponent. And what you'll be after is, what type of weapon do they have? Then if you know the type of weapon they have, the first thing you have to do is to make sure you go to that war with a weapon that is superior to your opponent. What is the superior political sagacity and the political background and political bloc that you are going to the battle with? The way I know the Yorubas, this is Tinubu is going to sweep the soul of Southwest this time around with very wide margin.
With very wide margin.
Could just note it. Then the North will give him support because after 4 years, it will be their turn. That's why some people are advising Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso is the Kwankwaso or Kwankwaso?
Yeah, Kwankwaso.
Not to join any political party now because it's a good material for the North.
A good material for
yes,
the North.
but he's hobnobbing with ADC even though he hasn't come out openly. The North, they are more politically organized than other areas. But if you come to the Southeast, who is the candidate of the Southeast to go and challenge other parts of? If you look at the registered voters, across the geopolitical zones, Southeast is the lowest. Assuming everybody in Southeast votes for any particular candidate, it won't be enough. We need to go into alliance with other blocks. It worked during the time of Zik and Shagari. When NPP, NPN accord took place, it was because of that we got the Speaker of House of Representatives that time, Edwin Umezogi. We got the Vice President because there was alliance between NPN and the NPP. Okay. What is the political alliance between the Southeast and which other zone now? Where you can say you are going to get 70% of Southeast, and then you get 70% of maybe South-South or North Central. And the scenario that played out the other 2023 election is no longer there.
It's no longer there.
Yes.
Even with the obedient movement and the clamor for
where is the obedient
miracle candidates.
Where is the obedient movement? Where do they stay? Where are they? Oh, these are perceptions. Yes, during that last election, there was two major factors determining that election: ethnicity and religion. When Tinubu chose the vice president, who is a Muslim, he said Muslim ticket. Then the Christians say no. It was a factor that penetrated into the voting voting mentality.
You don't see that happening again going forward into 2027?
I'm telling you, it's not going to work.
It's not going to work. Okay.
Even if there is, I should think that we should be thinking of the Southeast particularly. We should be thinking of a zone that we can, have alliance with. But for us alone to do it, to make it, it's not possible.
But do you think that Peter will represent the interests of the Southeast in this contest?
Which contest?
Going into.
He's not yet a candidate. When he emerges as a candidate from any political party, then we can look at it.
Do you think he can emerge in ADC?
I'm not in ADC, so I can't say until they have their primaries.
Given all that, the likes of Atiku Abubakar, former governor of Rivers.
If there is primary where delegates will come and vote, let me tell you what will play out. The Southwest, candidates from Southwest will vote for Atiku. Because
why would they do that?
They will do it because they wouldn't like they would like Atiku to come because they know Atiku may not win.
They know Atiku may not win.
Yes. But by the time the primary is finished, P2B is out. Amaechi is out, assuming Atiku wins. But I'm trying to tell you that another problem that P2B may experience is the fact that when a party is formed like this ADC, it was Atiku and others that initiated it. And they will always betray somebody whom they don't like at the time when the person will need them most. You have to be very careful with this. It happened previously when Tambuwal and others withdrew for Atiku few days before the primaries, and Atiku won. Okay. So the thing is that within ADC, if they are going to conduct primaries where delegates will come and vote, I doubt if it will be a win. Okay. But if there is consensus and they give it to him, even Atiku say go, Amaechi say go, you are now kind, and they all come out to support him, it will be a better bargain.
To be a better bargain.
To be a better bargain.
All right, Doc, if I may follow your concern, there seems to be no opposition against the APC going forward.
Why not?
So where is the opposition?
If I take, for example, this council election that was held over the weekend in FCT, PDP won Gwagwalada local government. Was it expected?
Do you see PDP as fragmented as they are, being able to field
But they're able to win one local government out of
Or do
six.
you see them fielding a presidential candidate?
When it's left for them.
All right.
It's left to them.
Right.
And again, one thing you should know is that people's perception is changing a little.
Doc, for want of time, you see, there are a lot of things I would want to engage you on. When I have opportunity of interacting with you, I love to touch on a lot of issues. But for want of time, I would be asking 3 practical actions that you will be advising Nigerians to take between now and the election moving into 2027.
The 3
actions. 3 practical action that you'll be, we've spoken to. No Messiah is coming. There's no savior. And from all looks of things, you tell us as of today, the Southeast is not better positioned. They don't have that bargain. And looking at Nigeria as it is, the APC is still leading. If the FCT will cite the result to go by, and I ask, we've seen the Electoral Act, we've seen the way it went, it's been signed. So, and I'm asking, what would be your practical advice to Nigerians going forward into 2027?
The first advice I'll give Nigerians is they should look at the candidate at all levels of the election, not the party. Even though it may not work. Who is this candidate? What is his record? Or rather, what are his records? What has he done before for we to have confidence in him? Even if he wins or loses, but you vote according to the understanding you have. And another one is, Nigerians should be team players. Anytime that result will be announced, people will say no. There are people who will say no because their own candidate did not win. They should always show some degree of sportsmanship. And then thirdly, they should be able to encourage and contribute. Because I always tell people will say, Nigeria is spoiled, this thing is bad, everything is bad. Ask the person, what are you contributing for yourself? Before I ask you what you contribute for Nigeria. People should always ask this question, what are my contributions to myself? I have a personal business, you have a personal business, you earn your living through that, the other person. But how many are engaged doing something for themselves? That's little contribution you make is going to be a factor for the entire system.
It's going to be a factor for the entire system.
That little contribution you make is a contributing factor to the entire system. But when you don't play your part, you see, sometimes we'll have, when I'm driving on the road like this, when you get to a traffic light post, you just stay there, you watch how people behave. There are people who believe that things will never work in this country. And they never do anything towards making it work. Let us spoil it. Nigeria is spoiled. Nigeria is spoiled. Ask the person what he or she does for his living. So we should look at this country as a place where we have no other place to go. And then as much as possible, help to make your own contribution. And if you are given any opportunity, you have to excel. You have to show in that particular opportunity. But people will use the opportunity for themselves, not for the people that it's supposed to be.
All right. insight, and that's all we can take for today on the insight. And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about what Doc has spoken about, looking at Nigeria, the naked truth. Let's get your opinion with the hashtag the insight on at Aneke TV at YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. That's our handle. And then we've been speaking to Dr. Gosson Eze, who is a scholar, a visionary voice for change, and a national public affairs analyst. Doc, it's been a pleasure speaking with you on the insight.
You're welcome.
All right. So we'll come your way same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Moving over to the headlines. NIMET warns of 3-day weather hazard across Nigeria. Enugu governor allocates 30% of state budget to education. NUJ calls on Abia government to stop street roaming cattle. NERC issues urgent advisory on handling electrocution victims. And now to the details of the news. The African Union has called for an urgent, coordinated military and diplomatic response following a terrorist attack in Zamfara State that left over 50 civilians dead. AU Commission Chairperson Mahmoud Ali Yusuf described the February 21st assault as heinous violation of human rights, noting the well-coordinated nature of the violence. Reports indicate that several women and children were abducted during the attack. The AU has demanded their immediate and unconditional release. Standing in solidarity with Nigeria, Yusuf emphasized that targeting vulnerable population poses a serious threat to regional stability. The AU has pledged continued support for Nigeria's counter-terrorism efforts. However, it insists that stronger collaboration between member states is essential to prevent such attacks from recurring. The Union's message is clear: violent extremism must be confronted collectively to restore peace and security in West Africa's most populous nation. Aneke TV cannot independently verify the exact number of casualties or abductions. 7 people were killed and 3 others critically injured after suspected bandits attacked the Retaliates community in Plateau State on Sunday night. The attackers stormed the Dorowa Babuje district around 7:30 p.m., firing indiscriminately and setting homes and farmlands ablaze. Local residents described the assault as chaotic, with attackers operating without interference. Survivors report that distress calls to the Bokin-Ladi Sector Command of Operation Enduring Peace went unanswered. Community groups, including the Berom Youth Moda Association, have condemned the perceived failure of security agencies and called for review of rural protection strategies. Families are preparing for burials while survivors remain hospitalized. Aneke TV cannot independently verify claims that prior warnings were issued to authorities before the attack. The All Progressive Congress won 5 of 6 chairmanship seats in the Federal Capital Territory area council elections. APC secured victories in Amak, Kuje, Abaji, Buari and Kwali, while the People Democratic Party won only in Kwakwalada. The elections marked the debut of the Electoral Act 2026, which retained manual collation as the primary method. Critics argue that this contributed to low voter turnout, with many polling units nearly deserted. Reports indicated that the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) was used successfully through some high-density areas experienced logistical delays and alleged vote buying. Religious leaders have called for reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results to restore public confidence. Government officials, including Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo, defended the process as credible, while independent observers warned that a 23% voter turnout threatens democratic legitimacy. Aneke TV cannot independently verify the allegations of vote buying or turnout figures. Former Labour Party presidential candidate Mr. Peter Obi has called for urgent reform of the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board (JAMB) registration process ahead of the February 26 UTME deadline. Mr. Obi raised concerns over long queues and overcrowding at JAMB offices, particularly in Amopia and Anambra State. The disruption follows JAMB's prescription of several computer-based test centers for alleged infractions, forcing candidates to use fewer facilities. Obi described the situation as putting students at risk of missing exams due to administrative bottlenecks. He ordered authorities to adopt a more humane approach, suggesting temporary reactivation of sanctioned centers under monitoring. Obi emphasized that students should not suffer due to systemic failures. Governor Mai Mala Buni of Yobe State has adjusted official working hours for public servants during the holy month of Ramadan. Civil servants will now report from 8 o'clock a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday to Thursday and finish at noon on Fridays. The temporary schedule is intended to allow staff more time for religious duties and spiritual reflection while fasting. Officials emphasize that the changes are limited to the duration of Ramadan. The policy is part of government's long-standing tradition of balancing productivity with cultural and religious needs. Normal work hours will resume immediately after Ramadan. The Joint Health Sector Unions, JOHESU, have suspended their industrial action following intervention by the Lagos State House of Assembly. Union Secretary Kabaiwu Bolahan confirmed that all members are to resume duties immediately. The resolution came after consultation with the Nigerian Labour Congress and other stakeholders. The agreement includes no victimization clause to protect striking staff. The Lagos State government described the negotiations as constructive, with both parties pledging ongoing communication to maintain industrial harmony. For residents, the move restores access to uninterrupted healthcare services, while the state establishes timeline to address outstanding union demands. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency (NIMET) has issued a 3-day forecast warning of significant weather changes from Monday to Wednesday. Northern and north-central regions are expected to experience thickening dust haze, reducing visibility in Borno and Yobe State as low as 2 kilometers. The southern states, including Lagos, Rivers, Delta and Cross River, are forecast to experience morning thunderstorms followed by light afternoon rains. Airline operators are advised to monitor flight documentation closely. NIMET has cautioned individuals with respiratory conditions to limit outdoor exposure due to suspended dust particles in the north. Authorities urge residents to stay updated on local airports and road conditions over the 72-hour period. Governor Peter Mbah's administration has allocated over 30% of Enugu State annual budget to education for 3 consecutive years. Speaking through Deputy Ifeanyi Osai, Mbah highlighted this investment as central to transforming Enugu into knowledge-based economy. Nearly 28,000 graduates were celebrated at a consolidated convocation at the Institute of Management and Technology, marking the state focus on academic infrastructure. The state maiden campus hackathon awarded grants to innovative startups including Growdex, Zadi Express and Linear Finance. Winners received cash awards and state backing for technology ventures. The government emphasized that these initiatives aim to convert youthful talent into economic growth. Passengers on the Abuja-Kaduna Railway line have accused the Nigerian Railway Corporation of manipulating the e-ticketing system to create artificial scarcity. Travelers report that coaches appear fully booked online within minutes, while staff allegedly sell seats at higher prices at stations. NRC denies the allegations, stating its platform is synchronized and fraud-proof. Veteran Railway unionists, however, are calling for an independent investigation. Commuters also reported mechanical issues, including overheating power cars that disrupted lighting and air conditioning, turning a 2-hour journey into a 4-hour ordeal. Frustrated passengers are urging increased train frequency and strict enforcement against staff exploiting ticket scarcity. Aneke TV cannot independently verify claims of staff misconduct or ticket manipulation. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, or Aneke TV. Now here's a quick reminder of major developments in the news. NIMET issues 3-day weather alert across Nigeria. Governor Mbah commits 30% of Enugu budget to education. And coming up shortly, NUJ urges Abbey government to end cattle on City Street. NEC warns public against touching electrocution victims. We'll be right back.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use the kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Still on the news, the Nigerian Union of Journalists Abia State Council has raised concerns over the deteriorating condition of Umahia Street, calling on the government to stop the unrestricted movement of cattle in the state capital. The union cited public nuisance caused by animal waste on major roads. During its monthly congress, NUJ leadership urged relevant agencies to enforce regulations that prevent livestock from roaming urban areas, emphasizing the need to maintain the city's aesthetic and dignity. The communique also commended Governor Alex Oti for beginning the payment of leave allowance arrears to civil servants, while reminding him to fulfill commitment to families of deceased workers. Journalists concluded with a call for responsible reporting, free of praise singing, and encouraged community leaders to mobilize residents following low voter registration figures revealed by Aneke. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission (NEC) has issued a high-priority safety advisory warning the public against touching victims of electric shock. The Commission emphasized that humans can conduct electricity, and attempting a rescue without proper equipment can result in additional fatalities. NERC outlines strict protocols: maintain a safe distance, keep bystanders away, and immediately contact the nearest electricity distribution company or emergency services. Only trained professionals equipped with safety gear should handle live wires or fallen electrical infrastructure. The warning underscores the dangers of DIY interventions in electrical emergencies. This alert is part of NEC's ongoing campaign to reduce preventable deaths from household and infrastructure electricity hazards across Nigeria. The Kehinde Oshilaja Foundation has called on all government levels to ensure strict monitoring of funds allocated to persons living with disabilities. Foundation President Kehinde Oshilaja stated that without rigorous oversight, financial aid often fails to reach the intended beneficiaries. During a pre-Ramadan lecture in Lagos, he emphasized that accountability is essential to ensure interventions translate into real-world impact. The foundation commended the Lagos State government for support but stressed continued vigilance. Speakers highlighted the unique overlap of Ramadan and Lent this year, urging Nigerians to foster religious harmony and collective compassion. The foundation called for sustained oversight to protect the dignity of persons with disabilities and ensure inclusive policy implementation. Sir Chinyaka Oha has resigned as chairman of the Governing Council of the Enugu State University of Science and Technology. The formal resignation letter, dated February 23, 2026, was addressed to Governor Peter Mba, the university visitor. Oha, a former federal permanent secretary in the Power and FCT ministries, described his tenure as a privilege but did not disclose a reason for his departure. He reaffirmed his commitment to advancing education in Enugu State despite stepping down from leadership. The resignation creates a vacancy at the top of the University Council as the state government seeks a successor to continue institutional development. The Enugu State government announced a $21,000 prize pool for its campus hackathon competition. Governor Peter Mba, represented by Secretary to the State Government Chidiebere Onya, said the prizes serve as equity investment in future tech founders. The winning team received $5,000 in cash and an incubation package worth over $10,000. Second and third place teams also secured funding to transform ideas into market-ready startups. The initiative partners 6 tertiary institutions, including the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and ASUT, creating a structured pipeline to identify and scale tech talents. Officials emphasized that the 6-month incubation period, including business model stress testing and market analysis, adds long-term value beyond the cash prizes. The Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria is urging the federal government to adopt 51% model for national refineries. Under this proposal, private investors will take a majority stake while the government retains a minority share to safeguard energy security. Pengasan National President Festus Osifo cited Nigeria LNG as a model where private management shields infrastructure from political interference. The union emphasized that the investment should be limited to experienced industry experts, warning against political cronies or portfolio investors taking control. Officials argue that model could increase efficiency, profitability, and stabilize the nation's fuel supply. The federal government is reforming Nigeria's agricultural insurance sector to protect farmers against climate change and disasters. The National Insurance Commission and the Ministry of Agriculture are modernizing risk management under the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act 2025. The reform transformed the Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Corporation into a tech-driven, efficient institution serving small and large-scale farmers. Data-driven solutions, including index and parametric insurance, are being introduced for faster payouts during emergencies. The Federal Department of Agricultural Data and Analytics will coordinate farm data collection to ensure accuracy and accessibility. Officials aim to reduce farming risk, attract private investments, and strengthen Nigeria's food security. The federal government has launched the Nigerian Industrial Plan, dedicating 5% of GDP to industrial development. The policy aims for manufacturing to contribute 15% of GDP by 2030 and 25% by 2035. Backed by a recapitalized Bank of Industry at 3 trillion naira, Vice President Kashim Shettima emphasized cross-sector coherence in energy infrastructure and trade as critical for success. The plan replaces the pioneer status with an economic development incentive rewarding measurable production and job creation. Automation, robotics, and 25% renewable energy usage in factories by 2030 are central targets. The initiative positions Nigeria to reduce imports dependence and become a regional manufacturing hub under the African Continental Free Trade Area. 4 professional players faced online racist abuse over the weekend. Wolverhampton Wanderers striker Tolu Orokodare was targeted after a 1-0 defeat at Crystal Palace. Wolves official condemned the message as unlawful and vile action. Sunderland's Romain Mondo, Chelsea's Wesley Fofana, and Burnley's Hannibal Mejbri also received online attacks, prompting account closure and security measures. Anti-discrimination group Kick It Out and the Premier League have promised legal prosecution and club sanctions against perpetrators. Despite ongoing campaigns, the incident highlighted persistent gaps in online player protection. The Nathaniel Idowu Ajegule Under 14 Football League saw a 2-2 draw between Fortune Football Academy and Ajegule United Sporting Club. Akinola Olajide scored first with a 40th minute equalizer by Adetola Faiso, stealing the draw. Bright Futures FA and Co City FA recorded 3-0 victories, while Strong Dove FA won 1-0 over Young 11. Divinely Blessed FA claimed its first win, defeating Sharp Talent 3-0. The league table shifted as top teams reinforced dominance and underdogs gained momentum. Week 6 will resume after a short break, with playoff positions still contested. Nollywood actress Adesua Itomi celebrated her 40th birthday by praising her husband Banky W on social media. She called him the assistant celebrant and her most significant personal blessing after her fate. The tribute highlighted the couple's ongoing resilience since their 2017 wedding and playful public engagement with fans. Banky W also posted a list of 40 qualities he admires in Adesua, reflecting their long-term commitment. The couple's social media interaction underscores their strong personal bond amid public speculation about celebrity relationships. Billionaire lawmaker Ned Nwoko and his ex-wife Regina Daniel shared contrasting social media highlights over the weekend. Regina celebrated a personal milestone by gifting herself a luxury SUV. Nwoko posted a family sports day video with wife Leila Charani and his children, including 2 sons with Regina. He emphasized swimming and sports as core family activities. The timing of the post drew social media attention, with some critics noting the sequence of predictable and meet public fascination with the former couple. Both appear focused on personal priorities, Regina on luxury acquisition and Nwoko on family traditions. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency has issued a high-priority 3-day forecast covering Monday to Wednesday, warning of significant changes in weather patterns across the country. Northern and north-central states are expected to experience thickening dust haze with visibility in states like Borno and Yobe potentially dropping to as low as 2 kilometers. Residents are advised to take precautions, particularly those with respiratory conditions. Southern states including Lagos, Rivers, Delta and Cross River are forecast to experience morning thunderstorms followed by light afternoon rains. Airline operators and road users are urged to monitor conditions closely. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to education, allocating over 30% of the state annual budget to the sector for the 3rd consecutive year. The investment supports academic infrastructure, student development and innovation programs aimed at transforming Enugu into a knowledge-based economy. The Nigerian Union of Journalists (NUJ) Abia State Council has raised concerns over the worsening state of Umaya Street, urging the government to halt the unchecked movement of cattle in the state capital. The union highlighted the nuisance caused by animal waste on major roads, which they say affects residents and visitors alike. And the Nigerian Electricity Regulation Commission (NEC) has issued an urgent safety advisory warning the public against touching victims of electric shocks. NEC explained that humans can conduct electricity and attempting a rescue without proper equipment can turn a bystander into a casualty. The agency stressed that only trained professionals should handle live wires or downed electrical infrastructure. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness report, call 070-30-437-110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, or Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Nigeria's southeast has taken a significant step towards long-term economic transformation with the unveiling of the Southeast Vision 2050 framework, a regional development blueprint aimed at driving industrialization, integration, and investment across the 5 states. The framework emerged from a 4-day regional stakeholders forum held in Enugu, convened by the Southeast Development Commission with support from the Office of the Vice President and state governments. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who formally launched the initiative, described Vision 2050 as a strategic turning point designed to institutionalize development planning beyond electoral cycles. He emphasized the need for continuity, policy, coordination, and infrastructure-led growth, noting that sustainable regional prosperity requires deliberate long-term strategy rather than short-term interventions. A central pillar of the Vision 2050 agenda is regional integration, positioning the Southeast as a unified economic bloc rather than 5 independent markets. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State called for a borderless regional economic model capable of achieving scale, competitiveness, and stronger investor appeal. For too long, we have operated in silos, the governor said, stressing that economic integration is essential for infrastructure efficiency, industrial expansion, and shared growth. Stakeholders at the forum underscored infrastructure and energy as critical enablers of the region's economic ambitions. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State highlighted the importance of coordinated power systems and logistical networks, arguing that shared energy solutions could significantly reduce industrial costs and improve productivity. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State emphasized the role of the SEDC in advancing interstate projects, including transport corridors, rail links, and security frameworks, all seen as vital to unlocking regional value chains. Industry leaders welcomed the initiative but stressed the need for implementation discipline. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria called for prioritization of renewable energy, shared industrial infrastructure, and access to long-term financing. Manufacturers noted that investor confidence would depend largely on bankable projects, infrastructure reliability, and policy stability. Analysts say Vision 2050 represents a notable advancement in regional planning, reflecting broad political alignment, federal linkage, and institutional coordination. However, they caution that the blueprint's success will ultimately be measured by tangible outcomes, including infrastructure delivery, increased investment flows, and job creation. Security, workforce development, and access to capital remain key structural challenges that the framework must address to achieve its objectives. The Southeast Vision 2050 initiative signals a strategic recalibration in regional development thinking, embedding long-term planning, economic integration, and coordinated investment priorities. With stakeholders' consensus now established, attention shifts to execution, accountability, and measurable impact, the decisive factors that will shape the initiative's legacy. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment. We inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join.
How are you doing? Welcome to Money Making Monday, and today we are doing it as it says. Sorry, I am now the ox blood pepper. You get that? Well, I don't know the pepper I am today, but I am sure that I am some kind of pepper now. Apart from that, we have switched sides from red pepper to I'm not red pepper, okay? I can never be. I'm not here to pepper anybody. I am the commissioner for enjoyment, so I don't know. Look at what red pepper is wearing. Look at what she's wearing.
You know, the glittering, like I look today. I think I need to upgrade.
Who said you?
I actually did upgrade.
You know when I saw you, I was afraid. Because if I had the magneto in my pocket, let your gene not magnet my magneto. Because that's the problem you used to have.
I think you are intimidated
about
anyway,
about
thank you
for
in
Christmas.
advance. Since you don't know how to compliment a woman, I think I will teach you after the show. So
what are they using to compliment a woman?
A lot of things.
Eba.
Ego, money.
Oh Jesus.
Money.
Anyway, let's just move on because we have a lot of gist for you today.
Yeah.
And the very first I want to bring to your table. Now, I have a question. I want to ask you, does mumu pay? Being a mumu, does it pay?
Are you asking me, in this country, if you're not crazy, you're not mad, you're not doing things out of the box, things that are not normal.
What are things out of the box?
Things that are not normal now. You just like when you normalize, being a good girl as a good behavior, as something normal in the society. And what do you expect? You see people who will be like now, are dressing all good, all nice, you smell all good, and you pass someone. Maybe that person is busy with something. That person might just be like, okay, there's nothing new. I've seen it all. I've seen this particular person before, and there's nothing new and so fanciful about this particular person. So what's there? The person will overlook. The person might not even look at you one or twice. But if you see a mad woman pass that particular place, just immediately he just walked by.
Okay.
You see, all eyes will be on that particular mad woman. In fact, people will not come and just cluster and be like, hey, you're getting a meh. So I say normal things doesn't pay in this country. So you have to be abnormal to be able to make it in this country. That's the only thing saying, because sanity doesn't pay. So insanity pays.
Okay.
It's just so cool and so simple.
Now the question is, in Nigeria's entertainment industry, does insanity pay?
Very much. Because if you see most of the celebrities, they trend for the negative reason. It's very hard. It's very hard to see a celebrity trending for something good. Even if it's going to trend, it's just something of a few minutes and it will just drop. But immediately you see that this there is a release of one video that is very crazy, or there is one thing, he slapped someone, he did this, he did something very negative. Immediately is on the build, like on the trending list. It's always skyrocketing. That's I say, negativity sells faster.
But why?
Why? Because it's not normal. Like, it's not something that we are used to. So when you are not used to one particular thing, when it comes around, you think your interest will be like, you're very inquisitive to know why it's coming.
I feel the way I feel.
Yeah.
It's because last week something happened.
Don't tell me. I know that thing, but anyway, continue.
We are talking about a society where people now get to, do whatever they want to do.
Okay.
Now we're talking about insane people doing what they know how to do best. Now, this is the news concerning E-Money and Katefe. I'm sure that maybe you have come across that at all to give that. So that I bought a car for a human being. This human being, out of cloud chasing, crashed the car.
Destroyed.
And it's 2025 Toyota Camry. I will show you guys the picture. I will just show you guys the picture. But Angie, what do you think about if you get something for someone and the person wants to prove to somebody and the person gets to spoil that thing so costly, about 150 million? What do you think?
First of all, the disclaimer: the car is not up to 150 million. Secondly,
how much is the car?
It's around 40-something million.
2025 Toyota.
Yeah, it's 40-something million.
It's 2 cars that they are telling you, not 1 car.
No, the other one was Pella's car.
The other one was
Katefe's car. And it was only Katefe they gave the car to. It's now recently that E-Money, after they had to go and apologize to E-Money, E-Money had to give Pella his own to be able to renew the damage and told Katefe to go and repair the one that has been destroyed. But what I'm saying in essence is that, you know, rich people, they don't like appreciating the poor ones around them. Even if you see E-Money going to the village to sell rice, and you see people that needs that car to maybe use it for something very tangible, I think he will not give it to you. How will you give Katefe? You know that he can actually, his camera alone, have you ever seen his lens, his shooting lens? It's more expensive. So you're giving it to someone that is used to that kind of lifestyle, you want to value it. Do you understand?
Okay.
So if he, I think he's actually promoting himself in the course of doing it too, because you see the rich, they actually mingle with their fellow rich. You don't see them go below the standard of reasoning, like going towards people that need it most. So the only way they can actually promote or make themselves so glorious and this thing is just like trying to impress their fellow rich people, or trying to be like, you are, as soon as much as we are rich, but you are here, I'm here. Okay. Do you understand? No, living the fact that status quo eventually is, there are people that actually need that thing the most. You leave the status of preference to give it to people that you feel like that's used to. So Katefe in that sense can actually afford that car. Do you understand?
No, the thing is that Katefe,
I know it's a gift.
Okay.
In as much as it's a gift, you know, that thing he did actually, do you know how much he made from the content he shot, like with that Pella destroying the car? It trended. It gave him ×10 of that. Did you see this thing, the shooting this thing, when they were doing this thing? You know how much it is in dollars that it actually gave the guy? It's ×10. He can actually buy that car 5 times. So destroying that one car to get like 5 times of the money, it's nothing.
Okay.
So you can, in Nigeria, you know that the only thing that can keep people talking is that thing he did. So he actually knows how to get people talk.
Okay, now I want to ask you a question.
Controversy.
The thing is that as we're having controversy about this Katefe and E-Money, do you think that these guys are wasting resources on the wrong people?
They're actually doing that because I think they actually, there's this common notion among all these rich men, is that they actually know that they can easily buy off the poor masses, in the sense that just the poor masses need the little. Do you understand? So you see, they can actually give them off what they want. But you see those big men, you need to impress them to be able to convince them, to be able to join forces with you. It's just like election is around the corner. These are things, these strategies are. I think I was talking to a colleague, I was like, this particular gifting of car, you will not say it's solely from E-Money's budget. They are inner sponsors of this exuberant show of gifts.
It's not true.
Calm down. I have reasons to back it up.
Okay.
They are inner sponsors to this because they, this trending City Boy movement and the rest. The kind of.
E-Money is not part of City Boy.
Calm down. You know that.
Even though he's part.
There are things.
But E-Money is not part. Is not loud on City Boy.
Yes, he's not loud. See,
yeah?
Let me tell you something. When it comes to a businessman is a businessman. There are lousy businessmen that you can actually shit up. E-Money is not someone that you can actually push to the street. He can't do some certain things. This thing that Chief Priest is doing, he can't do it. He has his own pride. Even if he's going to do it, he's going to do it on the door on that, on this thing he's actually doing is just a way of doing its own part of the bargain. He knows the vital people he need to meet and tell them, please give them a car. When you give them a car, they will come back to like greet you and be like, so thank you, I know you see things on board. Now politics can actually come in. This is a way of promoting. This one is these roles have been assigned to each of them. You go to the local poor masses, go there and promote. Hey, you go to the upper class. And to meet the upper class, you have to give something tangible to them. So this cars has been sponsored for a fact, because if you see circumstances really like around this out gift and out burst of gift, and these cars are not just 1 naira. Do you understand? He cannot single-handedly sponsor this car gift. Do you understand? He might be saying that he has been doing it for years, but now if you check the duration and how and when he's giving these cars out, you just see some things that more reason to believe what I'm saying. So let's not dive into politics in essence. But what I'm trying to say, this thing is politically sponsored, and the outreach of gift, he has a target. Everybody has a motive in this life. If your motive is to, hey, I want to show you that I am actually big, I'm the bigger person, you can actually do this. If your motive is, I want to give you this, but in return you have to do me a favor. Do you understand? Just like now he gifted Aki. Do you know that like Aki will now be indebted to this particular person?
Of course, Aki went to his house last week.
Do you understand?
With wine. No, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
You are right. Just that the society where we are, nothing goes for nothing. If they gift you, you go and do what? Appreciate.
Yes.
So Aki went to his house. Do you think Aki would ever give him back as much as he gave Aki? No.
Yes, he can.
He can, but he won't.
He can. Do you know how? Ask me how.
How?
Now, if Aki has an influence over his community, now this is where this thing comes in now. He can actually influence some people around him. Maybe like, during the time, when the time comes, like this, I did a favor for you before. I get this I did this. Now, it's time for you to return that favor. Please, during this time. Because most of these things, the result of their giving now is not currently now. We need the result. Sometimes it's futuristic because they actually need this particular offer to actually yield something in the future.
Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
Aki said, in fact, Imoni said that why he gave Aki that car was that when he was about to do his wedding many years ago, Aki was with him throughout the day. That's number one favor returned. So now, looking at the next favor, you would see that Aki himself may not have been expecting such payback. But when it turns away to be favor, is when you start demanding me to do that favor back. Favor is meant to spring forth doing back. That's how it is. For instance, you are right to, attach all those fires you attached around these things. You are very right. The most important thing I would say is that you know that it's nothing goes for nothing. So right now, Aki will still pay back, and which he has done in a little way. For instance, I gave you a car as the commissioner for enjoyment last week, and you drove the car, you crashed it, and you came with me. You came with your friend, and you're asking me, "Oh, commissioner, you are sorry. Commissioner, you are sorry." When I look at people that need that car, that I would have given it to, and I gave it to you, actually, I knew that you could do something crazy because I've seen you. And you're not going to tell me that these guys have not watched Katefe.
See now, let me tell you something. Like I said, every gifting has a motive behind it.
Every favor has a flavor.
Yes, because you see as Katefe
you should clap for me, please.
Yeah, you see as Katefe, like he is now. Do you understand? A time will come where Imoni will need he will be of use because his streaming platform it's viral, and now maybe he wants to sell a product or wants to do something. He doesn't need to beg Katefe too much, or he doesn't need to pay him too much. Hey, brother, I have something in the market. Can you please? Or he'll be like, see this thing we're moving on. Boss, help us do this thing. You go get share like this. It's simple. See, when you collect something from someone, it's when the person returns to ask for a favor, it's very difficult to say no.
Yes.
Why? Because you have something at edge that holds you liable to that particular offer.
Okay, that leads me to the next segment of our show. Is it good to, what if you can't pay back that favor that the person is asking? And is this now a scare of receiving favor? For instance, as the commissioner, I want to buy you chain to break all this chain you are wearing. I want to buy you things now. Will you be afraid to receive my favor?
Well, I was just...
Because I said I want to get it for you. Because I saw you needed it.
Okay.
So, will you reject my favor because I have other people in line that I want to do things for?
No, actually, one, I'll check so many circumstances. Like, one, have you ever made an advancement to me? Do you understand?
Okay.
If you had, I'll be like, okay, I think this is a way of buying
me. Abi?
Yeah. Secondly,
wait,
I'll check
let's
something.
answer that
Okay.
first. First of all, so if he has made advancement to you and getting that stuff is what you're thinking, so what is it?
For me, I would feel like he's trying to buy me into...
So will you take it? Yes. Because you got another. Because you got another. You got another.
You know why? Because I feel like, if I need that in particular, unless you are giving me, I'm like, you're attaching a condition to it.
No condition. Commissioner doesn't
If there's no condition, gift is a
Commissioner
gift.
does not.
And if you sue me, maybe you are demanding a return of the gift. I can actually the law can actually grant me the request I can't. It was a gift. When you gifted me, there was no bias. There was no bias force. There was no pressure. There was no anything that amount to force. So it was given all-heartedly. So you cannot collect it back. It's a gift. It's a gift.
No. Okay, now you see what you're saying.
The law guides
Let's
it.
take
The
it.
law protects
I
it.
like how you analyze this. Let's take it back to Katefe and e-money. What if e-money makes a kind of advancement where Katefe is, and Katefe says no? What's up?
Now he will be tagged an ingrate.
Okay, but
By the society.
But in the eyes of the law, Alpha.
In the eyes of the law, Katefe don't owe e-money any due
Right.
responsibility.
So the only public law. That's public law. Online viewers, Abi.
That would like instigate
That this guy
is
is an
very-
ungrateful person.
Yes.
Okay, you know why I'm asking this thing? Because why we're having this kind of conversation is because when you look at it, you are right. Very right. Oh, there's no gift that goes without gifting. For instance, Commissioner, I want to get you iPhone 17 Pro Max now. That's what Commissioner wants to get for you. And you said, and Commissioner gives you no condition. I don't give people condition. In my consequence, I give phone. I give out things.
Okay.
Now, when I'm giving you this stuff now, you will feel like, like you said, if I've made advancement before, after advancement, maybe if you actually needed the stuff. Now, if I'm giving you that stuff, looking at it from the mentality of an adult, you will not take it back.
No.
You will take it, Abi. Yes. So now, what I'm saying is that if I come with an offer and you don't agree, you are right, oh, Abi. Okay, because I know that this thing you said will happen.
Okay.
Because one time at a time, one or two issues will come up. E-money may need Katefe, right?
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about Pella. Because Pella is one of the guys who I've seen who are moving, he's really moving a lot. He's moving mad. Looking at Katefe and Pella, can we see how they easily disagree and then come together to agree? Now, you know, both of them, because of streaming and what they started doing, they got rich. They are super rich. You know that one. I read in the news that Katefe sold his GLE 450 to be able to afford a $30,000 pack TVU for streaming. That is like a pack. You wear a school bag. You can stream in the remotest place on earth, whether there's network or there's no network. All you need to do is to have that. 30,000 is about 45 million naira when you're putting it in naira. Now, looking at that kind of thing, don't you think? And also, B-Lord too being in the picture. Now, B-Lord also has very dark man by the corner. But let's not talk about that. Now, what I want to talk about is looking at Pella and Katefe. Do you think their relationship will really, really last as friends and as streamers? Because when Katefe got that pack, Pella went to get his too. But his actually had faults. Because that was when he reconciled with Jarvis. We've not even talked about Pella and Jarvis. That they are basically planning to marry. No, they are planning to marry. Okay, so now let's talk about this. Are these things, are they not celebrity stunts? Are they not bringing down the IQ of the people in entertainment? Are they not putting things down? Are they not putting the right information aside? What are they selling to Nigerians? Are we all about the money or the fame, or are we all about putting Nigeria to the map, world map, where we can have international collaborations that can impact the society? Now, the lawyer. So answer it constructively. Don't mind me, I beg.
We'll break it down.
Yeah, of course.
Now let's break it down.
Okay.
What they're selling actually is content.
Content.
And this content can be harmful and can be gainful.
Of course.
Now, the gainful part of it is that you can actually be mad and you can gain.
Okay, yeah.
Do you understand? True. And the harmful part of it is that some of these destructive things they do online will end up affecting other minors and other lower people below them, because they take these people as role model.
Yes, because you know they watch them a lot.
Do you understand?
Young boys now watch
you watch Pella destroy car, and then tomorrow you get into that situation, you want to do more than that. I watched something 1 year ago where what's the name of this celebrity was doing something on the street. His fan just went on the street and started behaving more secretly mad other than the mentor. I was like, what is this?
What is the problem?
Do you understand? No, when you talk about the international bodies coming in to invest or collaborate with this young one, now what you don't understand is that there's how international bodies work. Do you understand? Assuming somebody like Jarvis continued with her footstep of brand which she was identified with. Do you understand? Now you will see that Jarvis will grow because AI, international bodies, something like ChatGPT and the rest will come and like, who is this girl? We want to partner with her. We want to game. But because she felt like that part might take her too long to achieve that goal, so she felt like, hey, maybe my guy currently she's dating outside is earning more than she is. So I think that footstep will give me more money. Now, forgetting that there is a futuristic growth and aspect of that her identity. Now she's checking the present impact. Now that one thing people forget is that you have to think of now and the future. If you don't have a good hope for the future, now presently you are out of track, because you might trend for a certain period of time, and when it comes to that thing that will make you the king of what you are, there is no structure again, nothing to build on. People tend to fade out in everything you do. They'll be like, oh, hey, there's another person in the picture to grow that aspect. So if I was somebody like Jarvis, I will not leave that particular identity, because this is when you think internationally. Now you see, when she was in her brand stage, and see companies like Samsung, some foreign companies are now in quest for her credibility, but now she's not promoting that aspect of her. She will just give us content today and tomorrow it will not take. That's just the problem. So I think relationship has done her a little bit bad and good as well, because currently she's seeing the money, but I'm talking about the future part of it. So this is just it. Most of these Nigerians consider the present gain than the futuristic gain, because they say, have you ever heard about generational wealth? That generation, the word generational. I was watching Katefe talk to these billionaires' children the other day, and he was like, are you senator this person's son? Are you this? I'm like, and when he told the boy, you say you have money. I don't have money. I have generational wealth.
Yeah.
I felt it. I felt the father.
the boy now can choose not to work.
Do you understand? There's something we call generational wealth. You make that impact so that your grandchildren, even your great grandchildren, will not stress themselves too much. They will just follow the line.
Yeah.
Just they need just to attach and be growing the company and just be going. But now, if you are choosing to have a current or like current outflow of wealth, it cannot lead you to degeneration. Because you see, Katefe now, Katefe was not this popular before. Now he saw what Teller was doing. He had to advance his strategy, go up and say, okay, what will I do to this? But if actually I took it to a particular set of things and he was doing this particular identity and was doing it and was selling and knows what he was actually doing, in years to come, Katefe will not fade out, because see the way Teller is fading out small, Katefe is rising.
Yeah.
Another person will come again.
Yes, of course.
Do you understand? Now you see, if you check these people, you see that brands are not actually buying their ideas.
Yes, of course.
Do you understand? So that thing is particularly per se. I would just say so.
Well. Thank you very much for explaining and giving us a great insight. This really makes a lot of sense to understand. I've been thinking about this. What exactly are we doing? What exactly are we going to show the people, these children? What exactly are we going to do? But I'm sorry we could not continue. We cannot continue because of time. And I promise you that tomorrow we'll have more in-depth to show you in the world of entertainment what is actually happening. And don't forget that today is Money Making Monday. So go out there, make money, and be relevant in the society. I am your one and only commissioner for enjoyment.
And I'm your
we are not one and only. You are
one and only.
You are not one and only. You are red pepper.
I don't know. You are just tapping from grace, but grace can be.
This grace you have can be a disgrace. Just hold your disgrace. All right. See you same time, same station. Have a wonderful afternoon. Bye.
I love you. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of Yellow Sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse, Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Some players are remembered for the trophies they lifted, some for the goals they scored, but a few are remembered for something greater, the way they made people feel. Augustine Azuka Okocha, better known to the world as JJ Okocha, was one of those rare few. He wasn't just a footballer, he was a magician, a man who turned the football pitch into his stage, defenders into props, and the ball into his magic wand. This is the story of the boy from Enugu who grew up to become one of football's most dazzling icons. Hi, my name is Aneke, and you're welcome to today's episode on Echoes of the Past, right here on Aneke TV. Born on August 14, 1973 in Enugu, southern Nigeria, JJ was the youngest in his family. His nickname JJ was actually handed down. It first belonged to his elder brother James and then to his cousin Emmanuel before finally sticking with Augustine. Like many Nigerian kids in the 1970s and 80s, Okocha's childhood was simple. Streets were the playground, bare feet the boots, and anything round could serve as a football. The young Augustine spent countless hours weaving through neighborhood friends, learning to control the ball on rough surfaces, teaching himself creativity. From an early age, it was clear this boy wasn't ordinary. He didn't just play football, he danced with it. His neighborhood games weren't just about winning, they were about entertaining. In 1990, he joined Enugu Rangers, one of Nigeria's most prominent clubs. At Rangers, his flair was undeniable. One of his most talked about goals came when he dribbled past an entire defense line and calmly slaughtered the ball home. Word spread quickly. Nigeria had a special talent on its hands, but destiny had something bigger in store. Sometimes life takes unexpected turns. For JJ, the turning point came in 1990, almost by accident. He traveled to Germany on holiday to visit a friend. One day, his friend was heading to training at a small club, Borussia Nuremberg, and Okocha tagged along. He didn't plan to play, but curiosity got the better of him. He laced up, joined in, and within minutes, the coaches were stunned. They had never seen such raw skill, such big feet, such joy in football. That one holiday training season changed everything. The club signed him on the spot. From dusty Nigerian streets to German football, just like that, Okocha's European journey had begun. After impressing at Borussia Nuremberg, Okocha quickly rose through the ranks. By 1992, he had signed with Eintracht Frankfurt in the Bundesliga. It was in Frankfurt that the world truly started to notice his genius. He combined street football flair with European discipline. Though sometimes his flair broke the discipline, one moment above all would go down in football folklore. The date, August 31, 1993. The opponent, Karl SC, the goalkeeper none other than Oliver Kahn, who would go on to become one of the greatest keepers in history. Okocha received the ball, skipped past the defender, then faced Kahn one-on-one, but instead of shooting, he dribbled. Once, twice, even 3 times, Kahn was left sprawling, humiliated, while Okocha calmly slotted the ball into the net. The goal was voted German Goal of the Year, and it wasn't just a goal, it was a statement. A new star had arrived. After Frankfurt, Okocha moved to Fenerbahce in Turkey in 1996. In Istanbul, he became a sensation. Fans adored him for his flair, and he scored over 30 goals in 2 seasons, many from breathtaking free kicks. Then came Paris. In 1998, Paris Saint-Germain signed him for £14 million, a record transfer for a Nigerian at the time. At PSG, Okocha not only entertained fans, but also influenced a generation. In that dressing room was a young Brazilian named Ronaldinho. Many believe Ronaldinho's famous style, the dribbles, the no-look passes, the joy was heavily inspired by watching JJ Okocha. In 2002, at the twilight of his career, Okocha made a surprising move. He joined Bolton Wanderers, a modest club in the English Premier League. Many thought he was past his prime, but what happened next was extraordinary. At Bolton, Okocha became captain, leader and savior. With dazzling goals, elegant free kicks and unforgettable dribbles, he didn't just keep Bolton in the Premier League, he made them exciting. Fans loved him so much, he created one of football's most iconic chants. To this day, Bolton fans still sing his name. On the international stage, JJ Okocha was just as influential. He made his debut for Nigeria in 1993 and quickly became one of the national team's key players. He was part of the legendary 1994 AFCON winning squad, helping Nigeria dominate African football. That same year, Nigeria played their first ever World Cup in the United States, and Okocha was among the stars. But perhaps his greatest triumph came in 1996 at the Atlanta Olympics. Nigeria's dream team stormed the world, beating powerhouses Brazil and Argentina to win Olympic gold in football. Okocha's skill and leadership were vital in that historic run. Over his career, he represented Nigeria in 3 World Cups, 4 African Cup of Nations, and was named Nigerian Footballer of the Year 7 times. JJ Okocha retired in 2008, but his legacy continues. He was inducted into the Bolton Wanderers Hall of Fame, celebrating
Viewer, you're welcome to our Arena program on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. This edition of the program we have packaged to be very interesting because we have a very distinguished guest who will lend voice to our topic of today, which is opposition politics in Nigeria. The opposition in Nigeria has been working hard, and of course, during the last 2 elections, the president in power on seat was unseated by the opposition party, and this time around, the opposition is mustering, gathering strength, powering to unseat yet another president in politics of Nigeria. But it has not been rosy. Both the opposition and the ruling parties are seen to be one and the same thing in terms of ideology. This is because the politicians at these various political parties, they shift from one party to another in a way that one begins to think that they have their individual ideologies seem to be the same. Otherwise, the parties or the persons involved in political opposition do not have any ideology because they move with reckless abandon. And each time you ask them, they will tell you there's no permanent friend, there's no permanent enemy. They only enjoy permanent interest. So if the interest in politics prevails as being permanent, then the players of politics should move based on those interests. You are still on Aneke TV, Enugu Southeast Nigeria. We are sincerely sorry for starting behind schedule on this program. So I have my guest, Mr. Ike Okafor, public affairs commentator. Ike, you're welcome to the studio.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. It's my pleasure to be here.
And because we're behind schedule, we're going to hit, the ground.
Running. Yes.
I want to ask you, have you heard about what my preamble on opposition in Nigeria? What's your view of opposition in Nigeria since the 1999 when we entered this uninterrupted democracy?
Thank you so much, Mr. Reyes. Well, I think to do justice to this question, it's good we understand the word opposition. Opposition in a layman language is to go against something. And in this context we are in it now, that is Nigerian opposition, is defined as resistance, inaction, or argument against something. So coming here home to Nigerian system from 1999 till date, like you said in your preambles, it has not been easy for the opposition parties in Nigeria. The reason is simple. Because of the internal scandal and the external threat from the ruling party, each time the election is held. And it's unfortunate that the people in opposition in Nigeria, for my own belief, we don't stand opposition in Nigeria. And that's the biggest problem we have in Nigeria.
Okay, we have, you said it's the biggest problem. We have other various problems of the opposition in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Because we have talked about ideology. I've talked about interest and all that. Do you think that the opposition in Nigeria do not have a roadmap? I'm talking about, because sometimes we have various political parties standing election against the incumbent ruling party. At the end of the day, we see litigations and people go to court and say votes no longer count and all that. Do you think the opposition has really done their jobs well so as to win election? Or they were just talking, not doing? Because most often we expect that people should be able to talk and do. The opposition, you see them talking, but sometimes you find that it is difficult for them to go to the hinter, to the, villages, the rural areas, go down to where the populace are and educate them on their ideology and what they stand to gain if they are voted into power. But sometimes they just hit maybe on the news, television, and social media. They don't actually go to convince the people on why. And also create, have supporters who are working at the hinterlands to make sure that their parties win. Do you think they are doing enough?
Well, let me take it from 2023. 2023 general election proved that opposition is doing their best to win the election in Nigeria, as shown between P2B and the incumbent president. Because that time, P2B took his time to go to the hinterland. And again, what matters in this system is that in oppositions, who do you present as your candidate? Because in the case of P2B in 2023, you see that people ordinarily on their own came out and marched to support him because of his ideology, because he had a good roadmap to better Nigeria. So people came out en masse to say P2B, even without giving anything. Of course, you know, P2B said it doesn't give shit. So opposition in Nigeria in 2023 did their best. It's just that in recent time, the incumbent and the power that be, the incumbent is trying to clamp down on opposition by all means. And it's unfortunate that that is happening in Nigeria. People will tell you that your interest matters. They want to where they will have a better life. And I tell you what, it's not helping matters in Nigerian politics. Because the joy of governance is the presence of opposition. The joy of democracy is the presence of opposition. Because opposition is ingredients that makes democracy work. Because they are the watchdog. They are the watchdog. They are the people that monitor the incumbent to see that the just thing is done, that the people get their fair share of the government in power and democratic dividends.
So, in 2003, the opposition worked very hard.
Yes.
But what happened? Actually, because when Buhari sat as an opposition against Jonathan incumbent, what happened was that Jonathan was sent home. But in the other circumstance, Tinubu and both coming from a neutral perspective, because Tinubu was not an
president, yes.
He was not a president. Yeah. So, and what actually happened that eventually Obi did not win? Because he said people came out en masse. What happened?
Mr. Rez, I wouldn't say Obi did not win. I would say that because I was part and parcel of that Labour Party movement. I wouldn't say he does not. For what is happening in Nigeria today, you see people confessing. I don't want to mention them because people confess that P2B actually won the election. But like you said, that they will tell you go to court. And that is sort of the problem we're having in Nigeria. Look, let me tell you, Nigerian president is the most powerful president in the whole world, if I may use that word. Because the power to appoint the CJN, the everything, the Attorney General of the Federation, lies with the president. So where are you going? So you see the fight that P2B put on and going to, P2B is the highest presidential candidate that gone very far in pursuant of his mandate in court. But like Nigerian factor, he couldn't do much.
What are the factors?
The factors is part of the incumbency. The incumbency power.
This one factor. We're talking about factors here.
Yes, okay. The incumbency power and the betrayal from members of the party. Like you know, in Enugu State, Labour Party won about 12. Yes, 12 positions, the House of Assembly. But what happened? Immediately after being sworn in, they didn't last up to 6 months. All of them defected to PDP. Isn't that a betrayal? Then at the National Assembly, only God knows what the promise they made to them. They all left. So where can P2B go without his supporters? So the second factor we're talking about is disappointment from the people. from the members of the party, which is very, very unfortunate.
So, at the end of the day, well, you say the opposition has done well, especially those following P2B. Of course, we have had various other presidential candidates like Atiku Abubakar and the likes of Atiku Abubakar over the years. Not even when Obi, because Obi ran, was an appendage to Abubakar as vice president. Yet, they lost the election. Now, I want to ask, you said some won elections in the assemblies, National Assembly,
and the state
assemblies, and yet they have all defected. Is it an issue of ideology or personal issues or party issues?
One is personal interest or personal issue, if I may use the word. Personal interest in the sense that they will tell you, nah, since we lost this election, I'm looking for second tenure, and how do I do it? Is it not better I join the ruling party in the state or at the national in order to gain my second tenure ticket? Okay? Again, is the fear of
personal interest.
Yes, personal interest. Again, is the fear of the unknown. But if I'm out of this assembly, what will happen to me? This one that God has given me, if I'm a youth, if I come out from here, what will I be doing? One man, I don't want to mention them, he will tell you then that I don't have shops in the market. This is the only shop I have. So, and you want me not to go back to power. That this is the shop I have. So you will do everything humanly possible to get back to power. So it is one, personal interest and the fear of the unknown. Nobody wants to come out. Even when the person have done 2 or 3 tenors, he will want to remain there. So that is the thing.
Which means that politicians believe in a sit-tight syndrome.
That's in Africa and in Nigeria in particular.
They believe
Nigeria
they will
context.
sit tight, and it is because they want to sit tight, that is why they wobble from one party to another. So the issue of ideology, how do you rate it in Nigerian politics?
No party, with due respect, stick to their ideology. It just
Or individual don't stick to party ideology?
Okay, if I may use that, individual don't stick to party ideology.
And as a result?
As a result, they disintegrate. And everybody finds his way. And it will see that the party doesn't have an ideology at all. It's quite unfortunate. Because they will have a beautiful ideology while coming to campaign and all that. But once they get to power and the issue of this, your president or your governorship candidate did not win, the fear, like I said, of the unknown will set in.
And
some people will begin to jump. Say, yes, they will tell you, keep their distance. Winning, yes.
Okay. So, now, is opposition thriving in Nigeria?
Is it at present?
Is it thriving? Is it growing?
It thrived in the past.
It's no longer thriving now.
Yes, because I am in opposition as president. At present,
and
we are trying to see what we can do.
You're only trying to see what you can do. Are you planning? Are you working hard?
Yeah, we are working hard. So, very soon you will see it manifesting. You know, I'm a product of opposition from the era of AMPP. I've been in opposition. It was 2011. If I may use the word, they pulled me into PDP after contesting the election against a PDP candidate. But I have found that there was no truth in that arrangement. And that is what I want some of my colleagues that God helped to be in power to understand. They are rushing to join a ruling party it's not even a safe haven for them. Because I tell you, most of them might be disappointed. Most of those people that jumped into the ruling party might be disappointed. Because there are people that even the governor or the president have promised, having lost against you. He promised that in the next decision, don't worry, I will see what I can do. So, but unknown to them, that such arrangement is on ground. So that's it. I just pray that they will. So, in all, we are gearing up to something very nice in 2027.
Yes, when you were in PDP,
yes,
there was this arrangement, consensus. They said there is no internal democracy in PDP.
Yeah.
And now you are in opposition.
Mm.
Do we have internal democracy in the opposition political parties?
I'm still in PDP. I'm still in PDP.
But it's now an
opposition. Yes, yes. So I'm still in PDP.
And do you have internal democracy?
Yes, we have. Yes, we do.
How?
We do.
How? Because a lot of people have tongue-lashed PDP, that they are devoid of internal democracy, especially during the nomination of candidates. And that is exactly why, because you said here that elections are dependent on whom you feel.
Yes.
And then that is why they kept losing elections, because there's no internal democracy, and as such, they end up fielding people who are not wanted by the masses, those who are not popular enough before the masses, those who have their track records are not known by the people so as to attract the people's vote, to give them the mandate to go and rule or manage their own affairs. So, do you now have internal democracy in PDP, or are you trying to build up internal democracy?
Yes.
Which one?
Yes, we are trying to build up to balance the equation.
To balance which equation?
That is the internal democracy, to make sure that everybody feel happy at the end of the day. When we feel candidate, you will see what will happen.
So
like now we are on the congresses in Enugu State. We are doing our congresses, and you can see it's going on smoothly. Nobody is quarreling with anybody, because we've learned from our mistakes. We don't want a repeat of it. And I tell you what, there are things I will not say, but we know how we are going to do it. Okay, you know? So the PDP that is on now is not that PDP you know before.
But they say the PDP presently in Nigeria is the affairs of PDP is being dictated by Nyesom Wike, the Minister for Federal Capital Territory, and he's a member of the PDP. He's a top-notcher, and he went to court and won the Makinde faction, of the PDP. For now, they are recognized by Aneke. So is that the PDP you are talking about?
Yes. Thank God you said he won the judgment. He won the case in court. The court decided that Wike's faction is the right or the rightful PDP.
It's not because it is the one you belong. Because if they had given judgment against your faction, because PDP is factionalized, if they had given that judgment against your faction, would you not be protesting now?
It is normal to protest, but you left it. You will leave it to court. Like this, they went to appeal, and it's not. They went to appeal, so it's left for the court to decide. So I am not the court. I'm not the judge. So if they say that is Wike's faction, that is the authentic PDP, we'll go on. If they say it's Makinde's, PDP is what? It's just interest. It's just interest.
PDP is what?
Yes, why only but one PDP?
But some people left the party as a result of some of these crises.
Well, it's same thing we are saying, that Nigerians are not opposition people. They find it difficult to stay in opposition. Because over there in other countries, you can see people in opposition party, whether he won the election or not, he will stay put and be pushing their ideology until one day they will take over the power. So it is a problem in Nigeria. People were impatient to be in opposition. Very, very impatient to be in opposition. That's our problem.
And you think that as people are impatient to be in, but the former president, may he so rest in peace, was in opposition. He ran for presidency for about
4 years.
So he was persevering,
stayed put. Yes.
and all that, and eventually
he won.
So, and you said Nigerians are not opposition people. How do you
Okay.
your statement?
Okay. In recent time, let me rephrase my answer. In recent time, Nigerians are in a hurry, are not patient to be in opposition, because if you check the likes of Buhari, may he so rest in peace, all that he said, they stayed put. I know one, Mike Ahamba, SAN. He was in the NPP. He was the lead counsel to Buhari in each of his elections. Okay, whenever you see him, he will tell you, I don't know any other party than ANPP. And somebody like Nkwon Nabuchi of Anambra State has been in opposition all this while. That was the day we attended the meeting at Omuahia in those days under ANPP. When he was talking, he told us that this was in 2007. He told us that Buhari will be the president of Nigeria. The way it will happen, I don't know. And when the time comes in 2015, Buhari won the election, landslide, because people believe in him, because of his track record. But today, with due respect to our politicians, which are one of them, it is no longer the same. The story is no longer the same. People want it fast, and it doesn't work like that.
Okay, people want to be in government very fast. And remain in government as long as they wish.
Yes.
We are going to pause for a commercial. When we come back, we'll continue on our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. I am still your anchor, Rex Harum, and my guest, Mr. Ike Okafor, is still here. He belongs to the opposition party, and he says opposition in Nigeria, their performance is dwindling as a result. Please stay tuned.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back on our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we are discussing on opposition politics in Nigeria, and my guest remains Mr. Ike Okafor, a public affairs commentator. He has been able to lend his voice to the numerous issues about opposition play in Nigeria. Mr. Okafor,
yes.
Opposition politics in Nigeria are seen from two perspectives. Some schools of thought says opposition is almost fizzling out of Nigerian politics. That the current administration is promoting a one-party system, and that could be why even those brought in as governors, members of the National Assembly and House of Assemblies through other political parties have joined the ruling party. We do not know whether it's as a result of carrots dangled by the incumbent, or that their political parties seem not to be doing fine, or that the political parties are in turmoil. And these were some of the things that could make one to cross carpet into any political party. What is your take on these issues?
My take is very simple on it. My take is very simple on it. Like I said before, our people find it difficult to be in opposition. And that is one of the problems we have in opposition. Now, Nigeria is a multi-party democracy. Whether I like it or not, we have over 20 registered political parties in Nigeria today. Or 21 in Nigeria. That's why I said over 20 registered parties in Nigeria today. So you cannot remove that fact. Anything anybody is doing, maybe like you said, maybe they threw carrot to them. They think it is the best. But any democracy devoid of opposition is no longer democracy. Any democracy devoid of opposition is no longer a democratic system. So I don't believe Nigeria will eventually metamorphose into a one-party system, no matter what. If you see today, ADC is waxing strong, you can't stop them, even though the ruling party is trying to shut them, but it's not possible. People still believe in the leader or leadership of the ADC. People are there. So you know that no king wants his kingdom divided. So Mr. President, I am not against what he's doing, because power is all about who gets what, when and how. So if he sees that the means by which authority will gain his second term is by clamping down on opposition, if it works for him, so be it. But I tell you, Nigeria can never be a one-party system.
Are you believe in Machiavelli principle?
Yeah.
You believe in it?
What is true?
That's exactly what you are professing. Because you are telling us that whatever, even if there is a clamp down on political parties, is it not anti-democracy? Clamping down on opposition political parties, is it not anti-democracy?
Even if it is, what will you do? Are we not seeing it? It is now left for the opposition members to put their houses in order, to have a one united front, to have a coalition, to bring down the ruling party. But today, because of the internal scandal, as they claim, because some of them will tell you, no, I can't say the party, there's a turmoil of scandal in this party, I have to leave. But the major problem is the threat from the ruling party. I don't know what to, because even today, could you believe that even a governor that people are clapping for in the southeast, that even if any party he used to so-called terrorism must go back, I'm surprised that I heard, but I don't want to say it, that he's been tilting to join APC. For what reason? For God's sake. You have the people. So why within thinking of joining the APC? What would the people say? But we are watching until that happens.
You see, if anti-opposition, don't you think it is the problem of the politicians themselves? Or one may be thinking that some people are possibly hired to put in turmoils in various political parties so as to make the parties unstable and destabilize it in such a way that the top-notch members who are strong enough, who are known by the people, who are possible winners of elections, are meant to leave such political parties. Do you think there's any such drama?
Yes, that's why I said that to two factions leads to that. That is internal scandal or internal crisis, and the threat from the ruling party. That threat is what you are talking about now.
What is the threat?
The threat is that maybe I have served as a permanent secretary in one parastatal or the other, and there are some maneuvering that I involve myself in it. Now I find myself as a senator corruption. Corruption, that's the better word. So now maybe I found myself as a senator today, and I'm in opposition against the ruling party. They will just go back and open your page while you were a permanent secretary. I said, man, if you don't want to join, see you in jail. And you see the person will tell you, my brother, life is good here. I don't want to go to jail. Let me join these people. So that is the major problem, threat by the ruling party. You see the way they are clapping down on our big shots. If you want to raise your head, they will tag you wanting. Look at somebody like El-Rufai today, because he is determined to be with the opposition. He has been clamped down.
So are you saying that El-Rufai may not have committed anything wrong, but just a clamp down by the ruling party to ensure that he doesn't bring his opposition ideas to bear in the coming election? So are you saying that is exactly why he's being clamped down?
Why didn't they know? Why must it be now that they are finding out that he committed crime or he was involved in corruption? Why now? But they have been their best of friends. It was their best of friends. They're dying, they drink together. Why is it now?
Well, investigation is a continuous process. Possibly, when they open the can of worms, they begin to see that certain things are going wrong. So, are you saying that they should have not done that because somebody will ask the question you ask now? Why now? Are you saying that if it is found out that El-Rufai, was involved in some deals that are anti-government, that is criminal, and you are saying they should not have clamped on him to give account of his stewardship as a leader because it is now? Are you saying so?
Mr. Rez, they say that he who goes to equity must have a clean hands. Those people doing that, are they clean?
No, that is say it louder. So
okay, now they are said that it is said that he who goes to equity must have a clean hands. Now those people pursuing El-Rufai, are they free from that which they are charging him of? Are they free? So why now? Like I said, they've been friends. Why is it now?
You are speaking
this now boils down to that threat from the ruling party. Each time you want to raise your head, they will start pursuing you.
You are speaking as if maybe in Nigeria we are in a church where you say he who
goes to equity.
No, those who the person who wants to throw stone.
Yes.
You first examine self.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Are you saying that majority of those who are occupying various positions are corrupt?
Well, until we investigate them, like you said.
Okay.
Until we investigate them.
So it is only an allegation. If you say anybody is corrupt, you are alleging.
Yeah, alleged and alleged.
If you are alleging,
yes,
it is done on a court of competent jurisdiction to actually indict or free
the person. Yeah.
So and presently, El-Rufai, I don't think he has been indicted.
He has not
until the court says
so. Yes.
So which means El-Rufai is still clean. So,
but not free. Clean, but not free.
And
he's still in the hands of these people.
DSS?
Yes.
So, what do you think that the opposition will do to better their own activities?
Okay. It's very simple. What they should do is very simple. Just to galvanize themselves, form a coalition, that is strong or stronger now, once they have a coalition, have a formidable front, they can achieve their aim.
And you do not see the APC with 29 governors. The entire opposition and every other person has just 6 governors and a few members of the National Assembly, a few in the various states. So, and how formidable can the opposition be with just 6 governors to achieve their aim of unseating the incumbent president?
In 2015, are you aware that PDP has more governors than the APC?
They had more, but not 29.
Yeah, but they have more. What I say, do they have more governors than the ruling party, than the AP, than the opposition? Then yes. The answer is yes. So what happened then may still happen this time. And don't forget, Nigerian electors are now, their eyes are now open. And I tell you what, power has actually gone back to the people. Nigerian electors, their eyes are open. So it's no longer when you give some chips in terms of money, they will vote you. They will collect the money and vote the right people. There was a governor then when he was campaigning for president. He will tell you, chop their money and vote for the truth. So that is what is going to happen. People will collect the money, eat, and vote for the acceptable candidate, whether in ruling party or not, or in opposition. So opposition political parties, they are galvanizing themselves. They are forming a coalition. Just wait and see.
Okay, Nigerians have been clamoring for an amendment of the 2022 Electoral Act. Then the amendment has come. Yet everything has not settled. Nigerians are still agitating that the real-time clause was expunged and another clause of manual uploading or transmission added, and they are not settled about that. They feel that that act is a loophole for rigging, and you are telling me about forming a formidable opposition. So you think the formidable opposition will stand the possible inherent rigging in Nigerian elections without the proper amendment of the Electoral Act?
Well, it's unfortunate that the Electoral Act issue was treated like that. I am not happy, and the rest of Nigerians are not happy too. But I tell you what, in the First Republic and Second Republic, there was no electronic transmission of result, and people still win elections. They still win elections. Are you aware that in every political party, that each political party has where they say this place is my strong, my strong political base, and in such cases, you cannot come from anywhere and rig election. You cannot, because people will vote and make sure their vote is counted and the result pronounced before they leave. So in those days, there was no electronic vote, and people still win the election. So even though the Electoral Act was faulty and the president went ahead, he is the president, nobody can stop him, and signed it, people will still win the election, even with the expulsion of removal of the electronic transmission, people will still win an election. I believe that.
So, are you saying that there are indications that the 2027 election may come out being free, fair, and credible? And on what premise do you, if you agree?
Elections, even in United Kingdom and the United States, has never been free, fair, and credible.
Has never been?
Yes. They may tell you, the party that won will tell you that this is the freest and the freest and the election, the other election. But today, you know, election has never been free and fair.
Why?
That's my belief.
Yes, why?
Because of the corruption inherent in the system.
Yes, it's more in Nigeria than the states, the countries you just called.
But
because they have
because they said Caesar's wife should be above board. Okay, so United States should be above board in terms of election rigging. So if that has happened in the United States, what could Nigeria do? What could Nigeria do? So what I'm telling you is that yes, it will come, but people will still win the election in different positions. That's my belief.
So, in all, where do we go from here? What will be your advice to the opposition political parties so as to actually be credible and constructive opposition? Remember that opposition is not just about winning elections.
Yes.
The opposition is a check
watchdog
and balance
to the ruling party.
Political democratic
yes.
environment.
Yes.
So, where do we go from here?
Well, my advice to oppositions or opposition political parties in Nigeria is never to get tired. Let them stand on what they believe in. Let them stand on their ideology. Let them know that they are the formidable, that will form a formidable force that will save the people from the hands of this injustice that the ruling parties has meted on the opposition members or the Nigerian citizens, because Nigerian citizens are not happy with what is happening in Nigeria.
So the opposition should stand up against the injustice
yes.
on the Nigerian people
yes.
by the
ruling party. Yes.
So says our public affairs commentator, Mr. Ike Okafor. And via this is where we draw the curtain on today's edition of Opposition Politics in Nigeria. We are hoping that you join us next time in the studio and on Aneke TV to have yet another beautiful edition of our arena. Thank you, Mr. Ike Okafor, for
Thank you, Mr. Red. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And
I appreciate
this is where we say bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
We are glad to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is a program that has developed very huge interest in the activities and well-being of the young people. We achieve this by way of making opinions. We give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi, and today our topic is youth inclusion in governance. Thank you so much for being there. All right, looking at youth inclusion in governance, we have decided to bring in some high-profile and notable young people who have a very large inclination when it comes to politics and governance, and they are here to discuss this topic. By my left is Ndali Modebe. He is a global media and PR expert. Ndali, you're welcome.
I'm glad to be here.
And by my right, I have AGK Celestine Amechi. He is a youth development enthusiast, and he also the CEO 360 Media. You are welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, I have another powerful individual who is the president, Enugu State Youth Farmers Association, and then the director of the Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Kenneth Eze. Ken, you are welcome.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, our business for today is youth inclusion in governance. But first of all, let me begin with you. Who could be referred to as a youth before we talk of being included in governance?
That's a wonderful question. Usually a youth is someone that is usually between the ages of 14, 15 to 24 in certain parts of the world, and also 14 to 35, people that are not fully developed adults, but they are also too young. They're also older than, you can't call them teenagers. So those are the youths, people that, you know, their opinions can be easily formed and structured, the ones that have the energy and, you know, the zeal to get things done in the community.
Thank you so much. We have observed the ladies first.
Yes.
Then Aneke, you can come in. I don't know how comfortable you are with that definition of whom a youth can be.
I actually think that there is no perfect definition of a youth. I can talk about brackets.
Okay.
Yes. We'll talk about Nigerian youth policy. I'll talk about Nigeria as a context because we're in Nigeria. A youth in Nigeria is between 18 to 35 of age. All right. Other parts of the world, like she said, you can talk about if you meet somebody who is 15 years in America or UK and meet a youth who is 15 years in Nigeria, you may disagree. And they are not of the same age bracket for obvious reasons. But for me, talking about Nigeria, when you mention youth, talk about 18 to 35 years of age. Even though we know that when we now go to a diverse and a more complicated settings, like party lines, when they tell you that this person is a youth leader, begin to question yourself whether you still understand what the definition of a youth is. But officially, in most official documents, it is between the age of range of 18 to 35.
18 to 35. All right, Ken.
Yeah.
If there is nothing or there's anything they have not said about the definition of whom a youth should be, then you come in.
I think the age ranges, like what she said and what he said, they are in line with what I have to say. But I think a youth is someone who is transitioning from a childhood to adulthood. So within that bracket, in as much as now in Nigeria and Africa, once you are lively, you are energetic, you are innovative, you know, you have a teachable spirit, you're a youth. You know, I don't believe in restricting a youth to a certain age bracket, because sometimes you can see how someone who is a youth that falls under that age bracket but acts like an old man. You know, the person is not innovative, the person is not youthful, the person is not resourceful.
What of the exuberance?
Yeah, even the youthful exuberance is even bringing the person down instead of taking him to a higher level. So I believe we are in order, just like what Amechi has said, in some kind of legal document, 15 to 24 in the UN Charter, then 18 to 35 in the African Youth Charter. That's what we have.
All right, thank you so much. Ndale, from the definitions we have got so far, we are together when it comes to this. There are no discrepancies at all. Okay, let me come to you again. Could you please tell us or tell our viewer why you think the youth are necessary in governance?
That question, if I decide to go into it, we won't live here. But first of all, I want to say that the youth, they bring what is called, the youth, they bring what is called digital inclusion. They make things smarter, they make things faster, they are very innovative. The youth of these days are not the ones that will sit and want to use the bureaucratic systems that are longer. They make things, they look for easy fixes and hacks to difficult problems. For example, like the voting systems that we have right now. Left for the youth, people internationally, people in diaspora. Like for me, during the election period, I was in Accra, Ghana, right? People in different parts of the world, the United States, South Africa, everywhere, Nigerians should be able to vote electronically if you allow the youth be the youth. And these are things that they can do at the tip, because a lot of them are cyber aware, a lot of them are very, very tech savvy. So I feel that when you're bringing in the youth, you're talking about a fresh perspective. You're talking about an unconventional perspective. You're talking about something that is new, and a lot of times, in as much as the youth have so many wonderful and beautiful ideas, I don't know how ready the government is to accept and assimilate the views of the youth in current Nigerian governmental systems.
All right. Aneke, she has mentioned quite a number of things that are wonderful about the young people and why they should come into the governance. If there's anything she has not mentioned, how do you have to tell us?
Okay, I must say I align with what she also said, but I want to say that do you actually know the percentage of the Nigerian population that is youth?
Okay.
Officially, we should have over 60% of our population as youth. So I think if you want to talk about governance, talk about who should be governed. You can't govern people out of the space or in the space. At governing me, I should be involved. If I'm involved, it's even easier for you than wants to govern me. So governance in Nigeria, youth has to be part of it because they make a greater percentage of our population. Talk about the energy. Talk about the digital value they are bringing. You know, before now, we used to have many of our banks. Let's use the financial institutions for example. Before now, we used to have the banking sector. Most of our banks use traditional systems whereby you make transfers, they tell you come back in 24 working hours or this working hours. With time, it was the youth that developed a mechanism to break it down. That you use something, use apps, fintechs. We are now having fintechs today because of youths. Before now, still up till now, there are traditional banking systems that are still insisting that you must go through the same process they used to do in the past. Do you understand? So we are moving from that conventional methods, like you said, to unconventional methods. So for instance, just like I said, firstly, if you talk about governance, you should look at the people who should be governed. And the youths are the ones that make up that greater percentage. And we have a lot to bring to bear. All right? In Nigeria today, I believe that the bulk of the problems we are having and facing today is because those who are making our laws, those who are thinking about our future, are those who are moving to the past.
Those who are moving to the past?
Yes. Those who, by nature, by design, the persons who are leading us today are supposed to be taken care of in old people's homes. Being cared for. We'll consult them occasionally for their ideas. The younger persons should be able to be given the opportunity to offer their own value and their youthful currency. That's why you have a young person, somebody of 50-something years, contesting for councillorship positions because he was not given opportunity when he was young. He was following, singing praises, shouting hallelujahs for the older ones until he was able to get to a position where they say, oh, yeah, try councillorship. I think you can do it here. But there are a lot of youths in Nigeria. He's the president of Young Farmers Association. Left for him, if he tells you the story and the experiences and challenges he has faced, is from the older persons who may think he's too young to handle certain positions. In Enugu, we have a governor who is about 50 to 51 years old. Check how many governors in Nigeria are within that age range. But normally what they will say is that he's not ready, old enough to run. You understand? And we have not too young to run bill. But are these things working?
Before you come to not young to your own deal, I want to get a view from Kenneth. A lot have been said. Of course, you know that. While I have to get this view as well from you is because I think this is a wonderful aspect of this program, why youth should be in governance in the first place. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, you know, he just mentioned a very wonderful point here. He said something. If we make up the 60% of the population, so we should be part of the governance, you know, the governing system. And I think I believe totally with what you just said. I concur because we are youthful, right? And there are some things we inject innovations to these things. We try to bring in, you know, to address contemporary issues like technology. You know, you just made mention of fintechs, then climate change, education. You know, in as much as we have some persons, young persons, that they have given a chance to rule us, but they have not made a good name for the youth. But that doesn't mean that they will not continue to keep giving us the opportunity to do that. You just made mention of the governor of Enugu State, who has young commissioners, young House of Assembly members, and people are coming on board. And we are praying that we are going to see much on that. Let's get the youth into politics. You know, in as much as we are youthful, you know, we are quick to really, you know, exude that energy and all that. But let us see. We have been trying these old elderly ones. You know, let's give a youth a chance to come on board to bring on this, you know, because emotions bottled up festers. Our energy, we need to exert these things. So we cannot do that outside governance. We cannot do that because the only time when they need the youth to come on board is when they are doing politics, election, politicking. So they can come and carry the ballot box and run. And maybe if they want to shoot, you shoot, then shoot. Then after they want to count the votes, you then go and fight. After that, now when it's time to come and govern, they will drive the youth back. Then they will now come and stay there, start bringing their cronies and friends and families to come and rule us. But that is all. I think I will say more.
I understand how you feel. Okay.
Okay, I made a statement. I said, if you're a driver of a bus and you're headed to Obolafo and the passengers are going to Obolafo, but the driver is moving to Aba, what do you think will happen? In Nigeria, the younger persons are moving to Obolafo. The older persons are moving to Aba. They don't care about what happens. The policies they are giving us are implementing. They don't care what happens to all of us because they are living. If you are making policies, if I, as a younger person, and I am 35 years old and I am the governor of Enugu, for instance, I know that if I fail, I still have many years of my time to see the consequences or the benefits or advantages of what I've gotten. There's something he said about giving chances. That people are complaining about youth have been giving chances, but these are outliers. They are those ones that are saying they failed. If you mentioned, they said, what about Yahya Bello of Kogi State? What about many of the old persons who have been given opportunities in this country? They are sitting on our Commonwealth, messing it up from years and years and years. I want to shock you. If you go to offices of most of these men, the people who are running those offices are young persons.
Okay. The same young person.
The same young persons. If you appoint a minister, if you go to his office, the person who is carrying his files, documenting for him, telling him click here, click there, is a young person. A young person. Why not give him that opportunity to exert that ideas, to build, to collaborate, to be able to give you that result that you need? It's more like in your family. It's more like in your family that you have certain age brackets in your family. You know that this person is good here, this person is good there. But because of the fact that you believe naturally that this person should not be given that opportunity because you feel he's too young. But you know this is one that is bringing the ideas that can move in every organization that I belong to. In fact, we had a meeting before coming here. Darlington was part of that meeting. What we're looking at is results, not who brings the ideas. Who is this person that will sit on this chair and drive us forward to Bolafo? Not about who brought the chair or who is bringing the idea. It's about the ideation. It's about the person who is able to give the ideas and be able to implement it and give us the desired results. And I can assure you that in Nigeria, even in Enugu, there are a lot of young persons in Enugu who, how many states in Nigeria will you have young persons leading organizations about farming? They tell you that a young person, you know why they confuse most of us? They say, you should go back to farming. They will know that most of us are ready to do that, but will they give the opportunity? If there are international grants now to be given, ask him, will they allow him to use that grants to be able to do what is meant for? Those grants will be distributed even before it gets to Enugu State.
Okay. I think all of you are making wonderful points here. And the government are those concerned. If they have ears, I think they should be hearing us right now as we speak. Let's bring it this way. Ndale, if it falls in your discretion to decide on the percentage of the young people that should be in governance at once, taking note of the fact that, according to Aneke, that the young people constitute up to 60% of the whole population. All right. What is the percentage of young people you would like to be included in governance at once?
Okay, so I'm going to borrow a leaf from one of my go-to books, 48 Laws of Power. It says, speak about change, but don't enforce it too quickly at once. We might have the big talk about the youth inclusion and all that, but when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, you know that if you decide to exact that right now, there's going to be an uprising. There's going to be so it's called, what I will advise is systematic change. Left for me, I want 100% youth in offices, youth in governance, youth in, corridors of power, youth in everywhere, NAFDAC and all that. However, we know that it might not happen anytime soon. So what we can do is, believe me, I say let's start from 25%. Let's start from, and those 25% that sit in powerful positions, starting with my colleague, President Kenneth, can now start putting viable and solid hands. So it's like a chain, it's like a pyramid, it's like dominoes. So one he that is in power empowers another one. So each one bring one. I feel that we should inculcate the system of the Bible, hallelujah, where Jesus started with 12 apostles, 12 disciples. Each person in government should have 12 people that they are training to either take over or sit in place, that they are giving mentorship to. So let's start with 12. Let's distribute them. 12 loyal hands, just like the Knights of the Round Table. They have integrity, sound mind. Let's start with that. And then the quality of the people like William Zuchemba, for instance, people that are exerting change, people that are doing things like President Kenneth. I believe if he got into politics, proper, I believe he's going to, because I see integrity in what he's doing. All right?
All right.
Yes.
Thanks. I am not cutting you short, but I heard you say 25%, right?
25%.
25%. Yes. And that to me means in the ministerial nomination, you to be 25%.
Yes.
In the Senate, members of the Senate, 25% of young people.
Exactly.
In the House of Representatives, 25%. We already know that presidency is one person. Then, coming down to houses of assembly, in each of the states, 25%.
Yes.
By the young people.
Let us start with 25%.
Okay. All right. Kenneth, let me come back to you. 25%. Noted.
All right.
Noted. Absolutely.
All right.
If, for instance, as we have mentioned, that the young people are not given space in governance, how has that affected the youth empowerment?
Yes.
Or youth development, as case may be?
Negatively, because I don't know how you intend to empower me if you don't engage me and know what I want. If we are not included in the decision making, if you are not brought in to come and sit on the table where decisions are made, how do you then want to serve me and rule me well and actually get me satisfied? So I think they have not really included the youth, and most of the decisions that they make sometimes are for their own benefits, not actually for the youth. They believe we are not ready, and they believe these youths you guys should just go and maybe go to ICT, do other things, but politics and governance is not for you guys. But I think leadership is a calling. Yes, we have younger persons that are capable to do these things. Like you made mention of youths that are leading the agricultural sector in Southeast. I find myself as the youngest. When you go to Abia State, you see a lot of when I was in the midst of Afar, I was like, what am I doing here? But this thing, how it started was, it came out of passion. Or like, what is that problem that we need to solve that can tackle the problem of unemployment? Youth unemployment. We churn out graduates every year, millions, and then they come out to face massive, great unemployment in the country. And the agricultural sector is being looked down. So I started this movement, brought in some people, going to the National Youth Council, going to the National Youth Assembly of Nigeria, started meeting. Even now, National Youth Assembly of Nigeria, they're trying to have an agricultural directorate that is working and functioning in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture. Now, the Commissioner of Agriculture, Honorable Patrick Kubu, is a young man that is really supportive of what I'm doing. Even sometimes some people will ask him, why are you in support of this young man? But there's something he sees in me that they are not seeing, because he's a young person. He identifies with the drive and the vision that I have. He has already seen, okay, I see myself in this person. I see that this person wants to better the lot of so many of other youth that are still coming. So when I go there, I create opportunities for them. I know that now we need to have extension workers in the agricultural sector. Extension workers, these extension services are done by the youth. But we don't have them in Enugu State. We don't have them in Southeast. We don't have people that can go into agri-tech. Now we have Enugu First Tech coming up. I want to go there to make sure that we have agricultural technology in existence. So these are the things that can make youth to go into agriculture. When you go into agriculture, you don't see them there because they don't have policies. They don't have things that can make them welcome and feel okay and satisfied when they come into that sector. So that is why we need the youth to get involved. 25% for me is a good start. Okay. But we think I need 50%, 50-50, because we need the old men, we need the elderly ones to hold us by the hand so that we can learn. We should have a smooth transitioning to power.
All right, smooth transitioning to power. That's wonderful. Ndali, you said 25%, and Kenneth is saying 50%. Then let me come back to you, Ejike. Not really on the percentage you want. I want you to bring it to the aspect of unemployment of the youth. Not allowing the youth come into governance. How has it impacted the youth in terms of youth unemployment?
First of all, I'm looking at Nnamdi Azikiwe. I'm looking at our elder brother, Michael Obara. Most of these people, what were their drives? Why were they able to?
You are looking at the pictures hung on the wall?
Yeah, hung on the wall. I'm seeing them now. And I'm remembering them, the names of those men who were major players then. The Gowons, the Ojukwu them. When did they actually start taking up positions? When did they start serving?
25, 30, 35,
And they're telling you, you are not ready, you are not ready. You said something before we started about governance and politics. There are persons, actually, no matter how we want to play it, if you understand politics and governance, you cannot use somebody who will govern to play politics because you may not know his left from his right. There are persons who are very good at managing political environments and scenarios. So those people are very much well employed during that time. When it is actual governance, there are persons that you bring forward to govern. And these people know these men, they know these young persons, they know these minds. Sometimes most of them actually feel threatened. That this, at my age, when I was at your age, I was somewhere answering councillor or answering sasa. But you are talking about contesting House of Assembly or House of... See, the reason why our country or state is the way it is today is because the wrong person are having square pegs around holes. You're talking about the effects of not involving youths. If you don't involve youths, they involve themselves in many ways. If I look for job in the best ways, if I know I have very good skills to give you what it takes in governance, and you cannot, if I'm a security expert, and you cannot bring me in to be able to work in that industry, I know how to work against the industry. I will go and find means to do that. I begin to look for ways to counter. The reason why you are seeing what is happening in Nigeria today is because that particular sector is being lucrative now. Kidnapping, organ harvesting, murders, or no government, or no.
I will not sit down here and agree with you that it is lucrative.
Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Let me tell you why. Any sector in Nigeria that has remained unabated, unchecked, has continued to outlive its time, is lucrative. Do you know why? that there are some players and actors around that area who are benefiting from it. If nobody is benefiting from any venture, even the agricultural sector that he's in, if he's not bringing anything to his table, if he's not helping him to grow, he will shut down. If this particular station now that you're working is not serving your interest, you shut down. What am I saying? And I don't mind they say it's devil workshop.
Yes, but let's take it this way. Let's take
And
it this
beyond
way.
that,
Let's take it this way. Look at where my challenge is.
Let me land.
Saying it is lucrative. You should have been directional when you said that.
No.
That is why I said I won't agree with you.
Yes.
Because people are, a lot of these idle minds, like you said, they are recruited. They don't know what they are doing.
Let me tell you.
Think of the future of those youth in time to come.
Let me tell you
Not
why.
even those who are benefiting directly.
Let me tell you why. If I am not earning up to 1,000 naira in a month and they call me and recruit me into a business that will pay me 50,000 naira.
What type of business is that?
Any business. Yeah, and I don't mind they say it's devil's workshop. If you recruit any person and say, okay, why do you think that some certain business are actually still in existence in Nigeria?
I still want you to look at it from the after effect.
You are not getting my point. I am not endorsing it. I'm telling you, looking at the effect. When you look at the effect, you have to be very holistic about it.
It was when you mentioned that it's been lucrative.
Why am I saying it? Why am I saying it? What will make a criminal have the mindset of quoting a certain amount of money that he knows he cannot even make in a year if he goes into a legitimate sector? If somebody kidnaps somebody, they'll be quoting 100 million, 50 million. Why would you be saying something like that? Can you, if you are into a legitimate business, can you make that money in how many years? Well, it's because somebody pays it and it's been unchecked. And if you look at the chain of command of how they distribute the money, there are persons who are benefiting. What am I saying? I'm saying that youth inclusion should be holistic.
Let's include the youth and get them busy.
Get them busy. I'm not saying everybody must not be House of Assembly member. That's not what I'm here to say. Everybody must not be local government chairman. That's what I'm not here to say. You must not be governor, but you can be a lecturer in a university. You can be into agriculture. Some persons who are good in tech can be giving grants.
I want to jump in.
Let me just hand up. Let me just hand up. Do you know how much when they say government officials, they procured SUVs for officials about 50 million, 30 million, 20 million, 100 million. You know how much it takes to empower somebody who wants to go into poultry farming? It's a token.
Of course.
Do that per wards. We have 260 wards in Enugu. Select 10 persons in each ward. That's 2,600 persons. Multiply by, say, 5 million. Do the maths. And then multiply how much money they are using to buy SUVs and relevant unnecessary lifestyle they are living. And tell me which one will empower youths more. They know the path to go. But let me tell you why they don't. They know if they empower me, I'll be self-sufficient, independent.
And during election.
Yes. During election, if you don't call me to go and carry ballot boxes, because I'll be in my farm. But if you empower me, I will empower others. And that's how the economy.
I think you have made a lot of valid points.
A medical perspective.
That's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
A medical perspective.
Medical perspective. Okay.
I'm a advanced first aider, but that's not. See, in the body, everybody has. You see this cancer that develops and becomes cancerous.
Yes.
Everybody has everything, all that the negative, the positive.
Yes.
Right? And when it's there and it's non-cancerous, it's normal. We are moving around with it. But by the time you start negative lifestyle choices, you start injecting the toxins and everything, it becomes cancerous. So that same, let's think about it like the youth in the society. They're there, they're normal. They are non-activated. They are human beings. But by the time life starts throwing, school fees, this one, that one, they become cancerous. So if they are not useful, they will be highly unuseful. So what we are saying is, if you want to curb the excesses, there's something that happened in Onitsha. I'm from Onitsha, Anambra State, hallelujah, right? If you want to there was a time that there was so much robbery in Onitsha during the time of Aneke and the rest, the RICO and all that. Guess what the government did? I've forgotten the particular government. I don't know if it was. I remember. He came and just did mass empowerment, gave all of them bikes. And then all those things stopped. They started, they'll stop. They were hustling. The normal Igbo person likes to work. Dignity is, they don't care if they are plumbing. As long as they have work to do, they will do it and carry it on their chest. Do you understand? But at some point, they now came and said, what is the solution?
That's true. Do you know when we have the highest level of employment in Nigeria? It's during elections.
During elections.
When we have the highest level of employment in Nigeria is during elections.
Educate. You will tell us more about that.
Thank you.
Looking at our discussion so far, a lot have been said. A whole lot have been said. And more of what have been said are that youths are not included in governance.
At all.
There is not even the intention of including them by tomorrow. How many percentage of youth are here? You are just 3 persons here. If I'm a youth, include me. And I can see how bitter you are. Think of what is happening outside there. We're going to observe just a short break. When we come back from the break, I want to ask you after the break, is there no governor in the 30 states of the Federation that has done something or included the youth in its own state? Are there no governors like that? I said when we come back from the short break. Everyone, thank you so much for being there. We're going to observe just a short break. When we come back, we'll continue. Thank you so much. Just a short break. Don't go away. Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency and focus, you don't just chase excellence, you become it. Stay dedicated, the results will speak. Alright, back from the short break, we are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Before we went to the short break, it has been like tug of war, because the young people are very, very bitter from what we have seen so far. Before we went on short break, actually, we are talking of, or I intended to ask this question. Is there a governor of any state in the Federation that has included the young people in his or her governance? How many young persons who are below 40 are in the ministerial positions today? Do you know anybody who is below 40 that is a minister of the Federal Republic?
I don't know, the new minister for science and technology, Honorable Day, right?
Kingsley,
yeah. I don't know if he's below 40, but I think he's very younger
I know
than...
Yahaya Bello was part of the pioneers of the youth in politics.
Well, he was a former governor.
I'm talking about now.
I think
we are talking about today.
The current Tunji, the Minister of Communications, I think he should be below 40.
Okay.
One of the youngest. One of the youngest.
Okay, the much you can remember, that will constitute less than 2%.
Yes.
Of all.
Yes.
Okay, I know that we have about 109 members of the Senate.
Yes.
How many young persons are there that are below 40? Can we remember any?
Very small. They're very small. Very significant. And they're mostly from the north.
Okay, those who are younger are mostly from the north.
Yes, because the north, they start early to give these younger persons the opportunities.
The opportunity and
here,
the orientation.
Here is a struggle.
Okay. I know also that we have about 360 members in the House of Representatives.
It's the same story.
How many younger people are there who are below 40?
It's insignificant. It's insignificant.
Okay, let's come to the status of the Not Young to Run bill that was passed in a few years back. That bill, to the best of my knowledge, was passed. That bill was signed into law by late President Muhammad Buhari. 2018, around May, 13th of May, thereabout, 2018. What is happening to that bill as we speak? How many young persons are assessing that bill?
I think what is really happening to the bill right now is the nomination forms, the amount, because it's not just putting the bill there into law for young persons to come and contest in an election. How affordable are these forms for the youth? Check the nomination form let me not go to the presidency.
Before I continue, let me tell you the implication of that bill. That bill reduced the age with which you'll be eligible to contest for presidency from 40 to 35.
Yes.
That bill also reduced the age of Senate and gubernatorial elections from 35 to 30. That bill also reduced the House of Reps and State House of State Assembly from 30 to 25. That means at 25 years you are fully eligible.
Yes.
At 30 years, you are.
How many 25
At 35,
years,
you can become the president.
How many 25 years have the money for the nomination?
I want to give you a scenario. I like being very practical. In Ebonyi State, at the very for local government election, you know what APC, where the party begged their nomination form? 30 million naira.
Then how many 25 years old will have 30 million?
What's the position?
How many
Chairmanship.
45-year-olds?
Local government chairmanship. 30 million naira for the form.
Incredible.
How many 40-year-olds?
Who will pick that form that is doing into a legitimate business?
Then the president
30 million.
30 million naira.
Then the president is about 150 million in the last election.
Wow.
So which young person will pick that form to contest?
That is
When
25,
another
30
person that has the money will tell you, you don't have the money, why do you want to contest? Don't worry, let me to get to your turn. And then for you to plan to be a governor or House of Reps member, you have to steal and steal and steal and steal to be able to make that amount of money to pick that form. What is now the future of the country? See, these things are not beyond policy. They are beyond just putting on paper, reducing the ages on paper. The party structure and arrangement is also a place where we need to also look at. They have made the party, they've structured the party in such a way that you are young. Yes, we know you are young, but wait. It is normal thing. Wait. These are people that will go first. It will get to your turn. When will it get to my turn? You turn around and still tell me that I am leader of tomorrow. In fact, I think they mean that thing when they say we are leaders of tomorrow. They mean that we are leaders of tomorrow.
Because tomorrow never comes.
Because tomorrow never comes. Every day they are telling us they are leaders of tomorrow.
We've been singing this since primary school.
How many of these leaders can say, okay, let me step aside. Okay, look at the people who are contesting for presidency. How many of them is below 60 years? None. Does it mean there are no younger persons who can? Our president, for now, all over the world, we should look at presidential candidates who should be able to stand the test of everything at a global stage. I even believe that our leaders, at a certain stage, they should be given opportunity. A home should be created where they should be taken care of, not being forced around to hold powers. They should be consulted. I saw the day our brother, I saw the day the governor paid a visit to Senator, was it Ken Namani? I was not Ken Namani, from Jim Wobodo. I also saw when our brother, what's his name again, Uche Naji, came back and went to Jim Wobodo. What does it mean? He's a statesman. There's something they need, they are going to him. That's how our elders should be consulted. Not Jim Wobodo at this moment, picking form that he wants to go to the Senate. He can still do it. You know it's possible.
There's dignity in retiring.
If the government, if the party gives him ticket now in Nigeria, they will carry him and say, go to the Senate to represent them.
Okay. You know, we are still talking about restrictions.
Restrictions.
Yes, to this bill.
So I just made mention of the fee, the nomination fee attached, which is just.
I actually wanted you to make a juxtapose on something. I wanted to juxtapose between the bill that was passed, signed, one side, and then the nomination form that was hyped, almost impossible for the young people. Then look at the eligible year or age for presidency is 35, down to 25 for House of Assembly. Now, all of them that are running now, nobody is below 60. This means in all of those who are 50 years, all of the Nigerian youths who are 50 years, nobody could pick the form. In all of the Nigerian youths who are 40 years, nobody could pick the form. In all of the Nigerian youths who are 35 years, nobody could pick the form. I want you to place it on the table and balance the question. Okay. Yes, come in if you can.
All right. So it's just like, let me just go a little bit backward. During the time of slavery, and then there's a big gully, and then they free the slaves at 12 midnight and say you're free to go, and there's no rope to cross. That's what is happening right now. So peradventure, you see a youth coming out to contest, and they need to get the money. They will be, well, am I permitted to talk about godfatherism here?
Yes, of course.
Sure.
There will definitely be some godfathers that are still dancing to the tune of the old war, right? That will fund these things. So when the young people get into power, they can't effect any changes because there are people that are paying the piper to sing his tune. So the change will not. So you see a young person as a figurehead in office sitting there, but the godfather that funded that office, Holy Spirit help me, is there paying him and telling him what to say because he doesn't have a mouth of his own. So I feel the challenges, financial barriers, that is one big challenge. If you really want the youth, and listen, if you say you have the youth at mind, at heart, why is the price so high?
Yes, another point is godfatherism. Like
Godfatherism.
right? Because if eventually the youth gets the form, there are high chances that somebody funded it. Because imagine, it's not getting the form, it's just, I know how much I spent during my election. You know, and I know party will also have a role to play also. People will come to sponsor, you know. Getting the form just 1%. The other things you need to do, print t-shirts, do campaign, billboards, polo.
Who is funding
it?
But if Nigeria youths are as angry as you are, would they be ready to support a young person one way and the other way? One way, I mean 10, 20 or 30 of them contributing money to make up that amount.
Okay.
One trusted person should pick the nomination form.
And
they go out for campaign.
Can I say something?
Convince Nigerian youth and rest of other people to vote for this same person. Can that happen?
Can I say something? First of all, I commend the Nigerian youths. We are highly feared all over the world. The day I started valuing my worth, knowing my worth in Nigeria, when I entered Ghana, and everybody started, once you mention, everybody is alert. Because there's a high reverence, respect, and there's a tilting that we could actually turn the other way, go south. I don't want to say that on national television, right? What I'm saying is that if the Nigerian youth decide to pick one person and do a GoFundMe to become part of the presidency, which was something like what happened with everybody rallied around P2B as of the time, right? The thing is that we may do that, but if there is no room up there, we can do all that. And I feel like the hope of the youth is crushed and broken. And especially as of the election, the last one they did, people have given up, people have lost faith. I'm going to say that here, right? So if for some reason some national lights and the youth rally again one more time to put their energy, their funds, their voice behind one person, and there's just one glimmer of hope, just like Ibrahim Traore, right, in Burkina Faso, there's just one glimmer of hope that we can make it. I'm sure the youth will be included. I'm sure they will see the light.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ndale, thank you. So that's one glimmer of hope. Upon that, and on conclusive note, Aneke, I wanted to speak to Nigeria youth as well. Make it very brief, because we are getting signals all over there.
All right. Thank you so much. Just like what she said, I believe the Nigerian problem is very systemic. In fact, it has been structured in a way to make a lot of things fail. Beyond picking forms, even if 100 youths contribute 100 billion, you move into the next phase. You do the primaries, the politicking that is involved, which is another uphill task. Why should we be that task? Why should we be that stressful? Why make it that difficult when you can make it very easy? If the political offices in Nigeria have not been so lucrative and attractive, many people will not be going to it. If it's reduced, made almost free, and you are being paid, maybe every month you are being paid 1,900,500,000 as a governor, as whatever, people will choose which positions they go for.
Don't forget you are concluding.
So
don't forget,
what am I
make it brief.
say? I want to encourage Nigerian youth and the Nigerian people, do not give up. For every unit, every space you are, keep on the experience they say we don't have. You keep on doing what you are doing, you are acquiring the experience.
Keep on doing what you are doing. You have acquired the experience. Then I know you have something to say, but please leave it for another day. Thank you so much. I have Ndale Modebe here. Ndale, thank you so much for coming. A global media and PR expert. And then I have Aneke Celestine Amechi here, a youth development enthusiast and the CEO 360 Media.
Thank you, sir.
Again, I have Kenneth Eze, who is the president Enugu State Young Farmers Association and director of the Directorate Agricultural National Youth Council of Nigeria. Thank you so much for being part of this program.
Thank you so much.
Our viewer, thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. We'll see you again.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. Aneke has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome listener or welcome viewer. Today we are looking at a development which really, and maybe it was there before the war, but I think it was really after the war that people started talking about it in the southeast Nigeria, and maybe other parts of Nigeria later. But in the southeast Nigeria, people started talking about ritual money, or guego. You know, and really, it's one of the mysteries of life, because last time when we met, one of our friends here made the point that there's something like Ogwego that is about working very hard. But some other people still believe that there is Ogwego. That's ritual money, that people have made it. So many things are happening. Just like somebody I met outside was telling me that there are so many types of love. So with me in the studio today to look into this thing, whether it is true or not true, whether there are forms of it or nuances of it or not. We have, by my left, we always start with the left. By my left today, Mazi Aneke Gabriel Ogbonnaya Anichukwu. Gabriel, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Prof.
I'm not going to put you because I've called you Ogbonnaya.
Exactly.
So Junior has been taken care of.
Exactly.
So we have a reverend here, so that's I get confused whether he's Oka or Carlo, Reverend Uche. So, but I know him as Reverend Uche Carlo Oka. Reverend Oka, welcome to the program.
God bless you, sir, my prof.
Thank you. So, ritual. Let me start from the spiritual side as a pastor. Is there anything like ritual money?
Well, as much as I know, there is something like the love of money, which beget the root of all evil.
Okay.
And the Bible disclosed to us that in the end time, that love of money will increase, will multiply, and many will give it to a lot of things and begin to do a lot of things in the West to get wealth. So there is what can be termed as ritual money.
Okay.
Yes.
Because
it is buried in the West to get rich or get wealth.
Okay. We're going to come back to it because nowadays I'm going to come to you, Mazi Ogbonnaya Anichukwu. Because today now a lot of young people have said that Christianity is a scam, and then when you come around, they go to any tree around their vicinity in their communities and dress it in various colors and begin to say like the Israelites, here now Israel, and they say like it gives them money. Ritual money, is there anything like ritual money?
There's ritual money, that what they call Ogwego.
Ilimbong. What is that one?
That is, I call it Ogwego or Ilimbong. Is reference to people who have strange but real money. Whose source of money is strange but real. There's a way you'll be seeing somebody, you know that the person's money is very tremendous, is phenomenal, but still real. Putting in perspective.
No, suspect money.
Yeah.
But real money.
Real money, but
suspect.
Given the time person made it, how the person made it remains a mystery. That's how we are in the mystery of life at the Aneke television.
Yes.
So there is Ogwego. Ogwego, I believe there is Ogwego. Then if you want me to explain what is Ogwego, I will explain.
I will explain this because pastor is trying to run away from that side because he's not used to it. So explain what you mean by that.
No, pastor. No, I know that every pastor and reverend, they study what we call demonology.
I know.
Demons.
I know. The other day he was talking of
they know these things.
The other day he was casting off one of the demons. So maybe we shall come to that later.
He who preaches light knows darkness.
Okay.
That he cannot preach light.
Yes.
Yes. You need this contrast of life. So Ogwego is can I call it? I can validly call it a metaphysical, a mystical configuration created by a potent spiritualist, prophet, dibia, a mystic for an owner.
What of
an owner?
Mystic or bad man?
Not all mystics are bad.
Yeah, but this mystics are good people.
So,
but
yes.
but if the person is the demonized person,
then that is a kind of money bank, a metaphysical money bank, money drawing bank, created by a strong DBA or native doctor or prophets. Most DBAs call themselves prophets now.
I don't know. We're not talking about those ones. We're talking of original.
Then, or spiritualist.
Yeah.
Then it is created to attract money mysteriously, metaphysically, or mystically to the owner of that ogwego, that configuration. Then it is meant to draw customers to his business, create connections, draw good luck, what they call crowd puller, good luck mysteriously. If it's at main market or Onisha or Balo Trefe Lagos or both the main market, the others will be selling 1 carton of pig milk. Has sold up to 100 cartons. Not to, but you know that the way people will pass other people's shops and come to his own through being waiting. You see some restaurants where people start washing plates. Washing plates with big men as everybody as a prof, you come and start washing plates.
Yes, but the woman
cooks. Yes.
No, but the woman cooks very well.
Yeah, no, he's not the only person.
No.
Excuse me.
No.
Let us be frank. I'm trying to explain something.
I know what you're trying to explain, but I'm saying that the woman cooks very well.
He's something. He's not the best person that cooks the best food. I'm telling you, I'm not trying to give you background.
I am agreeing with you, but I'm trying to say that sometimes people cook very well.
So those that don't sell, those that they don't cook well.
They don't cook well now.
Let me trash this question you asked me. So there is no way, but it's meant to create, to draw strange money, strange business connections, businesses to the owner. Because there's someone who owns it, who sacrifices to it. Have you seen?
To the one dedicated?
Yes,
dedicated to
it. Yes, it is made up of roots, herbs, bloodletting, life force. You need to kill something like fowl or go to a bunuefi. Sometimes it goes to human sacrifice. We want to go to the extreme of it. Go to human sacrifice. So then to charge the potency of the ogwego, of the chemical or mystical configuration. And but there are typifications of this ogwego. There are types of ogwego. There is okite. There is neite.
That is the
there is there is ubakomili. There is ibobo. There is okite, neite, ubakomili, arabaka. But the extreme one is okite, arabaka, ibobo. But ibobo is mostly used in the past for warfare. Iboba je jogo. So which means that when he goes, so any person who involves himself in Ogwego and goes to Ibobo, means he wants to go to the extreme. That's why unless he finishes his own container, no person will say. And you draw connections from far canapos of the earth, north, south, east, and west. So money will be flowing. But there are evils of it, disabilities, that is dark consequences of that.
We are going to come to the consequences.
Okay.
Because I want, because the viewer wants to hear more from the pastor about these forms of ogwego. You have mentioned some. Maybe we agree. When we were growing, because I grew up at Asata partially. I know I started after the war in my village, there to St. John Abuani. Then 71, I landed here at St. Bridget, Asata. And then I've been around here. So I don't want to mention the names, but we used to see some people will say that their father used them to do, somebody will say, I don't want to mention any name now.
I'll explain
I don't want to mention any name. So they will say that this person was used by the father for Ogwego. They will say this girl was used by the father for Ogwego. They will say that house was left for Ogwego. Then they will say that this house is haunted because the person used it for Ogwego. So now they will say sometimes that there are big
strange spirits
inside that house, and that there are pythons coming out from the house, and the house will be left haunted and abandoned. So I don't know what so I'm trying to bring it down to us because I don't want to go to the consequences yet. So I want to go to these forms of this. Ogwego. I know you tried to mention that of food, which threw some of us out of eating houses.
Washing plates, waiting.
No, washing plate because the person knows how to cook. Now, but I want to know because there was one place I ate ofonubu in at Abakaliki. I've not forgotten that ofonubu until today.
Okay.
It's almost 20 years.
The thing is still holding you.
I don't know what you mean by that. But so these forms of Ogwego. First of all, is it even real? Forget about is it real? Do we have a thing that's Ogwego?
I believed partially with what Mazi is saying.
Okay.
But the truth of the matter is that in making money or in having money, you need to understand the principle that controls money.
Okay.
There's a principle that controls money. And those principles that controls money, whether they are from the positive side or from the negative side,
okay,
you can call them Ogwego because they are principle oriented.
Okay.
You can have some money and go and give to beggars, things like that, sacrifice.
That is sadaka.
It generates money.
Yes.
It generates favor.
Yes.
It quickens favor.
Good.
Bible says, he that giveth to the poor, lendeth to God.
Good.
And if you can lend to a big man like God, anytime you need a cash out, you cash out. Or we go up.
Very good.
Paying tithes. Bible says when you pay tithes, God opens the windows of heaven.
Good.
I'm speaking from the positive angle of Ogwego.
Good.
God opens the windows of heaven and pour out blessings to you until there will be no room to contain.
Good.
But I so much believe that every increase, every wealth, every resources, you cannot be able to publicly declare how you gain them. There is a question mark underneath. Every wealth, every increase, every resources, you cannot publicly declare how you get them, how you came to be with them. There is a question mark.
Yeah, I know that. I know what you are saying, but Balzac in that the book called The Godfather.
Okay.
The first opening quote is behind every great fortune is a crime.
Okay.
But that is by the way. That's by the way. Because now in the white man's land today, every word is traceable. They trace every word today,
yes,
except those who are into the
white man's land.
There's always underground economy, like those who are selling the drugs.
I heard that the white also have their own way of.
No, they have witches now. No, they have witches. No, you can't talk about witches.
They call it white.
No, you can't talk about witches without the white man.
Okay.
No, they know how to do that.
So outside that of positive development to gaining money,
okay,
there is another dark corner. That is the negative development, negative areas of getting money, and which we still intend to sacrifice.
Okay.
It's either blood sacrifice, which is human, or animal sacrifice. Somewhere I pastored one early morning as we were coming out for morning prayer. I saw a goat. I didn't say in the dream, physically. Chained all over, locked with key all over, many keys. So there are mysteries in this life that you will not understand until you dive into it. And it could be possible that somebody is symbolized with that issue and named and locked. Then the person will be struggling, sweating in vain, while you yourself will be increasing. And so much, just like you cited, I can't have a correct sense of mind, and I will be the one washing a plate I will use to put food for me. After eating, I will still pay you. Then there is something behind it. It's not just that the person is a masterpiece in cooking. It's a lie. It's not true. It's not true. So quote it anywhere. For a whole sense man, sane, to come, park his car, he cannot wash in his house, then he wash in the public. For them to dish out food, you need to go to psychiatry or go for deliverance. There is something holding that very environment that you do not know. There's a sacrifice that is going on that you do not know. And with the whole benefit of that, Ogwego is underneath.
Hey, that is serious. I never started this trouble because I know that when people
I'm a peace expert. I make peace.
no, I know that
Don't create trouble.
okay because
Don't
I know
create
that
conflict.
when somebody knows how to cook or make good palm wine or do all those things, that people are ready to be happy among themselves. But fine. Now we have looked at one part of this Ogwego. He mentioned a number of the positive ends, like when you make your tithe, like when you make saraka, like when you do good to a fellow human beings,
Yes.
and therefore get the favor from the positive energies that they open doors, because we live in a life of reciprocity. But also there are also the negative sides. Like I told a story here about what happened in my neighboring community, called the man that told us the story was a chief in Abo. So the man came out to town, things were not working well for him. May he rest in peace, Chief Ike. He told us the story when he was the leader of the workers in Esut, when I entered Esut, Asutech really. So he now said that the man now went to the village and collected 3 stones and put the stones together and told the stones, because it is by the word, it's word power now.
Yes.
It's word power.
Exactly.
He said, if you make me progress, I'll continue to do things for you. So the first year, he was killing chicken, doing well, killing various chicken, both hen, cock. So and things started going well for him. Then he started killing goat. He started killing rams. From there, then he started killing cow. Then from the cows, one day, the oracle told him there must be a change.
Okay, in your son.
So the oracle requested for human sacrifice. He said, no, we didn't discuss that one. Because people don't know that there's no vacuum in life. There is no vacuum. Every space is, if you don't make use of it, something will make use of it. So it happened that the man said no. Because the man told us, I was there when the man was telling the story. So when the man refused, time went on. The first son died.
Okay.
When the first son died, it looked like happenstance. So he could not place it. He continued with his offering of cows. The second son died. Then the man gave a shout of grief to the community. He beckoned to the community. And then the community came together and destroyed the shrine. So, I don't know whether you call it Ogwego or not, but the issue is that, like you mentioned, there are all these energies, both positive energy and negative energy. Both positive energy and negative energy. And it is possible for people to have that. We will take our break, and then when we come back, we will now begin to look at the consequences of some of this Ogwego thing, because I love thinking of 1989-90, when we were thinking of living in bondage, and so on and so on. So we come back.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Yeah, so I want to thank, we must thank our brother Reverend Carlo Oka and our brother Mazi Obonaya Anichukwu for the insight so far as regards this ritual money, because it gives us the impression of there are the negative and there are the positive forces as regards Ogwego. Like we said, when I was growing here in Enugu, I used to see somebody that we used to call names. I don't want to mention those because some families could be involved and people should be respected. But we saw them, boys, girls, grown-ups, turned to imbeciles, and so on and so forth. And the people would say it was what they used them for Ogwego. Some of them turn to imbeciles, some of them turn to idiocy, some of them turn to morons. All these things, and they say it was Ogwego. Whether it is true or not, maybe it was, genetic problem, maybe some drugs and so on and so on. Fine, but people took those things as a Ogwego. And then, of course, we have, like we said, haunted houses and so on and so forth. People still say it is Ogwego. But we want to go to the consequences in America. What are the main consequences of? Let us outside this what we have just.
Okay. For the want of time, there are dire consequences of delving into Ogwego, and let me remind us that Ogwego is a deviation, is a departure from decent Igbo tradition. Ogwego is an abnormal use, an aberration of Igbo tradition. You can't go to Afa, because this Afa is where the gods and ancestors speak, the mouthpiece of the gods. No Afa will tell you to do Ogwego. Ogwego is what somebody wanted to do for himself. Because Ogwo means you are attacking nature, you want to conjure nature, you want to stop nature, you want to work against nature. And working against nature means working against God. That's why it attracts consequences. If you go to Afa, the only thing Afa will tell you is Afa will tell you, go and do sacrifice for your chi, or make one alusi, like he say, if I'm from Numonat, he say, Mfona, or Anyemego, Anyobunego, Anyamaji, Anyamama wants you to go and give ram. Whatever. Then you go and do it. Yes. That it will open door. Then that or ezumezu. Go and do sacrifice for your ancestral, your paternal and maternal ancestors. Celebrate them. Or the deities. So, but when you do those things, then whatever is constraining you, whatever is disturbing you in making wealth, they will go and scatter that thing. Then wealth will flow. Because pure traditional religion, pure Igbo traditional religion, is just like Christianity. There's nothing wrong in it. It's a plain worship. No concussion, no configuration, no ekike. Have you seen it? So, but why, when somebody wants to go do Ogwego, there are roots, herbs, bloodletting, then sometimes human parts. So that human parts, and when you are delving into human parts, you need to, that's why Ogwego is too bad. Monitoring is too bad, because sometimes your family, from the olden days, they said nobody should do Ogwego in this family. It's something that your ancestors spoke against, and whoever does it is cursed. As a covenant. Sometimes EOA is your cosmic agreement, your cosmic contract as you are coming to this world, that you cannot do anything like Ogu. Some families don't do Ogu. Some persons don't do Ogu. They can do Ichwaja, they can Chwaja, do sacrifice. But so that's why before some people go and do Ogwego, they ought to ask themselves, what are the consequences? That's why when somebody's father use human parts to do Ogwego for the wealth of the family, with time he start consuming people there. Just like if you have a brother or a large family where there is a strong ritualist on your Ogwego, hardly can someone else prosper in that family. Only the person will prosper, because he has used that evil diabolism to gather all the wealth of the family, all the wealth of the brothers. He has captured it. All the wealth of other people in the family has captured it through evil powers. That's why you need to be prayerful. You need to be. It's either you are praying fervently, like Reverend is a man of God, or you are going to a strong native doctor who will handle you and tell you what is the problem. That's why whenever you come into a family, whenever that only rich man there sees you, that's why you don't accept gifts anyhow. It means you want to break off from that chain. You need to refuse the gift of the devil. Avoid accepting gifts. So, because that gift, he uses it to change. He says, salaka, use it to change people's destiny and stars. You go into a family when only one person is making it, ask questions. Yeah, but I don't want. I want pastor to. I want Reverend to, because the way you're going now, so people are going to be afraid of even going out. Concluding it, what I'm saying is, in essence, that you doing Ogwego in your past life, what we call it, maybe you have made a contract that you can never do Ogwo. Some families don't go into charm. When you go into charm, you have problems. So that's why any family, the father or mother or whoever use human parts to do that okite or that ogwego. You start consuming human lives.
Okite is a new thing.
And you do come million. Have you seen? So it is a very dangerous concussion and configuration to be involved in.
Okay, so Reverend Uka, he has been talking about, we are looking at the consequences, and he brought in a number of perspectives to it, because we need to get, particularly the young ones, because now, if you go to every village in the southeast, all the trees are dressed now, you know, in white in red, in black, in green, in whichever, and people are dancing around, and sometimes people say that the ancestors have done this, you know what they're doing. I'm just coming up so that, because the pastor, maybe he has been seeing some of those things. I'm just talking about what we see now. So, you know, and there's so much inflation, there's so much unemployment, there's so much suffering, and so there is confusion. You know, if you go back to Europe at a stage in the 19th century, the Europeans were now even during the days of St. Paul, about 2,000 years ago, people at a stage started thinking that the Christ was going to come immediately, and they stopped even working. We were just praying. But in this case, people are now working for money. Sometimes it's through desperation, whatever it is. So, but what are the consequences? Apart from some of what you said, that sometimes people could cripple the rest of members of the family. That is if they are not close to their God, I believe so. Yeah. 2, you made a point about that you saw a ram or goat that was chained right round with multiple keys. There was one that I saw on in the social media recently, about last week.
The one they clipped on the tongue.
Not only that they clipped the tongue, they also pierced the eye. They pierced the eyes and put it onto it. You know, tied it somewhere. And the man was saying, how could somebody be so cruel? You know, I mean, pierced the eyes violently, the two of them, and then you have all those things. And that's why, like you said, sometimes some of this aja and so on, whether it is aja, you know, I'm a Catholic, so in the Catholic Church we have aja.
That one is not aja.
No, I said in the Catholic Church. No. In the Catholic Church is aja. In the Catholic Church is aja. Yes. You know, in the Catholic Church we have what we call the synagogue worship, which is from introduction to the word, sharing the word. Then after that, we enter into the aja. Aja Mass, there, so. Then it becomes now the aja in itself. Now, but even in the non-Catholic, you know, Christian areas, there are a lot of other, you know, practices which they have, through which they try to help. Because without some level of help from above, there's going to be trouble. Because sometimes you come out in the street and you have things thrown all over the place. So that's why I said, are you going to be frightening people? So we look at the consequences, and then we look at what do we do, you know, in case where, like you mentioned, that why should a grown-up man that is in his good senses, who doesn't wash plate in his house, be washing plate in the public of XYZ? I don't want to mention any name, because I will mention a name that could be true, and then it looks like no I may know. So what first, after the consequences, which we know they are dire, because people die in such places, people are crippled economically in such places, people disappear, people run mad in such places. Yes. I know that in Imo State,
terrible sickness,
people run mad, yes, and there are all this, like in Imo State they used to say something like this, that come on, come for sometimes, like one boy disappeared from my town for a long time, for about 25 to 30 something years. Then one day, after the death of one man, the man came back. People were surprised because they had already done the man's rights for burial, and then they saw the man. So we don't know. So all this ritual thing and the money. What after helping us with the consequences? What do we do to survive them? Because like we talked of living in bondage, how Andy used merit in those days when we were people were always thinking and dancing about it. But Andy made the money, but Polo acquired Refma, and he ended up where he ended. So we want to look at those consequences again, and then the way out of such things.
You have already mentioned some of the consequences, which we all know, is people running mad, going insane, you know, in a broad daylight, people losing their parents mysteriously, you know, people losing their children mysteriously, and all those things. You know, life is full of mysteries.
Mysteries, yes.
Full of mystery. And when people get involved into certain occultic groups, you know, that is where they find it easily to engage in this ogwego of a thing, because some of those occult will tell them the do's and the don't and what they are supposed to do in order to get wealth. And in all these their quests, there must be life and blood must be involved, and it gets to a point you will not have a comeback, a return.
Yes.
You keep
Point
going,
of no return.
you keep going.
Because it's already late.
Yes. So especially
Yes, it's already late.
especially when you come to a community, you have so many mad people walking around. So many. Ndị Igbo say mbanta dị ole, ndị era dị esa. How
I know what you're saying now.
How small a community is. You
And
have
seven
mad
people in a small community.
because they are all in pursuit to get wealth. And when you fail the principle, it will boomerang. So that is it. It is important that we know that making money has a rule.
Principles.
Has a rule.
Clean principles.
A clean one has a rule. If you want to make money in the way of the Lord, in the way of the Lord, it takes you something.
Yes.
It doesn't come unless God decides to lavish His favor and grace upon you. If not, you must work hard.
One.
You must work smart.
Thank.
You must work in obedience to that particular rule that is guiding that very sector you are in, for you to advance. Okay, you are into one field, you must learn it and know it very, very well. There is a level of class you attain, things begin to return to you. Not that you engage in ogwego.
Yes.
But the situation where extraordinarily outpouring overflows everywhere, you become the lordship
without any performance basic.
Sir, even us that are in the Christian angle, even us that are in the Christian angle, I am saying it without any act of apology, that you are doing something and it's working does not justify that God is with you. You are doing something and it's overflowing. It's not a proof of divine approval. I have the greatest crowd, sir. It may be deceptive. What is involved? What are you doing with the crowd? How are you managing that crowd? That is what tells you that you are working with God. Because working with God is different from working for God. So some people may gain one charm or the other, or go to be doing ministry, and it's working. If it is working, did God say it is working? To the eyes of men, it is working. What happened in the secret? Can you tell people how you make money? How you get the money? Can you tell them where you have gone to? Can you tell them that in Jesus' name? Is it only in Jesus' name that is working? Or there's another thing attached to it? That is the ogwego. Certainly, one time or the other, it will flash back. And whatever a man sow, that shall he reap. So that is why we need to follow the way of the Lord and stand with the Lord. Psalm 75 made it clear that promotion cometh not from the east, west, north, or south. It comes from the Lord. When it reaches the time of God, if you work hard, He will make all things beautiful for you. That is it. So we need to be patient with God, because He that created you, He knows what to do with us. So He's not in a hurry, and He cannot be late. So people should not engage in ogwego, because the way you go into it is the way you come out. And by the time you come out, it's not that way you go that you come out, because you must go down.
Okay.
Yes, that is it.
Okay. So what do you have to tell us? Because the viewer wants to take something home from our discussion. I know we have this ogwego thing. We now know that whether it is from negative energy or not, that people have come to acquire wealth, sometimes from negative energies, or forces or whatever. But we also have seen consequences. At least those of us that grew here, we have seen the consequences. Sometimes, I don't want to mention towns, but in my travel through Nigeria, I've passed certain towns in some parts of this country, where you will pass a whole village and you see Not people that running from. That was before the coming of bandits and unknown gunmen. So many years ago, when people used to travel freely, you will go to a place, you come to a whole town, you will see a lot of houses already uninhabited and trees growing on top of.
Grasses everywhere.
Trees growing on top of the trees, on top of the houses. I don't want. I don't want to mention any state because if I mention the state, it will look like I'm trying to. Because I know that I've seen it in the west, I've seen it in this part of the country, and you will see houses, and nobody is now living in those houses. Beautiful houses, abandoned, and haunted houses, totally abandoned. And so, what do we do? Because we want our people to be like today. We talk of the richest man in the world. I think is what's the name of the man that used to support Trump.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. His money is clear. I mean, people can trace the trajectory of his wealth.
Exactly.
Yeah. When Michael Jackson was alive, people could trace the trajectory of his wealth. Sure. If anybody in the white man's land, people could trace the trajectory of his wealth. But sometimes you come and you say you have gone to Ekite and you have gone to this, and that was why Soludo got very, very offended and then did what? He locked them up and said, "You are making our youths what? Lazy, because instead of working to earn their living,
they are engaging
they are entering into water and then deciding to stay there and waiting. And a lot of young women are lost. People are dying. I just saw one picture of a young woman, final year student of Nandazikwe University. Beautiful picture of a beautiful girl, but now a missing person.
To what you want to say.
So what do you say? What do you tell our girls? The way they follow all these rich people, and then things are running bad.
Ogwego is not entirely with Igbo tradition.
Yeah, but we're looking at the consequences.
The consequences is,
and then what do we do?
You know, after the war, we had we were chased away politically.
And
economically. So that was when the genesis of this Ogwego started. It's not like Ogwego and Igbo tradition. It's an aberration. It is a negative importation into our cultural system.
Okay.
Anything that your achieve does not give you will bring causes upon your life.
Okay.
Your achieve is
from day one.
So,
day one.
You are in Igbo cosmology, there's what they call chi. Chi is who that gives you whatever you have, like at a particular time. When God said Abraham, I will bless you with like at the set time of life. So your chi blesses you at the set time of life. So this all these children, all these youths going saying it's not tradition. So the dark consequence, any person who knows what Ogwego is should stay away from Ogwego. Highest thing from Igbo cosmology is when you go to Alpha, it said go and do something for your chi. And you have not traced even your family lineage. Your lineage. Are you sure that somebody who does Ogwego will survive?
Okay.
Some towns, like my town, no more nothing. Our past ancestors said whoever does Ogwego must perish without Ogwego.
Okay.
And though you do Ogwego and so the dark consequence is that
let's leave that.
Ogwego has evil consequences. It's not something
let's
you
go
should
to
do.
Ohafia.
Yes.
Yes.
Because
Ohafia people, they are rich. They were the people that started all this attack markets.
I do not really want to believe that Ogwego is an aberration. It's imported.
It's imported.
I may not.
It's abuse.
I may not necessarily align to it.
Okay.
Because right from ab initio, people has had the quest to make money. Even while you are sleeping, there are people that want to make money. There are people that want to. You say, is the money coming from the sea? I will go there, sir. When we were small, we used to go to the stream. There's one girl that we swim with. The girl, you search her naked, she will enter the ocean and come out with clean coin. Money, clean coin. And you collect it, and she will enter again. You that is sane, healthy, and you cannot spend the number of minutes under the sea like her. She will come out with another money. Sir, there is mystery in this life. There are people that make money. When they abuse the process, it will flash back. And you see the person pulling down his house, burning everything. Because that money must return to the source.
Exactly.
There are mysteries to wealth. But the one God gives to you, you have peace of mind to enjoy it. The Bible says, the peace I give to you is not as the world give. I give you my peace, and that is for rest. But if it is the peace that the devil gives, it is temporal.
Reverend, I think.
And after that,
Reverend,
crisis will feel
let
everywhere.
me polish this gift of Jesus. He said, I am going to give you a peace. Peace the world cannot take away and cannot understand.
Very good.
Are you know what I'm saying?
Very good.
Peace the world cannot take away
Very good.
and cannot
Very
understand.
good.
They
Very
cannot
good.
understand it.
You can't collect from the devil without giving back to the devil. He collects 10 times or 100-fold from what he has given to you. So it is important that if we must source for money and wealth, we source it in a godly way, in the fear of the Lord. You know, at times we try to go to life with shortcuts.
No shortcut to progress.
And shortcut we cut our life short and pieces. But if you go through life with that long journey with God, one, you come out with experience. You come out with tutorial professorship to teach others your way, and they will follow your way. You come out with what we call a sense of responsibility. I can do this. Not having your certificate, you cannot do anything about it. You cannot defend it. But we all want to have money. We all want to. Everything must center on money. It is wrong. People even use their newborn child to make money.
It's true.
Newborn child, you carry for 9 months. Even the mother agrees with the father to do what? To use the baby for sacrifice, for momentarily satisfaction. For the moment.
It's true.
Then when the time to pay back will come, you see the person alive and rotten. Having that kind of mysterious sickness comes everywhere. So people should be very, very careful. It is not the end that justifies the means. It is the means,
the process,
that justifies the end. So we should not undermine the means we use to get the end.
Okay.
And God will help us.
So viewer, you can see that it's tough before us because yes, there is virtual money. I look at my girls. If you come to a suit, when I was doing student affairs, if we lose 10 students in a year, 8 would be girls.
Serious.
May they rest in peace. You know, and these losses come because they run around these boys that do what they call Yahoo Plus. And these things, you know, I just got thrown off immediately. I remember it now. You see, because, and mostly from outside the hostel, not in the hostel. Yeah, sometimes in about 2 years we lost one young man in the hostel. He went to work somewhere at Edo. Then he had an accident. He died. That is clear. But you know, you have these students dying because of this Yahoo Plus, particularly those living in all those whatever they call it. You know, what do you call those things?
Lodge.
Those lodges. You know. So, but what are we saying? I'm not saying it's the lodges that caused the problem. I'm saying that people work, and then these girls want to be part of one big society, and they don't know some of these things. And we are trying to reach out to everybody. We are trying to reach out to parents. We are trying to reach out to our children. We are trying to reach out to ourselves, hoping that by the grace of God, that all will be well.
Professor, do you know there are people in the house they build, they put a ritual stuff
I don't know
that drain tenants.
Yes.
That drain tenants.
That is true.
I have been a victim.
You can never live there and prosper.
I have been a victim when I have not entered into the ministry. You cannot pack into that yard and still go out of that yard the way you came.
Yes.
You cannot. You cannot. Very close to us. Atobiago here. Very close to us. You must go down. You must go down.
Yeah, well, but this is where we now go back to you, Reverend, because we must teach our people, you know, the importance of prayer and good living, because everything is not about just saying the prayer, following the principles of life, you know, avoiding strange women. You know, there's something we discussed that time. It's not easy to be a Christian. No?
Yes.
It is not easy to be a Christian.
At all.
But you should make effort to be a witness. Then pray to God to protect you, because like as a tenant, how do you know the house that is?
Yes, when you see certain occurrences.
How do you know the occurrences?
Repeatedly happening.
No,
like when I packed in, Somebody called me and said, did you ask question before you came? I said, I did not know how to ask the question. I was
That is
looking
it.
for a house.
You are looking for a house.
Do you understand?
Yes, we are looking for a house.
So,
And they saw a good house.
But you know what? One day it was raining heavily. And the wind blew off the roof. And we were there, we were seeing the sky. We hid ourselves under one of the rooms. I had to puncture the ceiling and be collecting the mud that have lasted for years, so that that ceiling will not fall under us. So it was as a result of that wind that blew off the roof that we saw a concussion that was hanged inside the roof of the house. Pray till thy kingdom come. Unless God delivers you, that charm is over you.
Sorry.
And they have spoken something over the head of whoever that will pack into that place. But will you know that the owner of the house, they are gone, but those charms still there. But that thing that happened exposed everything, and that was the end. But I still later packed out. So, but all I'm trying to say is that if you are not prayerful, if God is not on your side, if God did not decree that your trouble is over, that your trouble is over, you still be passing through that wilderness of experience, that university of adversity. Yes. You still pass it to understand and learn the mysteries of life.
Thank you. So with this, we say bye until we meet next time. May God continue to be with us and to protect us.
Amen.
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 From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
That define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome listener or welcome viewer. Today we are looking at a development which really, and maybe it was there before the war, but I think it was really after the war that people started talking about it in the southeast Nigeria, and maybe other parts of Nigeria later. But in the southeast Nigeria, people started talking about